The Simpsons is the most popular animated show of all time, yada yada yada. I've made like 5 videos on it at this point, I don't gotta start with that whole spiel again. I love The Simpsons a ton, and with over 600 episodes of The Simpsons, I started asking myself how these episodes would truly rank in order from worst to best. So that's what I'm doing. Let's just go into how I'm gonna organize this. I'll be talking about each episode in order, no duh. Then after talking about my thoughts on it for a bit, I'll put it into 2 different ranks. One rank will be for the best to worst episode of the season, and the big one will be for the best to worst episode of the entire series, of which there are currently 695, I believe. The show right now is in the middle of its 32nd season, so that number is bound to change, and I'll add those episodes to my list when we get there. Like 5 hours from now. Honestly, I have no idea how long this video is going to end up being. How could you not like Simpsons roasting on an open fire? It's a classic. Sure, I could talk about the really unpolished animation, or how today it's not really all that funny, but I think it's a really charming pilot that perfectly sets up the characters and how they work off one another. Not to mention having a surprisingly emotional story, with Homer not being able to provide for his family. The Simpsons started as just relatable everyday family issues, and I think the first episode shows that off really well. Again, my biggest issue is that today it's not very funny, but overall, while it's not amazing, it's a pretty solid, heartfelt introduction to these characters. I also want to point out this really funny moment I noticed near the end of the episode, where Bart's picture is placed upside down in the background, only for the next shot to reveal that they misplaced the entire background cell so it was upside down. Nothing else to say, really. Besides the Simpsons' infinite looping picture of their hallway in the background, I think Bart the Genius is a pretty good episode. Although the parts of it revolving around Bart and his endeavors in his new school are ironically the parts I enjoyed the least. The main aspect of this episode that I really enjoy is the relationship between Bart and Homer, and I wish more of the episode were dedicated to showing this off, as I think it portrays a really realistic depiction of the relationship between a father and a son, probably one of the best depictions of the entire series, which I guess is a little worrying considering we're on episode 2. This episode also still manages to be really funny. It has a lot of great moments in Springfield Elementary, which is impressive considering this was the first appearance of characters like Martin and Principal Skinner. While Simpsons roasting on an open fire is definitely the more iconic of the two, I think Bart the Genius managed to be the better episode by blending the more emotional side of the former with a more comedic tone. This is an interesting episode, as it's one where Homer actually has to face the consequences of his actions, being fired from the nuclear plant. After a really jarring scene where he attempts to kill himself, yes, that is not an exaggeration, he becomes a safety inspector for the town and then just sorta is given his job back from Mr. Burns. Yeah, the pacing of this episode is a little all over the place. It spends way too long on the field trip stuff with Bart, especially considering the episode isn't even about him, and I think a lot of that time could have been spent on showing Homer's impact on the town instead of glossing it over in half a minute. Other than that, the episode is just sorta boring and there's nothing really to note about it. Other than it being the first real introduction to Mr. Burns, and the episode stars the famous Black Mr. Smithers. So hey, I guess that's something. Yeah, this is the lowest episode in the list so far, let's move on. I'm noticing now just how much more responsible Homer acts in Season 1, with Marge being the one to embarrass him in public this time. Homer starts to realize just how miserable he is, with how his family is acting. But he doesn't get to the point of being unlikable, as it's clearly shown he still loves and cares about his kids and wife. Like Season 30, Homer would never dream of selling the TV in exchange for family therapy. I think this episode starts off pretty strong with Mr. Burns' party, but when it gets to the Marvin Monroe therapy session, it kinda just ends up going nowhere, with him being unable to fix them, and it just sorta stops there. This episode is still pretty alright though, I wouldn't call it bad. It's got some good character interactions and some funny moments. I'd put this under Simpsons roasting on an open fire, but above Homer's Odyssey. This is the episode to introduce Nelson, and it's weird just how much of a threat he's set up as, along with his 2 little sidekicks who just disappear eventually. And oh no, dead Bart! So we're taken through a pretty generic story about school bullies as Grandpa helps Bart form an army against Nelson. Sadly though, this is another episode that is just kind of boring, not a fan of this one at all. Again, it's not very funny and there's no real conclusion to it at all. This is also one of the weird episodes that ended with the Simpsons house as the credits came past, which is bizarre to see. Anyway, I'd put this one above Homer's Odyssey, but below There's No Disgrace Like Home. After the string of mediocre episodes, we finally have another one I really enjoy. Moaning Lisa has a quite simple plot. Lisa is sad and nobody knows why or how to cheer her up. This is until she discovers that she can express herself through music. This is the only episode centered on Lisa this season, and they handle it super well. I love the message that it's okay to be sad sometimes, and there isn't always an easy way out for it. There's no point in building it up, and sometimes you just gotta ride it out.
And when you get finished feeling sad, we'll still be there.
I love this episode. There's even a pretty fun side plot with Bart and Homer for some humor to contrast against the serious main story, but Lisa and Marge's relationship steals the show. Love it. #1 episode so far. This is where my bias kinda starts to seep in with this stuff. I do not care for jungle settings. No, not even the Rugrats meet the Wild Thornberry, sadly. And Call of the Simpsons was not an exception. The Simpsons venture out in Homer's new RV he gets to try one-up Flanders, and the family ends up lost in the wilderness. Boringness ensues. I can tell where this one is trying to go, but I feel like it just drags on and on. It's not very entertaining in the process. At least in an episode like Homer's Odyssey, there's that emotional connection we have with the family, and some more down-to-earth moments. But this episode is infuriating, as it's just Homer screwing up over and over again with no comedic payoff. This is at the bottom of my list. I actually really like the interaction between Bart and the bullies in this episode. They're not just a group of one-note bad guys there to be a plot device who beat Bart up. Other than that, I think this is a fairly entertaining episode that explores how, despite doing bad things, Bart still has a moral compass and can feel guilty about the stuff he does. I would put Telltale Head above There's No Disgrace Like Home, but below Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire. I'm realizing now just how little episodes Marge and Lisa have in this season, with each of them getting one and the rest being dedicated to Homer and Bart. Well, I guess Krusty gets one too, but that's for later. Luckily, I actually enjoyed this episode quite a bit, with it going over Marge's temptations and cheating on Homer, with her side still feeling somewhat justified, as they really do go out of their way to show Homer's ignorance. But then it takes a surprisingly dark turn with the kids coming to terms with the concept of their parents getting a divorce. And I really love the scene between Homer and Marge in their bedroom. This episode is great. I'd put it above the pilot. I have never seen an episode so tame by today's standards. Homer gets exiled from his house and is ridiculed by the town simply for taking a photo at a stag do with a woman. Nowadays, Marge seems completely unreasonable, but I guess back in 1990 this might have been more realistic. Besides that, this episode is sorta weird, as I like it despite how unorganized it seems. Like, you'd think it's all about Homer, but eventually it turns into him needing to teach Bart a lesson about respecting women. But I can forgive that, as I still think this is a really funny episode with one of the best endings of the season. This is pretty high up on my list. This is one I always forget came from season 1, and rewatching it for the first time in a few years, and I'm sad to say I didn't enjoy it as much as I once did. This episode is so mean-spirited to Bart. Sure, he may have done some bad things at the start, but I think it goes a little too far to send him to France where he gets abused by his adopted parents, where they force him to drink antifreeze. Aside from that, I think the stuff with Adele and the family is pretty fun, and while I don't think it's a great episode, I still don't think it's the worst of the season. It's more mid-tier if anything. Here we get introduced to a lot of fan-favorite characters, Krusty the Clown, Itchy and Scratchy, and of course Sideshow Bob. This feels like one of the more traditional episodes of the season, as then it seems like by this point they were really starting to get used to the characters and their dynamics. We see a lot of stuff later seasons would do, such as a Bart and Lisa team up an investigation, a Sideshow Bob con. My biggest issue is what I've said about a lot of season 1, it's just not very funny. It's a good episode still, just not great. I'm putting this one below Telltale Head. This episode is fine. I like the stuff with the babysitter, although it seems like it's building up towards the joke of her not actually being the burglar, but no, she was. This is also the episode everyone posts that segment from on Twitter where the animation looks really good for 5 seconds. Did you know there exists animation from this episode that looks even better than the final product, but the people higher up in the show thought it was too well animated? Has nothing to do with the episode itself, it's just kind of an interesting fact about an otherwise decent episode. I'm putting this one below Krusty Gets Busted. Well, here we are. 1 down, 31 more to go. A lot of people look back rather negatively on season 1, but I personally really enjoyed it for the most part. Sure, it's not all that funny, but I think it more than makes up for it with the characters and how realistic they and their situations feel. There are a surprising amount of more slower and emotional scenes here than I remember, and they executed them really well in my opinion. Season 1 is a good. Let's not stand it for too long as we've got like, I don't know, 680 episodes left. What do I need to say? This episode is amazing. Definitely one of my favorites of the show. This episode explores how much Bart struggles with school, and even when trying his absolute hardest, he still manages to fail. It really makes you sympathize with his character, and it's accomplished in a brilliantly done scene. I'd be surprised if this isn't in my top 10 by the end of the video. It's that good. By the way, since there's probably only so many ways I can say, this episode is funny, or this episode is not funny, don't be surprised if some of these reviews get a little shorter. Moving on. This is another one I really love. We see Homer growing some hair and suddenly everything starts coming up Homer. This is one that I don't see mentioned all that often, but it has a really emotional ending that I love too, and it's a really funny episode to boot.
And what about loving me?
Oh, Homer, come here.
What?
Come here.
Oh.
It's shocking just how much of a jump in quality Season 2 is so far to Season 1. Here's another staple of The Simpsons, the Treehouse of Horror. Now this is definitely going to be an unpopular opinion, but here it goes. I do not care for the Treehouse of Horrors. Anthologies aren't really my thing, so while there are definitely segments of these episodes that I do enjoy, as a whole I don't see myself ranking them too high on this list. Who knows though, I haven't seen some of the later ones, so I might be pleasantly surprised. I doubt it though. Oh yeah, so the episode. Yeah, it's alright. This episode's fine. Honestly, it seems like a worse version of the episode where Marge has to paint Burns' picture. But as Mr. Burns' first real episode, I think it's alright. You know, a good 7 out of 10. But against the other episodes we've seen so far, it's probably the worst one. Guess I spoke too soon. Dancing Homer is probably the worst of the season so far. It's almost too simple of a plot. Homer becomes a mascot at a baseball game, he hits it big, and immediately drops back down from hero to zero. It's weird, the season started off so strong, but I haven't really cared for the last few. Hopefully it starts to pick up again. This is thankfully a pretty good episode, where Flanders and his kids finally have something to do. Homer enters Bart in a mini golf tournament, against Ned Flanders' son, and we see him push Bart to his limit in order to win a bet. Both Bart and Ned Flanders have some great interactions with Homer, which are pretty funny, and it's not often Todd Flanders plays a large role in an episode, so that's neat to see too. Not the best of this season, but it's definitely up there. For a Thanksgiving special, this episode is weirdly mean-spirited, with Bart screwing up Thanksgiving for the family, so he runs away from home and learns the true meaning of family. It sort of makes up for it by having a sweet ending that almost makes it worth it, although we don't celebrate Thanksgiving in Ireland, so I hate this episode. This is another episode that's considered a classic. I mean, it gave us the amazing cliff jump scene, but honestly, other than that, the rest of the episode is just sort of boring. Way too much time is spent on setting up why Bart wants to be a daredevil than just showing him actually being one. It feels like they had a good concept for an episode, but realized it only filled about half the runtime. So yeah, this one isn't amazing, on the lower end of the season so far. I'm putting it below Bart vs. Thanksgiving and above 2 Cars and something something. Finally, another one I consider great. Marge gets another episode which starts to show off her more nagging side, which we'll soon get to know more and more. This is a really funny episode where all the characters get their moments to shine, with some great commentary on cartoon violence and a message that someone can't pick and choose what deserves to be censored. Itchy and Scratchy and Marge is one of the best episodes of the season so far. For some reason, this is one of the rare episodes that begins with a title card, and a really bizarre one at that. Bart gets hit by a car. What a title. This episode is so odd. It's all about the family suing Mr. Burns after he hits Bart with his car. Well, obviously. I kind of hate this episode for its first 2/3. Like, are the Simpsons really gonna get $1 million and win the lawsuit? What do you think? It spends way too much time on an obvious conclusion. Then after the court stuff, the episode gets good. Like, really good. With Marge ruining Homer's chance of becoming a millionaire, he gets depressed and starts to question whether or not he still loves his wife. And we get this really heartwarming scene of him realizing that no matter how much money was wasted, he'll love his wife no matter what. I just wish it were part of a better episode. Another really good episode, where after potentially eating some poison, Homer is informed that he's got one day left to live, and we see just how he'd spend his last day on Earth. This is another one that I don't particularly find very funny, but the more character-driven stuff I love. Like Homer rekindling his love of his father and it quickly taking up more time in his fleeting day. Then there are a lot of the charming scenes of his last words with Bart and Lisa, it's great stuff. Honestly, my biggest issue with this episode is the cop-out ending. I know it had to end this way, it's not like there were ever any chance of them actually killing off Homer. But I guess it's just a little disappointing to have all these great character moments of Homer coming to terms with his fate, only for the ending to be, whoops, looks like you didn't eat poison after all. Still a great episode though, it's very high up there, right above Itchy and Scratchy and Marge. The Way We Was is our first flashback episode, where we see how Homer and Marge met back in the 70s, and it's a really good episode. I love the character of Artie, he's really funny. I love how much people admire him in the school while he's just a short little dork. Other than that, there's nothing more to say really. It's a funny episode that answers the question of how Marge ended up with a man like Homer. Our first episode that shows the dynamic between Homer and Lisa, as Lisa is terrified at the concept of hell, and is now afraid that her family are going there as Homer has started to steal cable. Nothing all that notable about this one, it's good, it's got a lot of funny bits and it's going right there above Dead Pudding Society. Marge's sisters finally have something to do other than just irritate Homer, as this episode pairs them up with Principal Skinner of all characters. I love how they added this one tower to Springfield Elementary just to get this one shot with them. It was a neat shot though. It's nice seeing a more human side to these characters who are usually just used as one-off jokes or foils for another character. This episode is pretty good. I'm sticking it between Homer vs. Lisa and Dead Pudding Society. In this episode, we see Homer discovering that he has a long-lost twin brother who's rich and famous. Yeah, it's just Despicable Me 3. You think this leads to an episode about Homer feeling inadequate and that his family would prefer to live with his brother, which is definitely the more generic and cliche way to do this episode. This episode has everything going against it with this jumping the shark kind of concept, but it manages to stand out and be great by having Homer messing everything up for him unintentionally. He still manages to stay on the likable side though, as you can tell he tried his best to do good. So yeah, good episode. Despite having one of the best titles of any other Season 2 episode, it's just sort of alright. They do a good job at making you sympathize with Bart's relationship with Santa's old helper, but yeah, it's decent. This is a really sad episode. We see Grandpa fall in love with a woman at his retirement home. Then he dies before he could properly get to know her. It starts off really strong, with Grandpa coming to terms with the fact that his son had wasted his last chance to spend with the woman he loved. But then it completely nosedives into this pointless and boring stick of him inheriting a ton of money and not knowing what to do with it. What follows is a bunch of unfunny scenes of people trying to get the money from him. Then he goes to bet it all at a casino, but then he gets nothing out of it and then decides to spend it on renovating the retirement home. I think if the episode were focused more on the relationship between Grandpa and Homer, it would have been a lot better, but as it is, I do not care for this one. This is what the Three-Eyed Fish episode should have been. Instead of focusing on Mr. Burns versus some random lady, the focus is on Mr. Burns wanting Marge to paint him a portrait, showing how brilliant he is, with her simply being unable to do it. With a lot of laughs and a great foil for Mr. Burns, I think this episode is really good. Of course this episode is going to be high up on my list. It's an amazing exploration of Lisa and Homer's relationship, through her getting a new teacher in school that results in her starting to lose respect for her father. It's got a really sweet ending, and I'm not talking about the "You Are Lisa Simpson" part, which is also amazing, but I really like the talk between Homer and Lisa, showing that while they don't always need to meet eye to eye, they still love each other. This is going right under Bart Gets an F. I'm not that big on this episode. I hate the setup of Marge and Homer going to marriage counseling and Homer just wanting to fish. Marge keeps telling him not to, but of course he goes and does it anyway. How humorous. It manages to somehow be even worse since he wasn't even going to go through with leaving in the end, but a wacky scenario caused him to get taken away in a boat. It's a sort of contrived thing where Homer can easily explain the mishap, but just doesn't for some reason. This episode isn't great. I enjoyed this one. It's worth putting high up there for the amazing Wonder Years parody alone. But besides that, it's a really funny episode about Bart trying to raise enough money to buy a book before deciding to go 3 ways on with Milhouse and Martin as we watch them slowly go crazy over who gets to keep it. And by slowly go crazy, I mean extremely quickly, as it happens over the course of like a minute. It sort of loses focus with the sudden twist of Bart raising money to immediately just buying it with his friends. You know, why waste so much time on his odd jobs in the first place? But it's still very funny, which I think makes up for it. This one is amazing. So Bart gives Mr. Burns a blood transplant to save his life, with Homer expecting a big reward out of it. When all he gets is a thank you card, Homer writes a letter letting him know just how he feels about him, with Bart then sending the letter to him. We see a lot of funny attempts to get the letter back by Homer. I love the post office moment.
What's your first name?
I don't know. Great plan, Bart.
This is one of the best episodes of the season. I'd put it right below Simpson and Delia. And that's season 2. It's amazing just how much they were able to refine the setting and characters in just one season. And despite a few decent episodes here and there, it's a really strong season with plenty of other great episodes. It's definitely a good sign when the worst episode of the season is just average. Let's get right on to season 3 and see if they can keep up this streak. Stark Raving Dad? That's funny. I don't remember this episode at all. I think this must be a typo in my list because I'm looking at my Disney Plus right now and I see no Stark Raving Dad. I guess that means it must have never existed, because that's how it always works. Despite this episode being blacklisted for guest starring Michael Jackson, it's a shame because the episode itself is really good. Homer goes to a mental ward for wearing a pink shirt, where he meets a man pretending to be Michael Jackson. This is another one that manages to brilliantly blend really funny moments with a pretty sweet story about Bart getting his sister a birthday present. It's just too bad it'll be lost to time. This episode is fine. What? I don't have a ton to say about every episode. This episode is great. It shows us a side of Homer and Flanders' relationship we haven't really seen before. After quitting his job to open up a left-handed store called the Leftorium, Homer wishes that the store goes out of business, which actually happens, and we see him start to feel guilty after they're forced out of their house, and in the end helps him get the store back. Overall, a really funny episode. The Simpsons really love these whodunit courthouse episodes, don't they? After working for the Mafia, Bart inadvertently causes Skinner to go missing, and now we have to find out who the murderer was. And yeah, it's a decently funny episode, I guess. I'd put it right below Mr. Lisa Goes to Washington. So last. Homer to Find is great. The episode focuses on Homer saving the town from a nuclear explosion, by complete dumb luck. So now he's praised as a hero for something he did unintentionally. There's also a great subplot about Bart not being allowed to see Milhouse for being a bad influence. There's only so many ways to say it's a funny episode. So this is quite the humorous picture show. I shall place it right under Stark Raving Dad. Not that into this episode. I really enjoy how it starts with Krusty continuing to push back dinner with the Simpsons to reward Bart for saving him back in season 1. And all the stuff with the family is great. Milhouse has some funny moments too. But when it starts to get into the stuff about Bart and Lisa trying to find Krusty's dad, I just lose interest. So I'd say it's a decent episode. You know what's a way for me to not take your horror story seriously? If you start the episode with Marge telling me, the audience, just how terrifying and more scary than last year it's gonna be. Especially when the main goal of these episodes aren't even to be scary. Trace of Horror 2 is fine. I like the Twilight Zone parody, but that's about it. Lisa's Pony is another great Homer and Lisa episode. To regain her love, Homer decides to buy a pony for her, and must take another job to provide for it. It's really nice seeing how far Homer would work himself just to make his kid happy, and the stuff with him working in the Quickie Mart is amazing. I'm dropping this one right below Stark Raving Dad. Kind of a cliche plot for an episode, but I think it does a good job with it. Not the best of the season, but it was pretty funny, and I guess that's all it was really trying to do. Another fan favorite episode. The way Homer and Mo work off each other is really well done, and it's just funny all around. I mean, it's such a relatable story. I hate when people steal my ideas. Other than the landed chocolate moment, there's not much to this episode that really stands out. It's not bad, but I like it enough. This is like a mid-tier season 3 episode. Another great flashback episode. In this one we see the events leading up to Bart being born, and it's a really heartwarming episode. It's nice seeing just how much effort Homer went through to provide for his family. This is definitely one of the best season 3 episodes. I'm putting it right above Lisa's Pony. I don't really care for Radio Bart. You can tell exactly where it's going with a really generic boy who cried wolf trope. It's also just really mean-spirited in general. Like, no matter if he lied to the whole town or not about a boy being trapped down a well, he's 10 years old, you're not just gonna leave him there when he eventually gets trapped down there. This is another one I'm not that big a fan of. It's a shame because after so many great Homer and Lisa episodes, this one was a big disappointment. Lisa gets upset at Homer for only wanting her around to help him bet on football games, which makes him come across as really unlikable, especially when we've seen the lengths he's gone for previously. The ending is also a little confusing. It doesn't really seem like they had an idea of how to resolve things, so decided, hey, if this team loses, then Lisa might have just been trying to trick her father, but not even she knows if she's doing that, and it just wasn't thought out very well. Low tier episode. It's odd because I feel like The Simpsons has done this plot like 50 times in other episodes. It's Marge going away from the house for a while and the family can't function without her. How unique. There's also this weird part where Homer calls a place and they do the exact same joke that was in Saturdays of Thunder. 99% sure they literally reused the animation. This episode is fine and pretty funny, but it's not the most original. This is another really mean-spirited one, but I don't mind as much as it's still really funny. Honestly, I find the side plot more entertaining than the main, with Homer's influence on Flanders' kids.
What did you say?
I said I don't want any damn vegetables.
But the stuff with Bart and Edna is still really good. I'd say this is a pretty great episode. This is one that I actually really didn't care for as a kid, but I guess that was also because I hated any episode that wasn't in HD because I was dumb and that's all that mattered to me back then. But rewatching it, this episode might just be my favorite of the season so far. It's amazing. It's got one of the strangest plots with the nuclear plant starting a softball team, but the jokes completely elevate this episode to one of the best. Although the cameos can get a little overbearing at times, especially since when I watched this and to this day I have no clue who any of these baseball stars are. Isn't that right, Cybershell?
Yep.
This episode is fine. It's a classic role reversal story with Lisa becoming a troublemaker and Bart becoming the responsible one. There's not a whole lot to say, it's alright. I'm putting it right under Burns and the German name. This is another one where it seems a little directionless. It's built up around the family dog being sick and everyone needs to cut back on spending to save up for its medical costs. But then after that it runs away and suddenly it's a Mr. Burns episode halfway, where Bart needs to get Santa's little helper back from him. Again, it's decent. I'll put it one above the previous episode. Homer gets really unreasonably pissed at Marge in this episode. It all kicks off because she told him to be quiet at a theater when he was bothering everyone. But other than that, this episode is good. I like the character of Laureline, and it's kinda weird seeing Homer be so invested with another woman, even though it's implied to just be a friendship. But he's really clueless about her coming on to him and I'm not a big fan of that. Only shame is I think an episode coming up is a way better version of this one. But as it is, I like this one fair enough. This episode marks the return of Sideshow Bob, and what a weird thing to do with him for his second appearance. He's marrying Bart's Aunt Selma, and Bart and Lisa have to once again team up to prove he's got ulterior motives. It's good. That's all I have to... I always forget about this episode's existence. Otto gets fired and has to stay with the Simpsons, so Homer needs to help him get his job back. A very simple setup for a very forgettable episode. Otto just isn't the sort of character that can carry a show like this. I like this one a lot. We get to see another Bart and Milhouse rivalry episode, and it's smart to give their relationship this kind of foil. I'm not that into the Homer subplot where he accidentally gets a better vocabulary. I need a better vocabulary. But I enjoyed the main plot well enough to forgive it. It's weird, I always forget they brought back Homer's brother only after one season. It seems like the kind of thing you'd want to wait a while before reintroducing, but at least we got to see the aftermath of Homer ruining his empire. Other than that, this episode isn't all that memorable. He wants to invent something, Homer gives him the money to do so, then he invents it and becomes rich again. Kinda disappointing considering I really like the first one, but whatever, this episode can still be funny at times. It's just not as good. And there we have it, we finished season 3. While I don't think it's as good as the second season, there are still plenty of amazing episodes here that are among my top 10 so far, such as Homer at the Baton when Flanders failed. Are you getting tired yet? Because we're not even a 10th of the way there. Oh joy. I honestly don't see why everyone likes this episode so much. Bart and Lisa go to what's supposed to be the most amazing camp of all time, so of course by the laws of comedy it's actually the worst place on earth. Maybe it's just me, but I don't find this episode very funny at all. I was surprised to find out this concept was originally going to be used for the Simpsons movie, and that just sounds awful. Don't care for this one.
He's such a bitch.
Whoa, Bart can't say bitch, this is a kid's show! Also, the episode is fine. For some reason, I always confuse this episode with Homer and the 8th Commandment. Maybe it's because they both focus on Homer doing something against God and that they're both of a similar quality. I would say the stealing one is better since there's that connection between Homer versus Lisa, but this one still has great bits like Homer's talk with God. This is a really good episode that could have ended up very bad. I like that Lisa appreciates Homer giving up his blimp ride in exchange for trying to make her happy, and even though she doesn't want to enter the pageant, she does it anyway to show that appreciation. It's sweet. This is my favorite Treehouse of Horror so far. I love the Gremlins parody, the King Kong one is fine, and the zombie one is also fine, I guess. Again, I'm not that into these types of anthology shows. It's the best of a bad bunch for me. This is a really good Homer and Bart episode. It would be easy to make Homer seem unreasonable and likable here, but you understand his point of view completely, in wanting to stick to his guns. With a lot of great moments and a nice ending, this is one of my favorites of the season so far. What an odd episode concept considering Mr. Burns has already met Marge multiple times, but it's made up for by just being a really entertaining episode. With hilarious moments from Lionel Hutz and honestly a pretty forgettable Bart B story, I'd say this episode is around mid-tier. Like, we've already done the boy who cried wolf story with Bart, we didn't need him to literally cry and get mauled by a wolf. Surprised it took them 4 seasons to get to a plot like this, but I really enjoy where they went with it, with both Bart and Homer needing to wage war against another person. With Bart trying to get back at Jimbo for being in a relationship with a neighbor he has a crush on, and Homer trying to get back at the sea captain for advertising his buffet as all you can eat and wouldn't let them eat them out of business. They're both very simple stories but manage to be really funny. I especially love the unique payoff to the Moe prank calls finally. I love Mr. Ply. It's kind of like another version of the Flaming Moe plotline, with Homer's ID being stolen by one of his friends. And while I think that episode has a better character dynamic, I mean Barney stealing Homer's idea sorta comes out of nowhere here, and his competitiveness is a little out of character. I can forgive it and put this episode higher than that one, because I just think it's way funnier. I really love Homer's TV advert and God sabotaging them. Here we go, episode 69. Aw yeah! Here we have the season's traditional flashback episode that goes over Bart's jealousy of Lisa after she's born. This episode has a good blend of comedy and emotional moments, with an amazing ending. This is probably the best of the season so far. This episode has a lot of brilliant moments of animation with Homer's heart issues, but other than that, this episode feels a little directionless. Homer wants surgery. He buys a cheap one, and it works. There we go. It's still really funny though, which raises it above a lot of the other episodes of the season. I think it's time for my most controversialist of controversial opinions. I am not that big a fan of Marge versus the Monorail. I don't think it's a bad episode at all, I just personally don't see all the hype, it's just like, okay?
But the song, Mark! You're forgetting the song!
Says YouTube personality Nintendo, and to that I say, the song sucks. Yeah, I said it. It's like 30 seconds long, and I'm sorry, Simpsons crowds should never sing because all I can hear are like 50 slightly different voices from Yardley Smith and Nancy Cartwright. Fight me. Selma's choice is pretty good. Not the best, but it's got some funny jokes. That's about it. It's a little forgettable. This is the episode that stars the acclaimed actor Dead Bart. What an honor! And the episode is pretty good too, so that's great. Homer's fight with Bart's big brother is very funny, although it's obvious that the later episode Simpsons guy had the better fight scene. Nice try, Season 4 writers. Better luck next time. This is a great episode, I love it a lot. Ralph finally gets an episode all about him, and it's clear they hadn't exactly figured out his character yet, with him being all serious at the end. But honestly, I kind of prefer him to just be a clueless weird kid than a wacky one-liner character, like in his newer episodes. So this was a nice change of pace. Here's another good episode. With Homer needing to give up beer for an entire month, we see just how greatly it's impacted his health, and relationships with others, especially Marge. It's really nice, and my biggest issue is the conformity to the status quo, with him obviously needing to be a drunk again by the end of the episode, to the dismay of Marge. But hey Marge, you can't blame him too much since he was just listening to your advice. Another classic episode that I actually don't think is all that amazing. It's okay and it has a lot of really funny moments, but between those funny moments are scenes that are just kind of boring with a really forgettable plotline about the plant workers going on strike. No amount of dental plants can save that. Uh-oh, The Simpsons finally jumped the shark with a clip show episode. I like where this was building up to. I wouldn't have minded it just be an episode that focused on April Fool's Day pranks going wrong, but the second the clip show starts is the second I lose interest. That also probably wouldn't have worked as well though, since there have already been like 20 episodes where he ends up in the hospital. You can tell which locations they like the best. These episodes have two very disconnected plot lines. I like the main one that focuses on Bart, Lisa, and Grandpa writing cartoon episodes, and the side plot is about Homer going to night school so he can finally officially pass high school. It's a hilarious episode nevertheless. Of course it's got the great John K jab, but it still manages to be good throughout. And that's not even to mention the Ned Flanders moment at the end that comes out of nowhere. They 100% just didn't have enough time to fill 22 minutes and added this.
My wife recently passed away. I thought teaching might ease my loneliness.
Will this be on the test?
No.
Walking Dead's okay. OMG guys, did The Simpsons predict a corona? Whoa, top 30 facts you didn't know about The Simpsons. Subscribe, like the videos, and always remember to buy my plushies. This is a decent episode. I like it well enough, it's probably the best Krusty episode so far. But I don't get how the Gabbo show got so popular in the first place. This was the 90s. Were standards really that low? Anyway, Season 4 was a pretty good progression from the previous two. None of the episodes managed to be better than the best of those ones, but for the most part this season is consistently good. Let me specify again, that just because an episode is at the bottom of my season list doesn't mean it's bad, it just means it's the least good. On to Season 5. Season 5 is starting off strong with another flashback episode I really enjoy, with Homer telling his kids about the time he spent as a one-hit wonder. And to be fair, Baby on Board is a really catchy song. So with all that and a lot of great jokes, I'd put this at the top of my Season 5 list so far. Oh yeah, it's the only one. Another Sideshow Bob episode, and it's actually my favorite one so far. With Sideshow Bob trying to get out of prison to finally kill Bart once and for all, the Simpsons have to go into witness protection to get away from him. There are a lot of great moments in this one. I love Homer's chainsaw bit, and the musical part at the end is really funny. Wow, Season 5 is really good so far. And this episode is not an exception. With Homer not having a college degree, he's forced to go back and get one, otherwise he gets fired from his job. It really shows how great this character is when you can put him in any setting where you think he wouldn't belong, like a college dorm or something, and he still manages to work greatly. I also love his roommates. My biggest complaint would be by the end of the episode when the nerds get kicked out of school, it kind of turns into another one of those, "Whoa, a random character has moved into the Simpsons house and the family got to deal with their wacky shenanigans" type of things. But it's still good. I'm putting this at the lowest of the season, but again, we're 3 episodes in, it's still a great episode. Here we have an episode that tries to go into the backstory of Mr. Burns and how he wants to get a burr back from his childhood, after it winds up in the arms of the Simpsons family naturally. This is another frustrating one as once again it features the family being offered $1 million for the burr, but it is sweet seeing the torture Homer would put himself through for the sake of his daughter. It's weird just how many episodes feature the Simpsons almost getting rich before some minor complication comes in at the last second and messes everything up. This episode also starts up the show's long-lasting feud between Mr. Burns and Maggie. This episode's pretty good. I surprisingly enjoy this Trios of Horror quite a bit too. I like the Homer selling his soul for a donut segment, the vampire one is pretty funny, but I don't really care for the Bart one at all. It's one of those cliched trope stories where Bart sees something nobody else can and nobody believes him about it, with him seeing this small little gremlin thing on the side of the bus, and everyone thinks he's crazy, which just isn't funny to me, it's annoying. This is nowhere near my favourite of the season, but as Trios of Horrors go, this one is alright. This episode is sort of forgettable. The main story is about Marge going on a night out with her neighbour and having a great time as Homer and Chief Wiggum chase him down. I think the subplot is way more entertaining with the kids being babysat by Lionel Hutz of all characters. But yeah, I mean, this one is fine. I'm putting it right above the Trios of Horror. This episode sucks, it has no direction at all. Marge is upset about constantly being seen as nothing but a nagger, so she gets into these self-help books by a guy called Brad Goodman. So you'd think this episode is about that and how she's gonna try be less naggy, but no, they go to one of Brad's seminars where he fixates on Bart, and suddenly everyone in town wants to act like him. Then a bunch of stuff goes wrong and everyone decides to stop acting like Bart. Like, how did we go from Marge stuff to everyone acting like Barge? Barge, what? It's so unorganized and not very funny in the process. If you want to go and watch this episode, just sit through the beginning, which is the amazing Trampoline escapade, but when that ends, just stop and move on. Low tier episode. This is another one where it's like, how did we go from here to here? Bart and Milhouse find $20 and go on the kids' version of a drunken binge. And then Bart wakes up the next day realizing he signed up for the Boy Scouts. There must have been an easier way to get here, right? I think the Boy Scout stuff is boring as well. Then they try to bring some kind of Homer and Bart relationship thing into it way too late, and again, like the previous episode, it just feels unorganized. This season started off really strong, but it's starting to wane a little. Hopefully it picks up again with... This is what Colonial Homer should have been. It's that episode, but 10 times better. Instead of giving Homer some random country singer to potentially cheat on Marge with, because we obviously know we wouldn't do that, they pair him up with basically the female version of him, which creates more stakes in the matter. It's quite the sad episode at times, but I really enjoy how much they push Homer's temptations on him, to show at the end that he really would never cheat on her. Great stuff. This episode's alright. Mr. Burns opens a casino to help the local economy and Marge starts to develop a gambling addiction. It's weird just how much it's slowly turning into the Mr. Burns and Smithers show, but hey, I'm not complaining because this episode is good. The stuff with Marge is a little uneventful, which makes me more inclined to put this to the low to mid end of the season, but it's still a good watch.
Security system takes control of Squidward's house and begins attacking the city, leaving the mayor to give Squidward community service for the damage he caused, even though SpongeBob...
Here's another whodunit mystery episode, a staple of each season. The characters don't even figure out who it is. There's just a bunch of neighborhood watch shenanigans before Grandpa hops in and tells everyone who did it. Then it randomly starts to become a short little 3-minute ending story about the characters trying to find his hidden millions, but like, why? The episode could have just ended well enough after they got their possessions back. It just comes off as padding. Again though, it's the sort of episode where I can forgive the predictable plot because overall it's a funny episode. It's around mid-tier. This one is pretty good, thankfully. Bart gets famous with his classic catchphrase, "I didn't do it," but after countless days of saying the line, he starts to fall back into obscurity. This is another good meta-commentary in the show itself, with how quick your success can go away, while still managing to be funny at the same time. To join the rankings of episodes that feature random characters staying at The Simpsons, we have Apu staying with them this time after he gets fired from the Quickie Mart after giving Homer food poisoning. The stuff with James Woods seems a little random and just having a celebrity cameo for the sake of having a cameo, but it's still good. And the Homer and Apu stuff really elevates it all. I really love the song too. How could I not? I think you'd have to be insane to not enjoy this. Even if he did end up lying to us through it. I hate when people do that. This episode is fine.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
You probably should ignore that.
I don't care for this episode all that much, really. I like the space training stuff a lot more than I actually like the space part itself. The idea of Homer going to space is funny, but I don't know, maybe it's just that I didn't see the episode when it first came out. So to me as a kid, Homer going to space was nothing new. He's done it a bunch. The best part about this one is that it later gives us a really funny joke on Homer's enemy. This marked the moment for a lot of people as when The Simpsons jumped the shark, and we're not even a sixth of the way through. It's a great sign of things to come. Another simple concept that shakes up the character dynamics, with Homer actually wanting to spend time with Flanders. Although it is a little weird how quick Flanders wants nothing to do with Homer. Still funny though, it's a great episode, moving on. Meh, don't really get the buzz about this one. Another good episode that pairs up two unlikely characters, with Mr. Burns taking Bart in as his heir, as he starts to want to stay there more than his own house. It's a sweet episode, but among all these other great ones it ends up just being around mid-tier. I'm putting it right under Homer Goes to College. Here we are, our first milestone, episode 100. You have successfully listened to me talk about 100 whole episodes of The Simpsons. So how do they celebrate this? It's alright. I like Bart and Skinner's relationship, and Flanders as the principal is funny, especially how he gets fired. On to 101. Look, it's another murder mystery episode. It's fine. It's about a character we've never knew before, so it's not very interesting. The series really likes its Burns vs. Grandpa episodes, and this is one of the best, I think, with the two fighting over Marge's mother, which now that I think about it is kinda creepy considering his son married her daughter. It's a good episode with a fun side plot, but there's not much else to it. This episode is very funny at first, but quickly becomes miserable with Homer being kicked out of the house for like the 5th time so far in the series, and we see him try to get back on Marge's good graces. I'd put it around the middle of the list.
Ooh, hey, ah, ooh.
So that's season 5. Overall a mixed bag of a season. A lot of great episodes, but a lot of decent ones too. Still nothing awful though, the worst episode is just kinda boring. On to season 6. I don't know what to say at this point. It's yet another murder mystery episode, this time about Flanders. Did he really kill his family? What do you think? Still a funny episode though, so you're at the top of the list for now, Bart of Darkness, but I swear to God it won't be for long. Giving Lisa someone better than her creates some good character moments, and I love the stuff with the girl's family. It's not the most memorable episode, but still I really enjoy this one. The title says it all, only 2 episodes later and we have another clip show. This one actually has a pretty good setup that I think could have been used in an episode that doesn't rely on just playing clips of older ones. With Marge wanting to teach the kids about love, and ends up talking about what happened with the bowling guy back in season 1. I guess theming their clip shows around an idea like love works better than just a bunch of random clips, even if they don't entirely commit to it, but yeah, it's another clip show. I always loved these sort of episodes as a kid where characters go to a fictional theme park. It allows them to get really creative with the visuals, and Itchy and Scratchy Land doesn't disappoint.
So, Mr. Itchy, you think you're God's gift to women, do ya?
Here's a weird episode I always forget exists. I presume the writers were getting tired of just having Bob come back to try kill Bart every episode, so this time he tries to run for mayor. The episode is fine. I like the stuff of Lionel Hutz, but I won't lie and say that watching these in orders is making it clear just how many of these episodes will wind up in the courtroom for some reason. This is one I actually really love. The Shining parody with Homer trying to kill everyone is iconic. I'm always a fan of time travel episodes, and the teachers becoming cannibals and trying to eat the students managed to creep me out a lot as a kid. Wow, a treehouse of horror that actually managed to deliver on the horror? Color me impressed. This episode's okay. It's a little mean-spirited to Bart for no reason, but still, it's okay. Another sweet episode that focuses on Bart and Lisa's relationship, and shows that while they fight a lot, they do care for each other in the end. I like this one. Homer Badman is an episode that's much more relevant today than it was back when it aired. So many of the jokes were written as super exaggerated portrayals of mob mentality, and how people will stretch the truth about anything to put someone down without any evidence, but nowadays they don't come off as so out of this world. It's very sad to think about.
I'm sorry, I can't go on.
That's okay. Your tears say more than real evidence ever could.
I wasn't that into this episode at first, but when they get to the farmhouse where Homer grew up, I start to really get into it. It's just a shame that's when the episode ends. I love the opening to this episode that sets up how Homer gets banned from the bar. It's so mundane. And the scene with Homer in the lesbian bar is amazing. It's interesting to see more about Marge's past, especially her father, who we don't really see too often. And the payoff at the end is great. I wish it had gone a little deeper with it, as they get into the therapy stuff a little late to explore it all that much. Another iconic episode. While the idea of a secret cult is a little surreal for The Simpsons at this point, it's an amazing episode that's hilarious and full of great character moments. I'm putting this episode at the top of the season, and I honestly don't see it moving from there. I guess we'll see. Maybe I spoke too soon, because this is my favorite flashback episode, with Homer telling us the story of how Maggie was born. It's again a really great episode that shows how far he's willing to go for his family, with him quitting his job at the power plant for a more fulfilling one he enjoys, but eventually deciding to give it all back and go back to provide for his family. And do I need to even mention the ending? Top tier episode. Bart's comment is decent. While not bad, it sorta gets lost behind the way better episodes the season has given us. This episode feels like a natural byproduct of them initially wanting Krusty the Clown to be Homer's alter ego, as Homer goes to clown college and starts to reap the benefits of people thinking he's Krusty. I love all the build up to Homer deciding to go to clown college, and him abusing his power is always funny. The Simpsons are finally starting to go abroad, with Bart pissing off the entire country of Australia after calling a boy to ask about the direction in which their toilets flush. After this, they have to travel to there to apologize, in which he doesn't. Good episode all around. Next. Man, they really love these character versus episode titles, don't they? I always remembered this episode more for the Bart subplot about him doing ballet and learning to love it, rather than the main one about Homer needing to borrow money from Marge's sisters, who start to make his life miserable or else they'll tell Marge about what he did. This one is really mean-spirited for both the plots and just ends up making me feel bad. Still funny, but not the best. Our first crossover, with the short-lasting TV show The Critic. Despite Matt Groening's thoughts on crossovers, this episode manages to be one of the best of the show to me, just because of how funny it is. As a kid, I had no idea what The Critic was, but still loved this episode. Of course, some standout moments include football in the groin, Flanders film, and how could I forget Don't Cry For Me, I'm Already Dead. Top tier. Boy, they sure do love their flashback episodes this season. Or I guess flash forwards in this case. Thankfully though, this is one of my favorites like the last. Seeing Lisa bringing her boyfriend back to her home to meet her family and being embarrassed by them seems like a very realistic scenario. I love the ending to this one. It's really nice, showing that she wouldn't give up her relationship with her family in exchange for a boy who doesn't accept where she came from. It's a good. See My Vest is a great song, but that's really all I have to say. Forgettable. This is a good episode. Not a great episode, but it's nice to see them bring back Bleeding Gums Murphy from season 1, even if it is to kill him off. With a sweet ending and some good jokes, I'd put this one around mid-tier. Seriously, there are so many amazing episodes this season, not everything can go at the top. Good episode. It's fun seeing Marge being put in such a position of power. I loved this one as a kid, and even today I really enjoy it. Seeing that Shelbyville, which we've only really heard about up until this point, is just this weird backwards version of Springfield with counterparts for each character is hilarious. It's hard to look at this one on its own considering it's meant to be a part 1 that holds you over to the next season, but up until the end it stands as its own episode for the most part. Because of that, a part of me wishes they had kinda got to the point a bit sooner. I mean, we already know that everyone in town hates Mr. Burns, we didn't really need to establish that. But since it was meant to be an actual mystery for people at home to try and discover themselves, I guess they did need to give specific moments for certain characters. As it is, I like this one well enough. It's pretty good, nowhere near my favorite though. This season was great. I forgot how many classic fan favorite episodes came from this one. Let's hope they keep this streak up and see how they decided to pay off this epic mystery after holding people over for so long. The thrilling conclusion to Who Shot Mr. Burns takes us through an investigation of all the possible suspects set up in the first episode. So who was it? Skinner? Mr. Smithers? Maggie Simpson? Oh. While funny, this payoff seems kinda like a cop-out to me. Of course it was somewhat set up in the first part, although very subtly. And I know they couldn't just send one of the main characters to prison and write them out of the show, so making it Maggie would just be easier. I don't know, I think this episode is really good and my only issue with it is the reveal itself being kinda lame. This episode's pretty good. Milhouse is one of my favorite secondary characters, so more of him can only be a good thing. Finally, an answer to the question everyone's been asking for the past 7 seasons. Why have the kids not been taken away by child services at this point? This is a great episode. I love seeing the kids staying with Flanders, Rod and Todd get a lot of great moments, and the ending with Maggie is really charming. Top of the season so far. This season so far just keeps topping itself. Bart sells his soul is one of my all-time favorites. We see a side of Bart we don't usually get the chance to see. With him selling his soul to Milhouse and the lengths he'd go through to get it back. And that's not even to mention this episode's most defining aspect, Alf being back, in Pog form. With an amazing Bart story and an equally funny side plot about Moe trying to turn his bar into a family-friendly restaurant, Bart Sells His Soul is going to be very high up on my list. I can see where they're going with this episode, and while I do like the overall message from Apu, that you can think however you want as long as you don't shove your beliefs down other people's throats, this episode makes Lisa extremely unlikable for no reason. Like suddenly after 7 seasons of happily enjoying meat, she wants to take the moral high ground over the other residents of Springfield after a day or two of becoming a vegetarian. The thing about a lot of these episodes though, is that even if I don't necessarily enjoy the story or the characterization, they've still got a lot of great jokes. The only reason I remember this one is for the Don't Touch Willie joke, of course. And obviously the Homer Cubed segment, which was extremely impressive for the time it came out for TV CGI. But the other two just aren't really all that enjoyable to me. Very funny episode. I love seeing Homer get even fatter and how much he embraces it in the end. Especially since the only reason he did it was so that he could work from home, which is hilarious. What else is there to say? It's a good episode. Fantastic one. Again, this is another fan favorite and I 100% agree, this episode is damn near perfect. Finally getting to see who Homer's mother was and why she had to leave him is interesting, while still managing to be funny, and connecting her with Mr. Burns is a clever way of bringing in some secondary characters, as well as providing a reason for why she can't just become a new side character in the show and needs to leave Homer again. Which gives us one of the best moments in the entire series, that's heart-wrenching and bittersweet despite not saying a single word. Love it. Have I mentioned yet how I'm not the biggest fan of Sideshow Bob? I don't know, it seems like there's only a few things they can ever really do with him, and a lot of these episodes featuring him blend together to me. This time he's gonna blow up the entire town unless they get rid of television, but Bart and Lisa once again team up and you get the drill. Not a fan. Oh wow, another clip show! Although I actually like this one quite a bit. Being completely meta about it is a way better way of doing an episode like this. And getting to see some deleted scenes is neat, showing some of the old Tracy Ullman shorts, as well as the new material written for the episode with Troy McClure, which is always good to see. Love this one too. Wow, I'm realizing just how many of my favorites come from this season. It's another one that shows Bart's moral compass, and how while he may do some bad things at times, he's still a good kid who puts things right in the end. It's quite sad seeing Marge's completely realistic reaction to finding out what her son did. Not lashing out, but instead just disconnecting herself from him entirely. And it's sad seeing Bart try to cope with this, even getting a bizarre scene between him and Millhouse's mum of all characters. Love this episode.
We live in a society of laws!
Good episode. Homer's always been shown to be a bowling fan throughout the show, so it's nice to see an actual episode about it. You know, one where he actually is the one bowling. But yeah, it's funny. George Bush moves next door to The Simpsons, and we see Bart perpetually annoy him in a pretty funny Dennis the Menace parody. It's sort of mean-spirited since George Bush really did nothing wrong, especially since he's then forced to apologize at the end, but it's not a huge deal, as the president isn't really a character we care all that much about. It's still a funny one. I like this episode. It's got a good ending. We get to see another side of Marge where she isn't just supporting the other characters, or getting into whatever hijinks they're doing, or reacting to that. She has her own wants and goals in this one, and we get to explore that a bit more with her. This one's okay. At first it feels like a different take on Krusty Gets Cancelled, but it tries to go somewhere different with the assumed suicide of Krusty. But this aspect is introduced a little late into the episode for them to explore a life without him. They find out he's still alive way too quick before his presumed death could have any real impact on anything. This one's kinda boring. I like Homer being the town crier, but the stuff with Jebediah Springfield isn't all that interesting to me. This one's good. It's cool seeing a more confident side of Mr. Burns physically, with the implication being that the reason he's so weak and codependent is because Smithers never challenges him or lets him do anything for himself. The scene where Homer hits Mr. Burns is so satisfying after him be tortured throughout the whole episode, and practically for the past 7 seasons. And again, my biggest issue with it is that they need to conform to the status quo and reset everything by the end. Itchy and scratchy episodes are always good to see, and this one doesn't disappoint. With it being revealed that the creator of the show got his work stolen from him, and Bart and Lisa need to prove that he was the real creator behind the cartoon. Also, is it just me or does the ending for this one go on a little long? I don't know, it seems like the kind of thing that would lead to a hard cut after revealing these 2 kids who saved the dad that look eerily like Bart and Lisa, and then it just keeps going with it for another bit. That's not a complaint though, I think it's hilarious. Great episode. I could go on about the plot of this one, but there's no need. I'm not usually one to put an episode high on my list for one scene here or there. I more so dedicate the higher spots on my list for episodes that I think are all around good throughout. But I can't not put this one up there for the brilliant Planet of the Apes musical scene. It's one of those jokes that as a kid I was like, what? This is boring, what does this have to do with anything? But the older I got, the more I just got it. Good episode all around, but that scene steals the show. Whoever came up with Chimpanzee to Chimpanzee deserves a raise. I think this is the episode that inspired those weird but oddly relaxing Vaporwave Simpsons edits. I think that's what they're called, I don't know. Seeing Homer and Lisa's relationship develop some more is always good to see too. I like this one a lot despite the odd concept of Bart and his friends going on a road trip. I know I said before that I'm not a fan of these anthology kind of things, so you'd think an episode where the gimmick is seeing small chunks of what different characters in Springfield are getting up to on a single day wouldn't be my thing, but I like this one a ton actually. I think it's because of how they connect, you know, it all flows naturally for the most part. Not to mention each segment is just funny in its own right, and if one isn't then it's not that big of a deal. If I don't care for a Treehouse of Horror segment, I gotta sit through it for another 7 more minutes, and hope I find the next one entertaining. But here, if I don't like one, I just have to wait a minute or 2 for the next one to roll around. Another Mr. Burns vs. Grandpa episode, and it's the worst one. I think it's boring. I like this one. It's nice seeing some more backstory for Apu, but it's a case where I enjoy the opening story a lot more than the proper one it gets into. That's not to say I think Bart Taxes could carry its own episode, but I think it's really funny and we get our first won't somebody think of the children moment to my knowledge. But while the Apu stuff is interesting, it's just not all that funny to me. This is a fine episode. Homer interacting with Gen Zers is funny, but apart from that, this episode isn't all that interesting to me. Maybe it's just because of all the great episodes this season has to offer that makes this one not stand out that much, but it is what it is. Wonderful season finale. We see a new side of Lisa, with her wanting to reinvent herself while on vacation, so she can fit in with some cool kids. It's got a good message, and even though he doesn't have many moments, Milhouse really shines here, despite being the dud.
How come Lisa doesn't have to play? Why does she get to hang out with her friends?
You got friends, you got the dud right here.
I know I said this for season 6, but I think this might be my favorite so far. A lot of my favorite episodes are in here, like Mother Simpson and Marge Be Not Proud. How you holding up? You doing okay over there? Getting tired yet? Well, I hope not, because we're only 22% of the way there. Kill me! Yikes, not starting the season off strong for me. Thankfully though, I like 2 of these stories. I'm always a fan of evil twin stuff, and the one about Bill Clinton and Bob Dole being Kang and Kodos in disguise is entertaining. It's just the Lisa one I'm not that a big fan of here. One of my favorites, this episode is hilarious. Hank Scorpio is a great character, and I'm honestly kinda glad they haven't brought him back since his appearance. Who knows though, they'll probably drag him back in for season 33, since the show currently seems obsessed with referencing the golden era. This is where they really start to get a little outlandish with Homer's new professions. I mean, I guess going to space was worse, but you get what I mean. Still though, despite the bizarre story, I'm not really a fan of this one. It's just sort of boring to me, and Mo is more unlikable than usual for the majority of it. This episode's okay. I like the beginning of it at the Apple place, but the stuff with Burns' long-lost son seems a little contrived and not very funny. Not to mention it just eventually turns into another character needs to stay at the Simpsons house episode. Alright, cool, we have another episode I like. Again, I'm starting to notice the plot's getting a little more out there with Bart getting a job at a burlesque house, but it makes up for it by being generally funny and having a nice song at the end. Kirk Van Houten is a criminally underutilized character who finally gets the spotlight in this episode, where he gets divorced with his wife.
I sleep in a racing car, do you?
I sleep in a big bed with my wife.
This is also the first real time they decided to not conform to resetting the events of the episode by the end. I guess they assumed Milhouse's parents' relationship wasn't all that necessary to fix. It's also weird how by the end of the episode it becomes less about his parents and more about Marge and Homer getting remarried. Which is a sweet contrast to the depressing nature of the other two, I guess. 2 stable characters are getting paired up yet again, with Lisa developing a crush on Nelson. There are a ton of great jokes here. Again, Milhouse has the best moments.
When she sees you'll do anything she says, she's bound to respect you.
I'm putting this one high up there for the jokes alone. Good episode. Love this side of Ned Flanders we rarely see, with him going crazy and snapping at everyone in town, which seems a little mean-spirited since they were genuinely trying to help. Still though, it's cool to see some of Ned's past. Pretty good episode. I'd put this one high up for the animation alone. It's really impressive and topped off with a heartwarming ending. That's all. I never realized this one was a crossover with the X-Files as a kid, and it stands on its own apart from it. It's like a better version of the Bigfoot episode in Radio Bart with the town getting in a craze over something in the woods. It's a good one. Very funny. I like it a lot. Marge operating a pretzel wagon sounds like one of those dumb jokes they would have done to make fun of how they're running out of ideas.
Marge becomes a robot.
This episode is boring, and their attempt to make it more interesting by incorporating the Yakuza in it for some reason doesn't help it out. It just makes it more muddled. Bad episode. The nuclear plant needs to learn some team building exercises, so they have to race to the top of a mountain, with the losers being fired. Mr. Burns and Homer get a ton of great moments together with them being paired up. It's also nice to see Mr. Smithers paired up with Bart and Lisa. I know a team up that you think wouldn't work, but there are a lot of funny moments in this episode. Not the best of the season, but also not the worst. I'm putting it around the middle. The Simpsons family are possibly at their most obnoxious here. They get a magical nanny, parroting Mary Poppins, to help them with their housework, and she does a wonder in improving their lives. but after she's about to leave, they force her to stay, as if not, they'll literally destroy themselves. After this, she works herself to death, and you feel so bad for her. The jokes definitely make up for it, though. It's a very funny one. Not amazing, but it's okay. It's kinda sad to see them mocking the idea of the show running out of ideas back in season 8. I mean, if that's what they thought back then how do they feel now over 2 decades later? As it is though, this episode is amazing. Tons of great jokes, it manages to be meta but still stand on its own at the same time, and Homer's cartoon is hilarious. It's weird how inconsistent this season is. Sometimes it has some of the best episodes the show has to offer, and other times it just has some of the worst. Boy, I sure hope somebody got fired for those blunders. This episode could simply not exist today. Having your main character be openly homophobic is such a weird concept, but it still manages to work within the episode, while making sure Homer is still a likable character at the end. Homer meets a man who turns out to be gay and starts to worry that he may start to rub off on Bart, so tries his best to steer Bart in his preferred direction. I love this episode. I like the character of John a lot, he's just a genuinely nice guy. One of my favorites of the season. It's another Sideshow Bob episode, I don't care, I'm sorry, it's fine, moving on. This is the most cruel episode yet. Lisa has to babysit Bart and he's gonna make her go through hell and back for having a job and doing good for herself? I like the go to bread joke. I hate watching this one, it's too mean for me. Worst of the season. With the town of Springfield having beer banned, Homer and Bart start to smuggle it into town. It's a funny episode, but it's not one of my favorites. It's one where I feel like they've done the same episode 10 different times just with a different thing being banned, whether it be beer or sugar. Yeah, you'll start to see just how much they're running out of ideas soon. This is where Principal Skinner and Edna's long-lasting relationship starts up. And while it reminds me a bit of Bart the Lover with him being the person who acts as an in-between, it still stands out by not just having her be with some random meet-up character. They also manage to do a good job at making sure they don't just go back to normal at the end of the episode by keeping it a secret between the two, so they can get into it again at a later date. I like this one. Meh, this one is a little directionless. It's the problem that comes with the average Simpsons episode starting with them in a scenario that seems mostly disconnected from the main story they eventually get into. Sometimes they can be a little too random and go on for a little too long. I still really like the ending of this one with the blind man, so it's not the worst of the season, but I find it a little boring up until then. It's fun getting to see Mr. Burns and Lisa finally start to interact. You know, they have such contrasting personalities and views in the world, but it's just sort of boring. The Mr. Sparkles subplot is fun, but Reverend Lovejoy isn't a character I'm particularly that fond of. I don't not like him, but I don't really care that people aren't paying attention to him. It's whatever, and the ending with the monkeys trying to maul Ned Flanders is a little too nonsensical for me. It's kind of below average. Here it is, my favorite episode. Not of the season, but of the entire show. To be fair, I haven't seen each episode of The Simpsons, as there's some later on we'll eventually get to that might be better than this, but Homer's Enemy is my favorite right now. It's not the most touching episode or has the best character moments, but it's my favorite because of just how damn funny it is. Just about every joke in this episode lands. People accuse Homer of being too unlikable here, and that this is the start of the jerk-ass Homer, but I don't agree with that personally. He does everything in good faith, and the worst things that happen to Frank Grimes are a result of him trying to get back at Homer. Favorite episode, 10 out of 10. Possibly the most bizarre episode so far. We see 3 disconnected imaginary spin-offs with the secondary cast of Springfield. I think they're all funny, this episode is good. I like it well enough. A great finale. Bart gets sent to military camp and Lisa joins too to challenge herself. I love all the nice little character moments in this episode, like Lisa's recording for Marge. With lots of good jokes, they ended the season on a high note. Which is fortunate because overall this was a mixed bag of a season. Some great episodes, some decent episodes, and some truly awful ones. This is when most people say the golden age ends and the show starts to go downhill, which is worrying considering we're only like a quarter of the way done. But for now, let's quickly get on to season 9. I'm gonna sneeze. Whoa, did The Simpsons predict 9/11? Yes. This is the episode that introduced Duffman. It's weird, I always assumed he was introduced way earlier. But anyways, he's not the focus here. The Simpsons travel to New York, which Homer has a fear of based on some traumatizing past experiences there. This is a funny episode. It's always fun to see The Simpsons in a new location, even if it's just as mundane as another city. Oh no, here it is, the end of The Simpsons. Is this the worst episode of the series like everyone thinks? I think it's funny. I think this episode is more so hated for what it represents. It's a fairly entertaining episode if you look at it on its own, but it shows a disregard for the audience that we haven't really seen before. It turns out Principal Skinner isn't actually Skinner, and was impersonating one of his army friends that he thought died, with his real name being Armin Tamzarian. But when he comes back, the town of Springfield decides to get rid of him again and act like nothing ever happened. The idea that the writers can switch up a character we had gotten to know for so many seasons so quickly shows a certain lack of respect for the audience, and for that reason I'm putting this episode near the bottom of the list. This is a sweet episode, but it's one of the weaker flashback ones. Like, we already had one establishing Bart being a troublemaker and Lisa being more intelligent. Homer's sacrifice of an air conditioner for Lisa's saxophone is nice, but other than that, there's not much to say here. Although I absolutely love the stuff with Bart in his first day of school. How it builds it up as this big thing that he's excited for.
School will be fun!
Only to come home like...
Hi, honey. How was your first day of school? Honey?
This one's forgettable. Homer gets a gun does not seem like a plot that would warrant an entire episode, but they did a decent job here. This one's alright. It is a little funny how this citywide riot occurs because of the citizens finding a soccer game boring though. But whatever, we should be used to the town of Springfield rioting at this point. Another nice episode of Homer coaching Bart's football game. Or as it should be called, rugby. Yeah, I said it. I'm putting this one under Lisa's sex. Another Apu episode, this time we see him having an arranged marriage. At first he doesn't want to go through with it and enlists the help of Homer to stop the wedding. Good episode here, seeing Apu getting the spotlight somewhere is great, but there's not much to say really. Homer's motorboat shenanigans were the peak of this episode. Sadly, it only takes up the first 2 minutes. How many episodes have we had so far of Homer setting up a business where people can just look at whatever he has this week in exchange for money? Boring. Homer buys Snake's car in an auction, which makes him vow to kill him. And Marge becomes a realtor. I like the main plot, but Marge becoming a realtor is so boring. Especially when it becomes about her selling a house to the Flanders where some murders occurred. And oh no, did the Flanders really get killed? We're not at that point yet, so no. Miserable episode. I get wanting to subvert the usual happy-go-lucky Christmas special where everything goes well, but constantly punching down on The Simpsons Christmas based on one accident is just awful. Really bad episode here. Clip show. Make a real Simpsons musical, you cowards, don't just compile old episode songs. Homer and Bart ruin two carnies' booths while at the carnival, and now let them stay at the Simpsons' house. Come on, I can't be the only one getting sick of it. It becomes a little more interesting with them taking over the house and kicking the family out, but other than that, this is another boring episode. Geez, this season really took a turn for the worst, didn't it? Homer joins a cult. The episode. It's funny seeing just how hard it is for the cult leaders to make him snap, but it's a little too surreal for The Simpsons with the entire town being brainwashed by this place. I'd still put it around mid-tier for the comedy alone, and just how many awful episodes this season has had already. I like this one. It's alright. Meh. I don't get why adults not being entertained by Krusty is such a dilemma. He's always been a kid's entertainer in the show. Dumb and contrived. Moe gets a girlfriend, and it's nice getting to see more of him outside the bar. This is a sweet episode, but again, status quo is God, so he's gotta end up miserable. Kinda reminds me of the SpongeBob episode actually where Mr. Krabs gets with Mrs. Puff and spends too much money on her. This episode probably premiered first though, I just thought it was worth mentioning. Moe becomes very unlikable by the end of it, with him letting Homer take the fall for his crime. Probably the oddest title for an episode, but hey, whatever. This one's forgettable. The Simpsons gene is a dumb concept, and it would have made a more interesting moment if Lisa didn't have the automatic reassurance that she'll be smart and have a good life just because she's a girl. It's nice getting to see more of Ralph. We've never really got to see much of him interacting with Bart either, but other than that, this episode isn't very interesting. You may be thinking I'm being too short with my thoughts on these episodes, but look, we're almost 200 in. There's only so many ways to say a certain episode is boring. I'm sure whenever we get to the later seasons I've never seen, I'll have much more to say. Bart becoming a gamer is just an inherently more interesting topic than Bart being friends with Ralph. Boring. This one's fine. Homer committing tax fraud and being forced to work for the FBI is a funny concept, but when it beelines into a Mr. Burns story is when I stop paying attention. This episode also screams running out of ideas, with Homer getting a helper monkey due to being lazy, and Bart and Lisa becoming rival news anchors, which is like the most cliched Disney Channel sitcom plot ever.
A recent report from the Union of Maritime Workers found that male employees still make 30% more than their female counterparts.
Way to go, guys! Let's shoot for 40.
It's okay. I like the song and it's got some funny bits. This episode actually won an Emmy, which must have been a slow year because it's alright but not that good if you get me. Still one of the better episodes of the season though. Another boring episode. Homer climbs a mountain after embarrassing Bart due to his obesity. We've already seen episodes about Homer's weight. We've already seen an episode about Homer climbing a snowy mountain. Pointless. I like the idea of this episode, with Lisa taking the bus by herself and getting lost. Her convincing Homer to let her ride is funny, but the stuff with the family trying to get her back isn't all that entertaining. A decent episode is still pretty high up on my list considering the rest of the season. I appreciate the Frank Grimes shout out, and this episode is a pretty good finale. Thankfully. It's a funny one at least, which is more than I can say for half the season 9 shows. They ended on a high note. Damn. This season both sucked and blows. It's crazy just how drastic the decline was. I remember it being a lot more gradual. Maybe this was just a fluke, you know? Maybe the next one will be better. While there are a few episodes I find funny, a majority of them are simply uninteresting, with some that I think are flat out awful. This isn't a great sign of things to come, is it? Yet another episode of the plot, Homer and Bart try to become rich by selling something random. This time it's Grease. Alright. Lisa's also showing the new girl around, when she ends up becoming more popular than her. It's kinda quaint how the thing that wins them over in the end is that she has a phone. I honestly prefer that. I don't know if it's just me, but anytime I see a character pull out a smartphone in a cartoon and talk about the Facebooks and Snapchats, a part of me dies inside. Love this episode. Homer's inventions are really funny, especially the makeup shotgun, and that automatic hammer doesn't seem outlandish at all. I'd want one too if I did any modicum of physical labor, which I don't, so episode 206, am I right? I like the stuff with Bart nursing a bird back to health after shooting it, but then being outlawed lizards and rampaging the town is where I lose interest. Starting to realize I like episodes that focus on the character dynamics a lot, and I'm not a fan of the ones that feel like they need to end on some kind of action scene. And this episode is like half that and half another Springfield and Terror plot. Cartoons coming to real life is always a concept I'm a fan of, so I like that segment a lot here. I also enjoy the Maggie one where it's revealed that Homer isn't actually her dad. The Snake one is decent too. Pretty good trio of horror all around. Surprised how much I enjoyed this one. This has to be a contender for the weirdest opening to an episode. I still like it though. Other than that, I found this one kind of boring. The celebrity cameos are also getting a little overbearing at this point. The episodes now revolve around the idea of them getting the famous person in the show rather than creating a character that would fit them. In a search to find out what his middle name, Jay, stands for, Homer sets out to his mother's old commune, where he starts to embrace the hippie lifestyle she adopted. It's alright. I like the reveal at the end where he finds out that Jay stands for Well, Jay. But the rest of it isn't anything worth raving about. Lisa cheating on a test is a plot I'm surprised it took them 10 seasons to get to, but hey, it's a good one. I like the reason she did poorly in the first place was because she got obsessed with Crash Bandicoot of all things. And the B-plot about Homer raising a lobster sounds awful, but manages to somehow work. I think this is the point where we get our first glimpse of Homer being a really awful person. Okay, so first of all, he doesn't let his father get out of the car to go to the bathroom, and because of this he has kidney failure and needs a new one. Homer initially offers up his kidney, so he somewhat redeemed himself, but at the last minute he chickens out and runs away. Then after realizing what he's done, he finally goes back to help out his dad, before he once again runs away. Then he gets knocked out, and the doctors force the kidney out of him. How sweet. Another episode that just makes you feel miserable. I have no idea how they thought this would be funny, it's going way too far. And sadly, this is a trend we're gonna see continue with most of these characters. Mayor to the Mob is okay, I guess. I like the stuff at the sci-fi convention, even if it was just an excuse to shoehorn in Mark Hamill. But it comes back in a funny way later on, so it works. Another alright episode. Another episode where we get to see a side of Ned Flanders not really explored much, with him going on a trip to Vegas with Homer and the two accidentally marrying some random women. I like the jokes at the beginning about the continuity of the show making no sense, and it manages to be entertaining throughout. High point of the season so far. The kids getting punished with a curfew for something that was so obviously Homer's fault is a little bit of a stretch, but this is still a good episode. I love the song at the end, it's one of the few Simpsons songs I really enjoy, and still listen to every now and then. The Children of the Corn stuff is also pretty funny. Good episode overall. This was the big Simpsons Super Bowl special, which is impressive considering just how much of the episode doesn't take place at the Super Bowl. Not a fan of this one at all. It's way too boring for me and I'm not that big into the football and baseball centered episodes. Homer at the bat was obviously an exception of course, because it did something this episode couldn't do. Be funny. Homer really takes a liking to his own name after a TV show airs of a character sharing his name being presented as strong and handsome. But once he's changed to a bumbling buffoon, Homer suddenly wants to change his name to brush off all association. I think everyone has had that one point in their life where they thought about having a different name, so this episode is pretty relatable for me. Now everyone will know my hidden desire to change my name to Norville. I'm with Cupid is boring, there's only so many ways you can do a Valentine's Day episode. So Apu is upstaging the other man in Springfield with his extravagant gifts. So in an attempt to ruin his present, they inadvertently make great gifts for their own wives. Hooray, that sure is interesting. Marge getting into cars and having pretty bad road rage is a good concept for an episode, and for the most part it delivers with a ton of great moments, but it sorta drags near the end and I start to check out. This one is okay, around mid to low tier. Another really mean-spirited episode. Bart is a massive asshole to Lisa in this one for no reason. She's forced to share a room with him after Homer gives up hers, and he's deciding to make her life a living hell because of it, which is weird because there was nothing hinting the sort of animosity previously in the episode, which is too bad because I think it has a pretty strong start with Homer destroying the Bill of Rights. Opening is fun, the rest is boring. Next. What? Bible stories? I came here for the Simpsons, not Adam and Eve. That's not even a joke, that's just a genuine statement. I like this episode. Homer's grill escapades are funny and his endeavors in becoming a professional artist are also pretty amusing. The build-up of Bart ruining the Olympics coming to Springfield is entertaining, but when it becomes an episode about him helping out their retirement home, it starts to feel like it has no idea where it's going. Another boring episode to add to this season's ever-expanding pile. Mr. Burns and Homer decide to hatch a plan to drop the Loch Ness Monster into the Springfield Lake. Okay, that doesn't exactly seem like the best idea. I don't know how we got from a new Mega Mall to Mr. Burns being jealous of another billionaire to Loch Ness Monster. You'd think that'd make the episode somewhat entertaining, but you're wrong, it's the most boring of all these. I don't care, it's so boring. Lisa and the other Mensa members in town want to create a utopia. It doesn't work out. The end. This one is fun. Again, it's always fun to see the family in a new location, and seeing them try to adapt to life in Japan is amusing. And the way it wraps up with their plane tickets home only being obtainable through a Japanese game show is a stereotypical but entertaining way to pay it off. Season 10 was a lot better than 9, but was still quite the mixed bag, with episodes I absolutely loved like Wizard on Evergreen Terrace, and episodes I absolutely hate like Homer and the Kidney Machine. That's not even the name of it. Look, it's 5 AM. I'm really tired. I just want to go to bed. I could just stop here. 10 is a nice round number and it definitely ended the golden age. But nah, that's the pussy way out. If I'm doing this, I'm torturing myself with it all. In for a penny, in for a pound. Homer meets Mel Gibson. There we go, it writes itself, doesn't it? We kick off this season 11 with another celebrity praising fest. Homer befriends Mel Gibson and becomes his script advisor to help him with his movies, because everyone loves Mel Gibson so much and Homer is the only one to challenge him. Damn, I sure do love Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson, Mel Gibson, Mel Gibson, Mel Gibson, Mel Gibson, Mel Gibson.
You see this? It symbolizes that she's my property and I own her.
Homer really has this fixation on driving cars into the lake nowadays. It sure is funny the third time. The joke with the evil dog is the only one that got a real laugh out of me. This episode's fine, I suppose. It's not that bad, but it's just another Homer meets a celebrity plotline. I have a feeling we're gonna see a lot more of these. In this episode, Bart is diagnosed with ADD, which seems like a plot point that only used for a single show, but it actually comes up a few other times in the series, which is odd of them to pay that kind of attention to detail to. Oh yeah, the episode is decent. I like the beginning with the firefighter stuff, but when it turns into Bart being overly paranoid from overdosing on his meds, it gets way too predictable for me. Homer becomes a food critic and ends up pissing off every restaurant in town due to his scathing reviews. Them trying to poison him is a little out there for a plot like this, and it's not all that funny. I mostly just enjoy the scene of him writing his reviews of the dog and Maggie. Other than that, I'm not too into this one. The 10th Treehouse of Horror, and at this point they're more sci-fi themed than horror. I like this Stretch Dude and Clobber Girl segment, and the Y2K part is decent, if tad dated by today's standards. I like the segment of Homer running over Flanders too, so I'd put this relatively high on my list in comparison to other Treehouse of Horrors. Ignoring that this is the second time they've done that annoyed grunt joke with the title, I like the beginning to this episode a lot with Homer pretending to be Zorro and glove slapping everyone in town. It suffers from an issue that a ton of these season 9, 10, and 11 episodes suffer from. You may have noticed it from my short reviews so far, but a lot of them start off really strong and then just sort of drag on after the 10-minute mark and fail to pick up again. It's weird, I remember liking the Tamako stuff as a kid a lot more than I do looking back on it, especially since it's got another one of those "Are the Simpsons really gonna become millionaires?" endings. Maggie actually gets a rare episode that focuses on her, and how Homer isn't paying any attention to her. I love how much the family loves Lenny, it's such a random moment. Anyways, the episode itself is pretty good, it's got a nice change of pace from all these wacky, unrealistic episodes of a regular character-driven one. Also, why is Ron Howard back again? He already had an episode dedicated to him back in a previous season, why is he getting another one? And Maggie saving Homer from the ocean is a little unbelievable. I mean, isn't she like one? Whatever, I'm putting this episode high on the season 11 list so far. That's not to say it's great though. This one's fine. It's the one that introduces the Puzok tuplets, but other than that, it's a little forgettable. Here we have another wacky character stays at the Simpsons residence episode. This time it's a biker gang. It's fine, but there's not anything worth writing home about. Very mid-tier episode here. I like this one. The school is taken over by a toy company who are using it to apply their market research to a new toy Funzo. Roping in Homer to sneak into everyone's house at the last minute to steal their Funzos is pretty funny, if a little weird as Homer had barely anything to do with the episode before. And Gary Coleman's cameo was bizarre but still amusing. Just now noticing that almost every one of these episodes has had some sort of celebrity cameo in them for no reason. I wouldn't mind, but so much of each episode becomes dedicated to the fact that they got a famous person in the show, but it's not that special anymore, it's just the norm. The episode is good though. other than the feels like I'm wearing nothing at all moment. This episode quickly becomes another Homer and the kids are at home without Marge and mess it up. How unique. Although it gets a little strange when Bart and Homer are sent off to Hawaii, seems like a little more modern-y of a take on the concept. And by that I mean it takes a simple trope plot and takes it to an unrealistic extreme, yet it still manages to be boring. I want to read you the plot synopsis for this episode and you tell me if I'm using the word directionless too much. Bart thinks he has healing powers. He heals Milhouse of needing glasses, causing him to almost get hit by a car, so he gives up and ends his career. Meanwhile, Homer creates a homecoming float for Springfield University, then forgets about it and injures one of the players. After getting in trouble with Fat Tony, he is saved when the player sacrifices his leg to win the game. Like, what is this? And almost all of these season 11 episodes have been like this. I don't get it. This is a good episode. The Simpsons live in Mr. Burns' mansion while he's out sick. And we see just how they'd handle the rich life if they actually accomplished one of the 50 million almost getting rich episodes. The part with Mr. Burns finding out he has every disease in existence is funny too. Good episode for a change. Actually, we already had this episode about The Simpsons owning a horse.
Excuse me, but I believe this family already had a horse, and the expense forced Homer to work at the Quickie Mart with hilarious consequences.
Oh, they acknowledged it. I guess that makes it all better. I guess it goes in a different direction with them trying to train him into a racehorse, but other than that, this is the worst Simpsons owning a horse episode. I can't believe I have to specify that there are more than one of these kinds of plots. This is also where they start to go a bit too far with straying away from the groundedness. A little bit I'm fine with, but I can't suspend my disbelief enough to be okay with the jockeys actually being elves who want to eat Homer's brain. Ugh.
Anybody care what this guy thinks?
No!
So here we go, the first big status quo change to the show. After a money dispute with the voice actor, they decided to kill Ned's wife Maude off the show, and we start to see Ned losing faith in his religion because of this. This one's alright, Maude dying is really the most interesting thing about it, but Homer immediately trying to help Ned get a new wife right after killing Maude is a little offensive and in poor taste. But whatever, it's mid-tier. Despite the completely inaccurate representation of British sitcoms, this episode is decent. Homer becomes a missionary to pay back a $10,000 fine. And fine is the perfect way to describe this episode, because it's not fine, it's quite uninteresting as a matter of fact. This is a good one. It's sweet seeing the trouble Bart and Lisa go through for Maggie, and Moe's story of becoming a star after plastic surgery is funny enough. This one is a good. Thankfully, we can always count on these future episodes to be good. With the year being 2030 and Bart trying to get in with his sister, who is now the President of the United States.
As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump.
Whoa, did The Simpsons predict Donald Trump? Whoa, time to make a video. Are you tired of these jokes yet? Best episode of the season so far, these future episodes never fail. Barney gets an episode of him deciding to give up alcohol forever. Does he succeed? Oh. He does. It is quite sad how they start by showing a pretty realistic portrayal of how alcohol is affecting his life. Barney is one of the saddest characters in the show and I wish they'd do more with him. This episode's great. This one's horrible. The beginning is really mean out of nowhere, especially with Homer mocking that Flanders' wife died just episodes ago. And then they go to Florida out of nowhere and it becomes another fish out of water episode. Not good. Milhouse and Bart camping out at the shopping mall is a fun side plot, but the main stuff with Lisa trying to become a good dancer is kind of boring. Oh boy! Yet another episode of a new house guest in the Simpsons residence. This time it's the classic Simpsons character, Otto's girlfriend. Yeah, you guys remember her. Marge then gets jealous of how she's getting along with the family and attempts to murder her. Jesus Christ, do you get what I mean about these episodes just starting relatively normal and going completely off the walls? We end the season on a very high note with this great parody of those dumb American documentaries. It's very meta, but it works better than having a random joke here and there by having the entire episode revolve around it. It's another one where it gets really bizarre by the end with the family all hating each other outside of the show, but it works in its favor, you know, since it's such a weird concept to begin with. be the worst season so far. Way too many boring episodes that just feel like rehashed versions of previous ones. And I get we're 250 episodes in, coming up with original ideas at this point must have been insanely hard. But if you're gonna copy an idea, at least make it better than the first. I don't see this picking up anytime soon, but at the risk of my mental sanity, let's move on to season 12. This is a pretty decent trios of horror. I enjoy the Monsters parody opening. The Ghost Dad one reminds me a lot of that one Tom and Jerry episode. See, the community post fits now. The Hansel and Gretel one is mediocre. Maybe it's just because of how many fairy tale parodies we're gonna see them do later, but I suppose I can't fault this one too much for what comes after. And the Dolphin one is definitely the best. It's great. Good trios of horror here. Okay, episode. I like all the complications that a simple area code causes Homer, and the town dividing leads to some funny moments. I like this one well enough. Although the celebrity cameos is, again, getting a little too gratuitous. A character having a lost kid they never knew about is a very cliche trope, but it honestly works for a character like Krusty. With a young girl revealing to him that he's actually her father, after a one-night stand with a soldier in the Gulf War. It's cool to see more of Krusty's past, and I like the stuff of him trying to get parenting advice from Homer of all people. This is a sweet episode, I like their relationship a lot. Meh, another Lisa environmentalist episode, but I guess this one works better for having the motivation you'd expect from a little girl, that being to impress a boy. These preachy Lisa episodes aren't exactly my cup of tea. I'm putting this one at the bottom of my list so far, but that doesn't mean it's that bad, just the worst of a pretty decent bunch. Brilliant return to form. And by that I mean we have another plot about the Simpsons being broke instead of slightly upper middle class. In this one, Mr. Burns decides he'll pay Homer for pulling pranks on people in town, which can be funny at times. Although sadly I think it peaks in its comedy with the first pudding cup prank. Yes, this is the one with the infamous Homer gets you-knowed by the panda bear. This isn't funny as I think they thought it was while writing it. I only wish we got to see more of Mr. Smithers' Malibu Stacy musical. Good episode though, even if it does eventually turn into yet another will Homer get $1 million plot. The Simpsons is finally starting to catch up with modern technology, with Homer deciding it's time to buy a computer. He creates his own website and dubs himself Mr. X, where he posts gossip about people in town. It's okay. Again, it's another that dabbles into absurdity by the end from being drugged and sent to a mysterious island, but again, it's okay. Oh joy! Here we have another get-rich-quick story starring Homer and Bart. Never seen one of those before. To be fair, I actually enjoy this episode quite a bit. Instead of the two just having one set goal in mind like sell beer or sell grease, they're trying to guilt-trip people in town into giving them money. Con artists, essentially. And it's fun seeing their different ways of trying to trick people, even if it does make them a little unlikable, but at least they're taught a lesson by the end. But it's a case where the comedy can override a negative aspect like that. This is a forgettable one, generic snowstorm plot with the kids in school being trapped within, with Homer trying to rescue them. Not bad, but nothing special. Seems like a fully realized take on that one subplot from the one episode where Homer gets a better word I struggle to pronounce. After realizing the cause of his stupidity was from getting a crayon shoved up his nose, Homer gets it removed, becoming smart again. Despite the complete disregard for Simpsons continuity, as we previously learned that all the male Simpsons are simply just born stupid. Boy, I sure hope somebody got fired for that blunder. I think this episode is sweet. I like seeing Homer able to bond with Lisa more now, and it's sad when he eventually gives it up in the end so he can once again fit in with the common man. I have no clue what this title is a play on. Is it supposed to mean Pokemon? The episode is about Marge rehabilitating a convict, not Pokemon. Jeez. Episode is fine. I like the Sunday joke and the reference to Blue Shirt Bart. Moving on.
Hey, where's your blue shirt?
I don't have a blue shirt.
Worst episode ever. Not in terms of the list, that's just what it's called. Bart and Milhouse have to take over the android's dungeon after comic book guy is injured for some reason. Child labor doesn't exactly sound legal, but what do I know? This episode is good, I enjoy it quite a bit. Maybe that's just because I love any episode of Milhouse. This episode has some creepy undertones of Homer worrying that Bart is gonna steal Marge from him. Like, how did they never once realize how incestuous this came off while writing? I lose interest when it becomes more focused on the celebrity cameos than telling an actual story. Next. Huh, that's weird. For some reason I always remembered this episode being a Treehouse of Horror given its pretty out there plot. I mean, Sideshow Bob hypnotizing Bart into killing Krusty doesn't exactly sound very grounded, does it? And Krusty deciding to cancel his show sort of comes out of nowhere. I mean, it's not usually like him to care about his show's integrity. So one's fine, I guess. The show getting repetitive joke is getting a little, you know, repetitive.
Well, I think it's good for a show to go off the air before it becomes stale and repetitive.
Maggie shot Mr. Burns again.
It's taken 262 22-minute segments, but I finally become stumped on what I think about an episode. This one is weird, man. So Bart, Nilsson, Milhouse, and Ralph all become members of a hit boy band, fit with special guest stars NSYNC.
It's NSYNC!
But then it's revealed their music is being used to subliminally get kids to join the Navy of all places. I have no idea, man. The cringy boy band stuff I like, but when it jumps back into the army plot, I tune out. Homer goes on a hunger strike after finding out the Springfield isotopes are about to be moved to New Mexico. The stakes are high with this one. It's fine, I guess. It's not all that funny in my opinion and gets a little hard to watch at times with how far Homer's hunger strike goes. Low tier for sure. Shocking turn of events here. They've added in a new bully character that isn't just the same one they've been using for the past decade. Wild stuff. And this time it's a girl as someone to try and challenge Lisa, who's really deserving of nothing that happens to her. Literally. They try to get into this thing about how bullies are only bullies because they're attracted to this specific smell that only comes from nerd sweat. Alright, okay. I like the Homer side story about him getting into the baby proofing business, but other than that, this episode is pretty run-of-the-mill. See, look, I learned a new word for forgettable. I mentioned it earlier, but jungle settings really bore me and this is no exception. I like everything with the animal cracker stuff up until I finally get to Africa, but after that I could care less. Again, this video is very subjective if you couldn't tell by this point. Just what I was waiting for, another episode focused on 3 different stories. Thankfully I like this one quite a bit. It's following the parallel plot structure with each character, Homer, Bart, and Lisa, going through their day with each other's stories interconnecting at times, to in the end telling one big cohesive story, and it's impressive how well they pull it off. This is a good episode, even if again Milhouse steals the show with his amazingly sad, "This is where I come to cry" moment.
This is where I come to cry. Cool.
This is another weird one. Ned finds out about his wife Maud's dream of opening a Christian-themed amusement park and decides to make her dream a reality. Like, what the hell is that? This sounds like a fake episode. Other than some funny moments, I barely remember anything that happens in this one. Mid-tier. This episode is kinda cute. I like seeing how much enjoyment Homer gets from taking care of the kids and how much they seem to like him. Even if it can be a little annoying about how not observant he is about the fact that Bart and Lisa are jealous of this. Nothing much else to say. I hate this episode. Not because of anything necessarily in the show itself. As it is, it's a fairly regular Simpsons anthology. Although did we really need another one? But over in the UK, The Simpsons aired on Sky for me, and someone over there must have really loved this episode because they would play it all the damn time. You'd think that having 700 episodes to choose from would make it fairly easy to make sure you're not playing the same episodes too close to one another, but I guess that's just asking too much. Don't care for this one. Other than the sour note we ended on, Season 12 was definitely a step up from the previous couple. Sure, there were a few stinkers here and there, but a majority of them I find alright. Hopefully this is a sign of the new staff getting their footing. Guess there's only one way to find out. The first story about Homer being cursed goes on way too long and isn't funny in the slightest. The automatic house one is like, fine I guess. Again, not very funny though. And the Harry Potter one is like, whatever, Harry Potter's for dorks. That's too bad. I'd never seen this one before. I think it's the first episode so far I haven't seen, so I was hoping for something a little better. This is one of the rare episodes that's a pretty natural setup for the main story, with Bart and Milhouse getting in trouble and, you guessed it, go to court. At least they make a joke out of it. So Bart is made to be tethered to Homer so he can learn to take care of him better. After this we have a fairly standard stuck together story, but I think it works. This is a fun episode. The relationship works well here, and while their further punishment is a little extreme, it's still funny, so who cares? To add to the ever-expanding list of jobs Homer has gotten through the years, he's decided to take over Moe's bar for a while since he's back at bartending school. And what we get out of it is a decent episode about Moe getting his groove back, and revamping the bar, just like the other episode. The stuff with Homer running the bar is infinitely more entertaining, and I wish it went on longer, especially since it randomly becomes a hunting episode by the end out of nowhere. It's just too bad we never found out the end of the opening story. Why did he dig the hole, Homer? Why did he dig the hole? This episode's alright. Burns asks out a meter maid based on a fortune cookie note written by Homer at his new job. Really running out of ideas for new jobs, aren't we? And Homer needs to help Mr. Burns appear young to her, before it eventually turns into an episode about Snake trying to kill them all or something, and it's whatever. I guess we get to see another side of Mr. Burns instead of just being a generic villain like in most others from this time, but it's just okay. Wow, we actually have another one that I haven't seen before. The opening of this one is really cruel to Marge with Bart and Homer tricking her. But who has time for that as Homer uncovers a traumatic childhood memory, and the family have to go back and see what happened. And it's weird because what we get out of it is a pretty sad Mr. Smithers backstory. This was a cool episode. Seeing more of these characters' pasts are always a highlight to see. 12-year-old Homer dresses like Chris Chan. That is all. This episode was written by Bill Freeberger, who later went on to be an executive producer on Sonic Boom. Look, we're on like R2 at this point. I'm pretty happy I've managed to go this long without bringing Sonic up. This episode is fine, I suppose. I like the beginning with the hamster, but eventually it turns into a worse version of Lisa the Vegetarian, except this time she's changing religions. Meh. In one of the strangest attentions to continuity of the show, Ginger and Amber, the classic characters, return to Homer and Flanders after being ditched by them in Vegas. Yeah, they were the women they married while drunk. And since they never technically got a divorce, they've moved in with each of them respectively. It's alright, it's cool getting to see the repercussions of their actions from a few seasons ago, but other than that, there's not much to say. You know what the show really needed? Another episode about something being banned from Springfield and Homer and Bart deciding to smuggle it to sell. This time it's the sugar one I mentioned before. It's fine, I'm putting it near the lower end of the season so far. Not because it's outrageously bad, but just because we've seen it a dozen times before. Again, this sort of stuff could not exist today, with Homer being uncomfortable by the gay pride parade in town, and him getting hit in the mouth and breaking his jaw is just as uncomfortable. Thankfully it does pick up though, with Homer not being able to use his primary weapon, his mouth. We get to see him take an interest and decide to listen to the people around him, which leads to a lot of sweet moments. I like this episode, not the best, but it's up there. Sort of loses me when Marge starts to feel like she's not getting enough thrill from new Homer. Like this is all she wanted, right? Artie Ziff returns, who offers to pay the Simpsons $1 million in exchange for getting to spend the weekend with Marge. So of course Homer accepts and pimps his wife out for money. He eventually has to go and try to get her back from him, as he's recreated the night of their prom in an attempt to woo her, and he takes her back home. You know, technically she still spent the night with him, he should have paid up, but I know, status quo is God and all. Still a good episode. Another episode about Bart and a girl. Gonna see a whole lot more of those. The opening to this episode is amazing. I love the idea of starting us in the middle of this whole other Simpsons episode of him stealing the Olympic torch. I like this one. Again, any episode that gets taken over by Milhouse is the one I'm a fan of, even if we have already seen the whole conflict by love interest story. It's forgettable. As a kid, I knew whenever Bart starts getting chased by that dog just to change the channel. Here we have a third story about Grandpa falling in love, and a second about him having to fight another man for them. This time it's two random characters and it's clear the woman has no interest in Grandpa, so it seems pointless. The only part I enjoy is Grandpa acting like a kid when arguing with Homer. It then becomes a race between him and some other old guys and it's like, whatever, I don't care for this one. Look, I can see a lot of people getting annoyed at me for so quickly dismissing these anthology episodes, but they do them so often and they really just aren't my thing. I find it hard to get invested in something that only has a few minutes to build up and develop. It's not my thing, but I can see why people enjoy them. I'm putting this at the low tier with the 1000th reminder that this is all my opinion. The Simpsons traveled to Brazil because of Lisa sponsoring a young orphan she was sponsoring. This episode is fine. Homer eventually gets kidnapped by the cartel or something, and the family now needs to raise $50,000 to save them. It's an unremarkable episode, another fish out of water deal, we've seen plenty at this point. Homer gets injured and starts taking weed to ease the pain. After 10 minutes of weed jokes, then like many others, it becomes a Mr. Burns episode, with Homer getting promoted to executive vice president. Although I thought the dog got that position. It's alright, but the weed jokes get very stale very quickly. Boring episode. Oh boy, clip show number... what is it now? 5 or 6? What do you want me to say, really? Most notable thing about this one is the song at the end, which admittedly is very funny, but in retrospect quite sad. Singing up such outrageous plots The Simpsons would never do, like, Moe gets a cell phone. Definitely not similar to Homer gets an iPad, or Grandpa being in a relationship with Patty and/or Selma. That would never happen. Sad. Bart creates a flash cartoon for the internet. Yep, we're getting to that point. I like this episode actually. Angry Dad is a funny short and it becoming about Homer's anger issues is a natural progression. Good episode. This episode is quite sad. Apu cheats on his wife and filled with guilt he attempts to kill himself. Seeing him try to make it up to her is nice. Not a great episode, but it's kind of touching, I guess. Whoa, Bart has to social distance. Did this episode predict a coronavirus? One of the weirdest episodes of the series. So it starts with Homer getting Marge a pond as a gift, but it has an endangered screaming caterpillar on it. And after killing it, Homer and Marge need to work for some old lady, then she like just dies. And Homer is about to be put in the electric chair and killed, as he's framed for the death, but it all is revealed to have been a prank because of a punked type show. I'm not even gonna dignify this episode with the shortest of reviews, it just seems like they were pulling stuff out of their ass every 5 minutes. Some might like the randomness, but it ain't for me. Homer starts a Springfield security business and it's boring. What a way to end the season. This season overall was a little worse than the last, but still not as bad as 9 or 11. It was decent. You can definitely feel the show becoming a little too complacent in its mediocrity, and I guess all I can do now is wait for it to become truly awful. Each season has at least had one episode I enjoyed. I fear the point where we don't even get that. This is the episode that features Furry Marge. That's the only notable thing about it. I like the Family Guy gag too, but that's about it. The Billy the Kid one isn't great, the Island one isn't either, the Clones one is the only one I really enjoy. Jesus Christ, my throat is getting really sore from reading all these. Let me go get some water.
Here's an episode about Homer talking crap about his family on TV without knowing, saying he wishes he never got married and all that. It starts off real strong, but the payoff for this is the reveal that his family have bought him a ticket for rock and roll camp to say thank you for the sacrifices he makes for them. Okay, it's just an excuse for more celebrity cameos. The episode itself is decent, but I just wish it was more of a character-driven story, you know what I mean?
Okay, thanks, I'm all better now. Bart has moved down a grade in school while Lisa has moved up a grade, putting them both in the same class, which of course leads to a ton of complications, with them fighting and eventually getting lost in the woods. It's alright, there's nothing that memorable about it. Wish it stayed more in the plot of them being stuck in the same class. I don't really care about it whenever they get into the woods. Here's a good episode. I like the El Homo joke at the start a lot. Marge tries to get liposuction in fear of Homer not finding her attractive anymore, but accidentally ends up with breast implants. There's also a fun B-story about Krusty needing to make a show more safe. There's a fun song in here too. This episode has a lot of good stuff about it. Although it's probably what inspired most of that creepy Simpsons artwork online. The Simpsons need to find a temporary house and wind up on a game show where they'll live in a house like it's 1895. I'm not that into this one, it's boring. I guess it's fun to see them start to adapt and work well with each other in this new setting, but other than that I barely remember anything about this one. And I've just watched it. Perfect, we get to combine two of the staple Simpsons stories. Not only does Sideshow Bob return, but he also has to stay with the Simpsons. Because of his murdering past, he's brought to find out who's been attempting to kill Homer. I like this episode. I especially love the reveal that it was Frank Grimes' son, Frank Grimes Jr., who was trying to get revenge on him for his father's death. One of the better Sideshow Bob episodes here. I'm conflicted with this one. Bart nominates Edna for the Teacher of the Year award so the family go out to Florida to attend the ceremony, but being afraid of losing her, Principal Skinner sabotages her so she loses. But it's all okay because he asks her to marry him. Kinda weird and cruel, like their marriage is based on a lie. But whatever, the rest of the episode is fine. Not bad, but not good. Meh, it's boring. I like the diary stuff, but I don't care for Colt as a character very much. After being mugged, Marge starts to work out and gets on steroids, causing her to become too aggressive and ends up with her wrecking Moe's bar and beating everyone up. It's a very weird episode. The beginning with Marge being mugged is well done and is treated quite seriously, but after that it just falls flat in its face. It's just uncomfortable, especially the part where Marge forces herself onto Homer. Look, I don't even want to get into it. Bad episode. They're really pushing the boundaries of this one. Instead of someone coming to live with the Simpsons need to move into another house. The House of God. With Homer winning the deed to the church, he starts throwing parties and wrecking the place. It takes way too long for the family to move into the church, so they don't really get to do much with it. This is a rather unremarkable episode. Bart moves out of the house and lives by himself. In the same building is famous skateboarder Tony Hawk. Did I just say Tony Hawk? Yes, Tony Hawk.
Thanks for the lift, Tony Hawk. I gotta go now, Tony Hawk. Cool guy, Tony Hawk.
Bart, you know Tony Hawk?
Mediocre. Lisa goes to an exciting spelling bee, while Homer goes on a Ribwich tour with others, also try and get the limited run sandwich, which is a very clever and subtle spoof of the McDonald's McRib. This episode runs with the season's long string of average shows, with this one being no different. It's kind of funny and I like the celebrity guest stars character, but nowhere near the best of the series. Pretty sure we've already done this reference as a title pun with A Star Is Burns, but okay. Celebrating a local event for the first time without his wife, Ned Flanders gets depressed and lonely, until he meets a woman called Sarah who turns out to be a movie star. This is a good episode. Killing off Maude was definitely a good move. They managed to squeeze a lot of episode concepts out of it. James L. Brooks' cameo was also funny. Krusty the Clown runs for Congress. Sounds made up, I know. The plain stuff is funnier than the actual story. Don't care. It's nice to see Homer caring about his job for once. That's all I have to say, I enjoy it. Great episode. I like the documentary setup, it's a neat way to switch things up for a bit. Bart stealing Fat Tony's hood ornament is fun, and while I don't think Lisa's meteor shower stuff is as good, I still enjoy this episode a lot. But maybe that's just because it's a good episode in a bad bunch. Homer is kicked out of the house for the millionth time and moves in with a gay couple. He's really come far since Homer's phobia. That's what I call character development. Weird Al has a funny cameo and a nice song parody, and even though it's another Homer and Marge fight and break off story, it's one of the better versions of this plot they've done. Not the most emotional, but definitely makes up for it by being funny. Another good one. Homer creating a hate song about Ned Flanders is hilarious and the lyrics are great.
F-L-A, don't yell at Ned. D-E-R, his life is dead.
Lisa's plot isn't as good. It's set up as another one motivated by her interest in a boy and it follows a pretty predictable setup. Still though, this is a good episode, near the top of the list for me. Sanazil Halber becomes the new mascot for Duff, and because of this newfound fame, his original owner from Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire comes to declare ownership of him. It's okay, not that into it. Again, like most of the season, it's just a little boring. pretty sure we already did that title pun. Again. Repeating episode concepts I get, but titles? I don't know, it's gotta be way easier to come up with an original one. It's another Homer and Marge breakup episode where Homer needs to do some random act to make up for it. I like the beginning with him getting into walking, but after she hits him with the car, it starts to go downhill and is just forgettable. I enjoy this one. Bart and Milhouse messing up Flanders' house unsupervised is funny, and I like that it's a cause of them watching South Park. The war between Bart's group and Milhouse's is also interesting, and I like how it all culminated at the end. This is when they really stop having Moe just be a bartender for Homer to talk to, and where he starts to become just a regular family friend, regularly coming around the house. It goes way too far in later episodes, but here it's done well. It's nice seeing another side to him with him connecting with Maggie out of all the Simpsons. Although it is a tad cruel how they don't let him spend time with her and doesn't make a ton of sense. I still like this episode a lot. Good way to end the season. And a pretty mediocre season at that. Most of the episodes here were just boring and unmemorable. You can tell by this point they're really running out of ideas with repeated concepts and even episode titles. I'm really going mad here. I literally called one of my friends Homer yesterday from all the Simpsons talk. I think I'm going insane. Just like the classic Tim Allen film Santa Claus, after killing Death, Homer now needs to take up his responsibilities of killing people. Okay, so it's a mix of Santa Claus and the Family Guy episode. Weren't they mocking Family Guy for copying them last Treehouse of Horror? The showcase of how people can no longer die without death was very reminiscent of that. I still like it. It's a fun short about Homer abusing his powers before needing to kill Marge. Then the Frink one is mediocre with his reanimated father collecting the organs of people in town. And finally the time-stopping one I enjoy. I always like those kinds of stories. Although I'm noticing more and more just how much of this has drifted away from horror, and is almost entirely just sci-fi concepts. I guess it's not a huge deal since they've done 14 at this rate, and new ideas must be hard, but it's just food for thought. Homer's mother makes her grand return with him noticing someone contacting him through the newspaper. Boy, it sure is a good thing that he just so happened to be obsessing over the papers that day. If I ignore the fact that it leads us up to another goddamn courthouse scene, it swiftly moves on and becomes a great episode that shows Homer finally getting to spend some quality time with his mother, which we never got to see a whole lot of in the last. It's not as good as Mother Simpson, but I very much enjoy this one too, but geez, they just love to put Homer through the ringer here. Oh, looks like they finally did that musical episode I was hoping for. While I think the plot of a student body president election between Lisa and Nelson is a tad generic, especially since they make Skinner's plan obvious from the start, it's definitely elevated by the songs based off some musical I don't know the name of, and don't really care enough to learn the name of. Good episode. The same cannot be said about this episode. It sucks hard. The Simpsons are going to London, where Homer is arrested for crashing into the Queen. I like where it's going. It's a fairly solid episode throughout the first 2 acts, but whenever it gets to him being put in prison, like, I don't know, The Simpsons is a show that has remained relatively grounded in its world, as in sci-fi or out-of-this-world elements are mostly used for the Treehouse of Horrors. But whenever that stuff is inserted into the regular stories, it really takes you out of the immersion of the world. Like Homer being kept in prison inside the Buckingham Palace, it doesn't seem like a Simpsons story, you know? As we're gonna see the more the series goes on, the less and less they care about this immersion, and when we start seeing these exaggerated gags like magical elves and whatnot, I roll my eyes. This episode sucks. You may be asking yourself why this part was a Real Jim's parody. Well, I don't know, I gotta do something to spice this up every once in a while.
Well, to be fair, it was a bad episode.
That's what I'm saying. Well, since you're here.
The Fat and the Furriest is a good example of The Simpsons at its most non-committal, where the episode bounces around from concept to concept until it inevitably hits its runtime. Marge's birthday, to Kitchen Carnival, to Homer being attacked by a bear, to Homer wanting to protect the bear. The main conflict revolves around Homer's trauma and his feeling of embarrassment. The humiliation aspect doesn't really work since, you know, he was attacked by a frickin' bear. And then when he befriends it, the character shift is rushed and meaningless. There's no character journey here, it's just a bunch of stuff that happens. Poor Marge gets stuck with the job of trying to summarize the moral at the end. It's worth watching if you want to see bear imagery torture Homer in Act 2, or see him in a funny costume in Act 3. The jokes as a whole are generally fine. A couple groaners, but generally fine. Also, hey, it's got a scene in the rumpus room. But even still, unless you're really into bears, The Fat and the Furriest probably isn't going to leave a long-lasting impression on you. In fact, you might say, I barely remember watching it. Okay, I'll stop now.
Krusty has a bar mitzvah and Homer takes over his show while he's gone. It's boring. The best part is the callback to the 2001 Greyhounds episode, but that's all. Let's hope this Christmas special is better than the last. At least I think that was the last. To be honest, each season is starting to become a bit of a blur. I like the Christmas parodies they did with the stop motion. I appreciate it when they go all out on stuff like that. Other than that, it's alright. It focuses on Homer needing to be less selfish and help the people in town, which causes him to make Ned Flanders jealous. Pretty sure we already did that concept, but whatever, it's still a funny one. I think we have a new contender for the longest episode title. All I gotta say, this one is boring. Again, I thought we already done that title joke a few times now. Homer and Bart enter a robot fighting competition, sorta like Saturdays of Thunder. But I enjoy the Lisa side plot way more, with her cat Snowball 2 dying and each new replacement also being quickly killed. They also have a fun acknowledgement of the principal and the pauper by the end, which is funny. This is a good episode overall.
My job was to keep Lisa's hope alive, but instead she's really depressed.
You think you got problems? Look what I just pulled out of my arm.
Homer becomes a car salesman and then an ambulance driver in the same episode, while Marge writes a book, in which the subtext causes him to believe that she's in love with Ned Flanders. Spoilers, she's not. It's a funny episode, but that's all there is to say about it. I do not care about anthologies. They go to the library where Marge decides to tell the kids stories about history. It's boring. Man, I am not looking forward to the comments of this video. Milhouse is moving and now Bart must try and fill the void. In the meantime, Homer's pretending to be pathetic in public for money to get Marge an anniversary gift. He's really sunk into new lows. This is a good episode. I like the relationship between Bart and Lisa in this one. It's high up there on the list, but that's also because the best one of the season is just pretty good. Lisa gets jealous of Maggie when it's revealed she has a higher IQ than her, and so like a loving sister she purposely tries to hamper her learning. I don't care for this one. It shows the more jealous side of Lisa, and those are usually my least favorite, even if the "You Are Lisa Simpson" callback was hilarious. This episode also has special guest star Simon Cowell. We'll see him next time when we get his second cameo. Artie Ziff returns for episode number 3. This time he's been hiding in the Simpsons attic somehow, because he's pissed off his shareholders. So now he's gotta live in the Simpsons house. What a concept! It's decent, it's nice getting to see him interact with the other members of the family that aren't just Marge and Homer. Also, why does the critic make a random appearance here? That's a genuine question, I would like to know. It's like the Marge gambling episode, except this time she's become a drunk alongside Homer and ends up at rehab. It's genuinely really awful. They paint Homer as such an unlikable person by literally pinning a DUI on Marge. Yet he never really gets reprimanded for this. They'd rather focus on Marge realizing that she really enjoys having fun with Homer, no matter how much of an ass he is. I enjoy Bart and Lisa's subplot, even if these Star Wars parodies are getting a tad old and repetitive, but this is very low on my list. Bart is sent to juvie after scamming the town with a fake wedding, and ends up escaping with a girl. I like how they work off another one, it's a pretty funny episode too. Good show, I'm putting this one above The President Wore Pearls. Skinner and Edna are finally getting married. However, on his stag do, Skinner opens up about his wearies, and eventually Edna calls off the wedding. I don't have a ton to say about this one, so instead I've decided to do what I do best. Nitpick. So like I was saying with the earlier seasons, I love how grounded and realistic the series was. It seemed like each segment of Springfield had their own characters, and they're rarely intertwined. For example, the power plant characters would seldom interact with the school characters, so you'd not see a character like Lenny talk with, let's say, Principal Skinner. But since it's gone on so long, it became more and more necessary for them to do stuff like that to keep the show fresh. And it causes it to be a lot less true to life. Like, why is Skinner's stag do with Homer, Lenny, and Carl? Whatever, I get why they'd do it, I'm just picky, I'm aware. This episode is alright overall. But it's something that really starts to annoy me eventually. Springfield doesn't feel like this massive city anymore. It just feels like one enclosed town with the same 10 recurring characters. Homer and Marge go to Miami to make up for their crappy honeymoon. It's just too bad all the Simpsons come to ruin their fun. The gang's all here. Grandpa, Bart, Lisa, and oh no. Hope she learns how to feed and take care of herself. I've been waiting for the moment they forget to draw her into an episode. Perfect. Mediocre episode, 2 for 1, oh boy. Homer decides to be a vigilante for the town called Pie Man, as he goes around throwing pies in the face of evildoers. It's a relatively out there story, but it works well enough. Good episode.
This is for your show's slight decline in quality over the years.
Slight is being generous. Flashback episode. Again. You know, all these flashback episodes have made me want to try to flash back to the past to talk about this one. Ew, how was anyone able to look at this? Sadly, this one isn't nearly as good as the others. They have told the most important parts of their lives we needed to see, so it seems like they're just going back to try and make up new stuff on the spot. Like, what if Marge wasn't Homer's first kiss? But then it was revealed she actually was. It's fine. Bart goes deaf, then people think the Simpsons hate America. Whatever, it's boring, I don't care. While Mr. Burns is presumed dead, he realizes nobody cares about him, so he tries to buy up Lisa's newspaper column to write positive things about himself. And it's decent, I suppose. We've already seen Burns and Lisa's conflicting views clash in an episode before, but I guess this one is also okay. Oh look, it's every relatable Twitter comic. Another mixed bag of a season, some good episodes, some bad episodes, but a lot of mediocre ones. I wouldn't go as far as to say the show is bad yet, it's just stuck in this state of meh. I love the opening to this one, parodying dumb family sitcoms, but other than that there isn't much to say about this special. The Ned Zone is fine, it's just Flanders predicting how people are gonna die. Although I do like the moment with Homer threatening Ned to kill him. The Sherlock Holmes parody is boring. The most insulting part of these pitiful attempts at British accents.
Inspector, might I have a word with you?
And then we got your average shrinking down into somebody's body story. It's fine, but nothing really worth noting about. Marge gets a new kitchen, and she attempts to enter a bake-off with a new skill set. The episode itself is boring, but those dessert dogs are actually a really good idea. Someone should try to make the— oh. Now all he's got to do is make the famous crayon sandwich. Lisa becomes obsessed with her weight, while Marge starts to bond with Nelson. Again, at this point it seems like they're just trying to mix and match random characters with different Simpsons to see what sort of conflict they can make out of that. At this point each Simpson has had an episode with Nelson except for Homer, but we're gonna have to wait a dozen seasons before that. I enjoy when it gets into Nelson's father that left him. It's something that's only really been joked about until this point, but the cop-out ending kind of annoys me. Boring. What? It is! I was more interested in the 5-second SpongeBob cameo than anything else.
Perhaps we should help.
Squiller!
I feel they could have taken the Bart story a lot further in this one. After feeling as if he's matured, Bart creates a t-shirt selling business, where he reaches wide success before getting conned out of it by this Willy Wonka type parody. But after that it shifts into another Homer and Lisa story with him wanting to help her out in the science fair project for like 2 seconds before getting right back into the Bart stuff, with them both trying to get the rights back. It's unstructured, but I still think it's okay. The drugs in Springfield go up in price to the point where nobody can afford them, and so Homer must struggle the drugs into— come on, really, how many more of these can we do? It's forgettable, what else is there to say? Homer takes out a second mortgage right after paying off the first, so that he can keep Moe's Tavern open. Because of this, Marge joins him in renovating it, and the two become business partners, making Homer jealous. At first you'd think this is unreasonable, but no, Moe really is in love with her, which is something they started running with around this time. Which is a relationship I'm not that fond of. Again, I don't like Moe just being another family friend, but I get why it's done. It's fine, I guess, other than that. Although you never actually believe that Marge is actually going to run away with him, so there's no real stakes to anything. Homer becomes an internet sensation after doing a funny dance that isn't actually very funny, and now has a new job helping sports athletes create new dances. Other than the epic Gamer Mario reference,
Basta, basta. Take my picture with the internet mamaluca.
There's not much worth noting. I enjoy Ned making his Christian home movies, though Homer's Super Bowl halftime show was a bit disappointing. Overall, mediocre episode. Bart becomes a totally radical hip-hop rapper in an episode that definitely hasn't become insanely dated and cringy. Thursday the 12th is the only good part about this one. This, I don't know how I'm gonna talk about this one. Okay, so Patty comes out as a lesbian and wants Homer to wed her and her wife, since he's not a priest. Everyone is for this except for Marge, who is fine with gay people as long as it's not a member of her own family. It's not even the worst of it, surprisingly. So it's revealed by the end that Patty's partner is actually a man dressed as a woman, and we're taught the excellent lesson that it's okay to be gay as long as you aren't changing your gender. Oh well. Maybe it's a good thing the later season episodes are forgotten about. Lisa gets a restraining order against Bart and life becomes a living hell for him, with him needing to live in the backyard. But they don't really go anywhere with this. Marge just says, "But what about all the good things he's done for you?" And they quickly forget about that nonsense. Homer's subplot isn't good either. We already had the joke about Grandpa working as a greeter at Sprawl Mart in a previous episode. We didn't need Homer to get the same job. It's not that ripe for comedy. Selma is running out of time before she can have a child, and decides to adopt. However, when she needs to sign her husband's name down on the adoption sheet, she writes Homer's, meaning the Simpsons are going to China. The adoption story is just an excuse to let them visit a bunch of random Chinese landmarks, and it's pretty funny. I like this episode, but I don't know if I love it. When Marge insists on buying life insurance, Homer blows the money on a caravan, or as the Americans call it, an RV. This causes the two to fight over loyalty for the children for some reason, and so Bart and Lisa go return it. It's alright, I enjoy it well enough. I'm not a fan of Homer getting all his convoy friends to live in the backyard, kinda goes nowhere and isn't all that interesting. Or as the Americans call it, interesting. What? I enjoy Shelbyville the musical and how they present the Springfieldians. Or is it Springfieldites? Whatever. But besides that, there's not really anything to say. I like Homer becoming a prison snitch for Mr. Burns, but I don't really think how we got to that point of their concert hall becoming the prison works well. I like the subplot about Bart and Lisa finding out Snowball 2 has a double life with another family. You know, it finally gives the cats something to do, but it barely takes up any of their runtime. Nah, we're not at the Futurama crossover yet. We're at episode number 350. Otherwise known as the halfway point. Yep, we're already halfway there. Halfway there. Halfway. It's another future one. This time we see Bart and Lisa as teenagers getting ready for their prom. It's amazingly sad just how far they assumed technology would advance in just 8 years. But I like the twist of Homer and Marge actually being separated here. I wish more time was spent on that, and maybe I'm asking too much here, but I would have preferred if that angle weren't taken completely comedically, and had a bit of weight to it. But I get it, it's strictly a comedy now, sadly. Moving on. What a weird episode. Homer befriends a guy called Ray, but for some reason nobody else can see him. I guess Homer really is going insane to imagine all this. But nope, Ray is real. Nobody else can see him for a bunch of contrived reasons, and this whole thing was pointless. Wonderful. Bart gets addicted to sweets and must go to fat camp. But to pay the bills, the Simpsons must turn their house into a German youth hostel. What the hell? It's a fairly dull episode, I have nothing else to say. Look, okay. You repeat an episode title pun once, whatever, but twice, it's like, isn't there someone around to fact check this? Lisa enters a singing competition and Homer helps her write the music. It's not as good as the other Homer and Lisa episodes, but it still works. It's alright. The high point is definitely Lisa's song though, both of them.
Alright, you know how it works. Every week we eliminate one contestant based on the votes cast by you, the audience.
Disclaimer, all ballots were lost and vote totals made up.
Homer tries to calculate the rapture and it turns out to actually be true. It's weird, I don't really get if this is too out there for the show. Like if your resolution to it all is just the cliche, "Whoa, I was just dreaming" trope, then don't bother at all.
Can you make me look like this?
It's just dumb. There are quite a few jokes I enjoy here, which raise it above some of the others on the list, but the concept should have never been done outside of a treehouse of horror. At least then you're able to go all out on it. Great Flanders episode. He hires out a room in his house to two college girls, who turns out to be recording softcore PORN in his house. And so he moves away to a quaint little town called Humbleton. Honestly, I think this is a case where copying another show could have done them better. You'd think this is going in a similar direction to Squidsville from SpongeBob, where Ned realizes he likes the hectic life that comes with living in Springfield. But no, they ask him to shave his mustache and that's the final straw for him. It's funny, but like, well, I don't know, it just seems like they were looking for a quick resolution. Who is this guest star so deserving that they put their name in the damn title? Liam Neeson. Alright, okay, you win this round, Simpsons. So Bart is enrolled in a Catholic school and is slowly converted away from his prank-pulling ways. Marge is worried about Bart and Homer going to Catholic heaven, while she's stuck in crummy Protestant heaven, so she's gotta go and save them. It's okay. And that's the perfect way to sum up this season. Okay. Can't believe it, we're in the second half now. Kinda weird to think about, but hey, let's keep this train rolling. Not starting with the trios of horror this time, thankfully. After Homer gets caught shooting an adult film at their house to pay off a debt, he has to save some manatees from a gang of jet skiers to impress Marge. Wait, those two things don't correlate at all. Coming up with Simpsons episodes must be near impossible. You don't just have to come up with one episode concept, but two to fill up the first 7 minutes. I always wonder if they planned it out that way, or if they just start writing an episode about Homer owing Fat Tony money, and it somehow winds up becoming an environmentalist episode of Marge. Anyway, it's dull, I don't have a lot to say. At this point I'm so desperate that I'll put an episode high on my list if it even makes me laugh once. The cemetery is moved next door to the Simpsons house, which scares Lisa, causing her to lose sleep. It feels like they had an idea for an episode but didn't know how to expand upon it. Going to the Stamp Museum was a neat callback, but at the same time it adds literally nothing, just a Where the Wild Things Are parody at the end. We go there for 5 minutes only to get right back to the Lisa stuff. It starts to get interesting with Homer and Marge trying to learn to nurture Lisa more, but by the time they get into that the show is near over. This is a bad episode. With Maggie having the chicken pox, Homer throws parties at their house so the other kids can get them while they're young. In exchange for payment, naturally, which in turn causes him to get the chicken pox. While there, Milhouse's parents get together again. It's quite a sad Milhouse episode, actually, seeing how big a toll the divorce had on him briefly. But he then becomes the unlikable one, with Bart and him trying to get them to split up again. I like this joke.
Hi, Bart. I baked you some cookies.
Skanks for nothing, Lamarella.
And one funny joke puts it above the other two. How sad is that? It's okay. I enjoy the one of Mr. Burns hunting down the plant employees, and the costume segment is good for the visuals alone. But the Robot Son one follows a fairly predictable story. Decent trios of horror overall. Finally, another Bart and Marge episode. That's not sarcastic either, I genuinely like their dynamic. The two of them start to bond more, causing Bart to be seen as a mama's boy. It's like a more expanded upon plot as the one in the earlier episode. I'm calling it that because I forgot which one it was. It was like a B story of the two going shopping or something. It's funny how a realization comes from seeing Skinner and Agnes. This is a good episode, it's sweet.
Hey, Mom, can I have some money to buy Dad a present?
If I give you money, how is the gift really from you?
Where do you get your money?
Here's a 10, make your own card.
I love that joke. I like the whole episode, actually. Lots of funny jokes, and again, it's great to see a Homer and Lisa bond. I'm not a fan of how dismissive he is at the start towards her homemade present, but it makes up for it in his attempts to make it up to her. I don't like how much it deviates from that relationship though and becomes more focused on Homer's new job, but this season is so devoid of good episodes so far, it's still high on my list. The B story with Lisa trying to learn Italian from Milhouse is fun, but other than that I don't have a lot to say here. Marge's story feels like a more extreme take on the earlier one where she joins the club, except instead of an interesting dive in how far she's willing to push her family to change for her appearance to others, they go about stealing stuff from Mr. Burns. Meh. The Simpsons visit Italy, where it's revealed that the mayor is none other than Sideshow Bob. And it's pretty good, surprisingly. I like how he tries to keep the family from revealing his past to his new spouse and kid, but after they find out, it turns out there's some insane killers and also want to kill Bart. Good episode, what a change of pace. The Simpsons each tell their own stories about Christmas-related topics, so we have an anthology. We see such classics as The Nativity, The Nutcracker, and Grandpa in World War II. Okay. It's not that I think these random anthologies are bad, I just have nothing to say about them. This one is fine.
Everything we own is in that house.
How often have you driven by a fire and thought, how can this benefit me?
That's it. That's all it's worth talking about with this one. Other than the really sad flashback moment of Homer and his dad, with him realizing all he's done to him. I wish it had more of that, and maybe also possibly wasn't part of this dumb, is Abe not Homer's father story? I mean, they're designed to look the exact same. What do you think? Homer has to drive Bart to a behavioral camp, and in the meantime Lisa and Marge throw a yard sale only to then start selling drugs. I like the talks between Bart and Homer at first, and how well I get on, but the story itself isn't all that interesting to me. I feel like I've seen the show do this party like 50 times now. It's getting old. Thankfully, this episode is about groundskeeper Willie, a character who so far has been mostly used for quick side gags. So what do they do with him? He's staying with the Simpsons. I actually enjoy this one though. Lisa tries to make him more sophisticated so he can have a better life. And I like his I Want song. Makes me wish they did more of his character up until now, but hey, better late than never. The Simpsons get trapped down a cavern and have to wait for someone to come rescue them. So what is there to do? Sit around and tell stories. Oh, thank God, it's just a story. Singular. So in this story, Lisa and Mr. Burns get trapped in their attic and he tells her a story. Look, I get the joke, but I'm not interested. Mr. Burns says bitch and it has this moment.
Bonnie, how do you keep getting back in?
I'm a drunk. I don't know nothing about how I do anything. Whoa!
But despite that, this episode is horrendously boring. The pacing is awful because it wasn't even a Mr. Burns episode. It's about Moe getting into a relationship with Edna. I get the joke is that it's a story within a story within a story within a story, but like, that's not funny to me. Might be the worst of the season so far. Rod and Todd finally have something to do, with Marge starting to take care of them. I love this episode actually. It's one of the rare ones where I think every part works well. The Christian carnival and subsequent duck race is funny, Ned's overprotectiveness is always great, and the ending, while a little extreme, is still fun. Rod and Todd are wonderful characters. I really wish we got to see more of them. If you haven't seen this episode, give it a watch.
I'm gay, Daddy! I'm gay! Mrs. Simpson made me gay!
Marge enters in a mother-switching TV show to get the family a new TV. Ricky Gervais got to write this one. It's all I have to say, it's okay. They did a good job. This episode sucks. Grandpa becomes a bullfighter for some contrived reason, and when it's not doing that, it's being incredibly cruel to him for a dumb mistake. Watching him genuinely contemplate being euthanized just makes me feel miserable. Worst of the season. Burns starts outsourcing plant work to India, and so Homer must move there. And meanwhile, Patty and Selma are finally getting to meet their hero MacGyver. In a pretty underwhelming way, honestly. They've been talking about this character for nearly 20 years and they're just randomly here at this convention with no build-up. It's not great, there's not much else to say. It sort of just blends together with that previous episode where Homer works overseas. The Simpsons are waiting on their food at the Sea Captain's restaurant, and so to pass the time tell each other stories. Oh, I'm sorry, I really am. There's probably someone out there who really loves this episode, but alas, I don't care because these anthologies bore me. We don't need 3 in a season. Lisa pretends to be a boy so she can enter the boy end of the school after they're split up. It's good. I like the moment between her and Ralph. It took them 17 seasons, but they've finally gotten around to the amnesia story. After losing her memory, the family have to try help Marge remember them all. However, she ends up realizing that she doesn't love Homer and doesn't want to be with him no matter how hard he tries. It's really messed up to Homer despite him not really doing anything to deserve it. I get that the entire show should be justification for this, but when your series is episodic, you really gotta give reasoning within the episode as to why she wouldn't want to be with him anymore. Otherwise, it just feels like it's punching down on him for no reason. And while the payoff with her new boyfriend is funny, it just comes off as a cop-out. like they were strapped for time and needed to wrap things up really quickly. Not the worst episode of the series, but it just needed that first act thing with Homer. It takes forever for the story to get started. We start with 5 minutes of Bart trying to finish his summer to-do list, then is followed by another museum visit. I guess one of those wasn't enough for the season. It then becomes a plot about Ned trying to deny evolution, with the message being evolution must be real because Homer acts like an ape. I guess it's funny so it works, but it's just a run-of-the-mill average episode. A random baseball star comes to stay with The Simpsons to learn some advice about having a successful marriage, with Marge and him becoming jealous over a misunderstanding, thinking Homer and her are having an affair. This conflict happens way too late into the episode for anything really interesting to happen with it. It's mediocre. Damn. This season kinda sucked, didn't it? Sure, there are some good episodes here and there, but a majority of them were just bad. It seems like they're so strapped for ideas that they're grasping at any straw they can to see what mileage they can get out of it. At this point, I can only really hope until the show gets so bad that it turns back around and becomes interesting. I get it might seem weird to only have a line or two to say about certain episodes, but it really is that dull now. They just start to blend together at a certain point. Homer and Bart must take over the mafia after Fat Tony is put out of commission. I'm not that big a fan of Fat Tony's son, he's a little too boring for me, but any episode of Fat Tony has at least one thing going for it, that being that it has Fat Tony in it. It's alright, but the conflict stems from a character we've just met and will almost never see again. But when it turns into a Homer story, I start to enjoy it a lot more. Bart gets into the drums and starts to overshadow Lisa, so to fill the void she starts adopting animals to take care of. Bit of a jump, but I can forgive it because this is a pretty good episode. I like the two jazz musicians, they got some funny moments.
You know what we should do? Hold a benefit concert.
Out of sight.
In the pocket.
Groovy. Groovy. Hey, am I still married to your sister?
No, she died.
But I don't see why Bart needed to give up the instrument so easily. Again, it seems like a way of them quickly trying to go back to the status quo, when I don't think Bart being a good drummer is that much of a shake-up they need to reset. This one also randomly starts with Homer's Las Vegas wife from ages ago dying, so that's something I guess. This is the Polybius episode. Anyway, it's really mean-spirited with both the stories. Marge becomes a carpenter, but no one will hire her because she's a woman, so Homer must pretend to be the one doing all the work and eventually gets a big head because of it. Meanwhile, Bart finds out Skinner is allergic to peanuts and abuses this knowledge to torture him. I don't know, I don't find that very funny, but maybe that's just me. Not a great one, but I wouldn't call it flat out bad, because there are a couple funny jokes here and there. The Blob segment is funny, but that's about it. Don't care for the others. This is another one that I really haven't got a whole lot to say about. Homer enlists in the army. I like his interactions with the colonel, but again, it's not the sort of story I'm into. Least favorite so far, I'm not into any of the army stuff they do in these episodes. The beginning of this episode is depressing. Up until this point, most depression has been used for laughs, but here it's taken fairly seriously. But it quickly becomes one of those generic, I'm gonna take all the credit and become fame-hungry stories. Still though, before then, Moe and Lisa, while an unlikely duo, are quite a good match and I enjoy seeing them interact. This one's okay. Homer becomes an ice cream man and we get to see the wacky shenanigans that come with that.
I'm a unitard!
Meanwhile, Marge gets in a depressive state over feeling her life has no meaning, and gets into popsicle stick art of all things. There's not a whole lot to say about it, it's a fairly simple plot. I like it though, it's nice and has a sweet ending.
Well, excuse me for having enormous flaws that I don't work on!
Bart and Nelson become best friends despite him not really being used as the bully character for a while now. But still, I like this one a lot. The boycott against his party makes me feel really bad for him, and I always preferred the relationship where he and Bart were friends rather than enemies. I mean, we already have bully characters. And it's a nice twist to show that neither of them are necessarily in the right, and both were bad friends. Also has a pretty good Homer and Lisa B story where they get into Harry Potter. Alright, who else is there that can live at the Simpsons house? How about Old Gil? I'm not sure what Simpsons fans think of him, but I personally hate the character of Gil. It seems like since Phil Hartman died, they've been using him as the new Lionel Hutz, but they push his patheticness to the nth degree. He's really unlikable, and they reran this episode all the time as a kid, and this is when he's at his worst, so I hate him to no end. Awful. This episode's boring. It's always fun to see more of Marge's past, and I like that Homer wants to make her happy for no reason other than just to see her happy, but when they get to Barnacle Bay I stop caring. It's got some funny moments, but overall I'm not a fan. Homer wants revenge on the rich Texan, and so to convince him not to go through with it, the family decide to tell him 3 stories about revenge going wrong. It's fine, I don't care. Lisa decides to appropriate Native American culture by claiming she's an ancestor for a good grade. Meanwhile, Bart is gifted a car and license for saving the town, and decides to run off with a girl and get married. A 10-year-old being able to drive and not be questioned is a little strange, but I still think it works well within the episode. Not to mention Bart and the road still exists, so oh well. Not that into the Lisa stuff, especially since she's got no progression for wanting to reveal she was lying to everyone, but the Bart one makes up for it. Very funny episode. I love the gag with the intro recreation, and there are a ton of great moments here that elevate the somewhat cliche story. I'd recommend checking this one out. I like the framing of this one.
And all the guests will say, "Why, Lenny, that's a fine cake." Then, yes, I'll say.
I decided not to waste any more film on him after that.
We get to see the adults of Springfield as kids and then follow them through their lives, to see how they became the characters we know today compared to what they wanted as kids, with Homer pretending to be a millionaire to impress the documentary people.
Kids? No way. You'll never see a couple of rugrats tying me down.
Homer's realization that he's actually accomplished a lot in life is a good moment. I think the pacing is a little slow, but still I enjoy it quite a bit. Nice change of pace, even if they did need to fill in 2 minutes at the end and just had Homer sing to fill time. Bart warns the kids at school about a made-up murderer that haunts the school. I love the animation style switch up when he tells the story about it, and it's one of the only times I remember the score to a scene. But the episode isn't even about that so well. We finally learn more about Cletus's children. I know we've always been desperate to see more of them, but it's decent. They become child celebrities and whatever, I don't care. And no, the Sound of Music parody doesn't make it any better. I like the stuff with Bart and his therapist a lot more. I wish the episode were focused more on it. And it honestly gets quite depressing at the end with Bart's realization as to why he's so messed up. This is one I mentioned earlier with Grandpa getting with Marge's sister Selma. Absolutely desperate for ideas. It's so predictable, of course it's not going to work out in the end. And I don't mind when a comedy has a cliche predictable story, but at least be funny in the process. I like the Tracy Ullman Simpson reference, but there really isn't much to say about this one. Homer becomes paparazzi and begins to annoy everyone. Not a fan of Marge's sudden switch of feelings towards Homer. It's so sudden. From telling him to submit his stories for money to suddenly telling him to stop. Can I also just mention that almost every episode in this season has had some kind of gay joke? I don't really have a point to make here, it's just odd to see it happen so abruptly. It really just marks a different time because I know the show could not get away with that kind of stuff now. With a name like that, how could you possibly feel? Marge gets into a World of Warcraft clone to the dismay of Bart, who's famous within the game. I like the B story more with Homer coaching Lisa's soccer game, and Lisa deciding to abuse this with favoritism. My biggest issue is how Homer is painted to be the bad guy here, and he needs to be the one to make it up to Lisa despite her being the one to do something shitty. She has her realization in the end, but she should have realized it from the start, honestly. Still though, it's okay. With a concept like Marge becoming a gamer, they did as good a job as they probably could have. This might be my least favorite episode of the show so far, like of the entire series. Bart causes his team to lose a baseball game, and so the entire town of Springfield decide to torment and abuse him for weeks on end to the point where he's gone absolutely insane and is on the brink of suicide. That's not an exaggeration either, he's literally encouraged to jump from a water tower, which he ends up doing, and even while he's in the hospital recovering, he still gets abuse from the townsfolk. I get this is an adult show and stuff, so it doesn't always need to be sunshine and rainbows, but it gets to a point where torturing a character for doing nothing for 22 minutes isn't funny and it's just miserable. Not to mention it makes every resident of Springfield completely unlikable. Your show may be episodic, but I still remember that by the next episode. Worst one so far. Homer and co become firefighter volunteers, and eventually become corrupt, stealing stuff from the people they're rescuing, and end up trying to rob Mr. Burns. for the second time. It's alright, but out of all the Homer Gets a New Job episodes, it's one of the weaker ones. It's not particularly funny either, but it has its moments. Santa's little helper becomes a police dog while Bart gets a pet snake to fill the void. It's boring. It's very similar to the one where Bart gets the new dog who becomes a police helper, it's just the other way around, not a lot to say. This entire episode is a parody of a TV show called 24, which I have never seen, so the parody is lost on me. I think it's a decent episode anyway, but maybe I would like it more if I watched the show it was referencing. That's the issue with doing these kind of parodies. Oh wow, here's another one I haven't seen before. This one randomly starts with an old Tracy Ullman short. I guess that's to celebrate the 20th anniversary. Whatever. This one short was more entertaining than the rest of the episode. Kent Brockman says an obscenity on live TV and is fired over it. It's dull and boring and I have nothing to say. He gets fired way too late into the episode, so they quickly rush into him just getting his job back. I never really particularly cared about Kent as a character, and him staying at the Simpsons house is the most cliche thing they could have done with him.
You can stay, but you have to give us an 8x10 for our wall of casual acquaintances who came to stay for a while.
And no acknowledging it doesn't make it any better. Another mixed bag of a season. Some episodes I like a ton, but it has some I absolutely loathe, and currently has my least favorite episode of the entire show. In between this and the next was the Simpsons movie. I'm not going to put it on the ranking since that isn't really fair, but if you want my quick thoughts on it, I think the movie is okay. It has plenty of great laughs, but scenes drag on forever, and an act one that takes up ages to get on with the actual plot. It's fine, let's see how they followed up. Finally, after almost 2 decades, we've gotten the intro updated with the new animation. And it's even filled to the brim with references to the movie to give it a bit of continuity. That's amazing. Sadly though, the actual episode doesn't live up to the intro. Homer gets the chance to fly in a private jet and is now obsessed with getting another. So Marge hires some self-help guy to improve his life so he can get there again. I think I'd enjoy it a lot more if the guy he hired was an actually entertaining character. He's so dull and almost too much of a straight man. Yet at the same time, they don't really push him getting fed up with Homer's antics enough, so it doesn't go far in either direction. I like the reveal of him not actually getting the job, but other than that, it's forgettable. Homer gains the ability to sing well and becomes an opera singer. I'd like to think this is a callback to a previous episode, but I don't know if I want to give them that much credit. The episode is fine, I haven't got a ton to say. I enjoy the opening with the reveal they accidentally crashed a funeral, but then they try to do that whole, is Homer gonna cheat on Marge again stick, and it doesn't really do anything new with it. Meh. Homer becomes a tow truck driver and starts towing the cars of the residents, causing them to be outraged. It's just another Homer becomes a blank episode. And I always confuse this one with the one where he becomes a truck driver. The Marge subplot is much more interesting, but they don't really do a lot with it. Although it does stand out as being one of the rare times the B story feeds into the main by the end. It's an okay episode I suppose, but nothing much stands out about it. Okay, I'm realizing just now that for some reason they've gone back to the old intro. Weird. The most noticeable thing about this one is that Steve Buscemi voices a bank robber. That was the biggest spark of life I had watching the show for the past 10 seasons. All that's left is Adam Sandler to get his cameo. I like Marge's dilemma in promising to visit this criminal, but it's pretty unremarkable. I like the assassin segment a lot, despite how weird the concept is. The ET one is decent, it's nice seeing Kodos get to interact with other members of the family more, and the kids being sent to hell is also alright. It's cool to see Devil Flanders again, this Treehouse of Horror is okay. This one is a mixed bag. When Homer isn't able to notice a detail like what color Marge's eyes are, she covers them until he can remember. Meanwhile, Milhouse has to stay with the Simpsons with his mom and dad on a honeymoon, and eventually getting lost at sea. I don't care for the Van Houten stuff much, but I think the Marge and Homer dynamic here more than make up for it. I love the ending, it's very sweet. Even has a nice song. What a nice breath of fresh air. Let's hope the season continues to improve from here on out. With the new comic book store opening, Jeff Albertson has some new competition in the form of Coolsville, and he thinks Coolsville sucks. Dad, that's a reference to Scooby-Doo 2, please, play that clip. Meanwhile, Marge opens up a gym. That's it, that's all that happens. I wouldn't particularly say that any of these episodes have been flat out bad so far, but I'd take an awful one over a completely boring and dull episode. Is what I would be saying if it didn't take a complete 180 by the end, with Homer getting plastic surgery to be more attractive to her, and this goes overboard until he looks like this. Then he's chased and considered a monster, and it goes way too far. But it's okay because it's all a dream sequence. What? Oh no, did Sideshow Bob really get killed off? The TiVo stuff goes on for way too long, especially for the payoff to be that Sideshow Bob just so happened to be expecting them to see his commercial. Anyway, Bob makes the town hate Bart out of nowhere because Bart made him insane, which doesn't even make any sense because Bob was a criminal before he met Bart. This is the worst Sideshow Bob episode. They've evidently run out of ideas. This is an accurate representation of what it's been like for the past month of me watching The Simpsons daily. As a kid, this one was so weird to me. Homer forgets what he did the night before and must find out where everyone is, unlocking pieces of his memory as the day goes on. It gets kinda depressing at the end, with Homer thinking that he hit his wife and is about to kill himself, and Patty and Selma assist him by pushing him off a bridge. But wow, it turns out they were just planning a surprise party for him. What a funny turn of events. This one is bad, I don't care for it. The highlight was the references to past episodes. Homer goes on an all-he-can-eat binge before needing to go on a diet, but ends up destroying all the fast food restaurants in town. And Springfield's primaries become first in the nation, which is a big deal, I guess. And look, I have no clue about American politics. This is all just gibberish to me. This episode was boring. The Ralph twist by the end is funny, but they don't do anything with it. It just comes in at the end. Dumb episode. We see Homer and Marge at college, which takes place in the 90s. Again, it's one where the episode itself doesn't really matter. The worst thing is it shows how willing the writers are to change up continuity for the sake of a dumb gimmick like wanting to reference the 90s all the time. Newsflash, Simpsons writers, your show was airing throughout that entire time. You practically already referenced it as it was going. That's not even to mention the worst part. If this episode takes place in the 90s, then why are they using the modern Sonic the Hedgehog logo and design? What, am I to believe in this timeline Sonic always had green eyes? Boy, I sure hope somebody got fired for that blunt. Homer and Marge get stuck in a tunnel of Love Boat and decide to tell each other 3 stories. Next. Bart befriends a new boy at school, who turns out to be a secret plant by Skinner, to find out about Bart's pranks before they happen. It's quite a simple story, but it works. I like this episode. Homer also has a fun side story of him being granted the use of an amazing car while his is in the shop. Solid all around. It's time for Homer to go on a diet. I guess they realized that plot point from the political episode was forgotten about. With him not losing any weight, Marge hires a TV show to try and find out if he were cheating. Meanwhile, Bart and Lisa think that they've killed Martin, and must try and hide their involvement, while Nelson tries to investigate, which is very out of character for him, but I honestly like it. This one is decent. I wouldn't call it bad, but it's not all that funny either. And of course they didn't kill off Martin, so there's not really any stakes in it at all. But still, a decent episode is high on this season's list so far. Most of these have been pretty bad. I like the opening to this one, with another Harry Potter parody. I feel like they realized they never really got the chance to mock how wild the fandom was and decided to go back to it from the previous episode. Anyway, Lisa gets peer pressured into secondhand smoking. It's funny how they set it up as a Marge fulfilling her childhood dream story, only to beeline into Lisa. The stuff about Homer creating beef jerky I'm not much of a fan of. His relationship with Bart works well, but nothing interesting really happens with it. They were just looking for something that they could sell again. Lurleen makes her return, with us getting to learn more about her past with her long-lost father returning to her, until it's revealed he just wanted to leech off her success.
Nice one.
This episode has quite a few jokes I think are funny, and the song they sing at home is catchy, even if it is just another episode about ex-characters staying with The Simpsons. I enjoy this one well enough, but I hope we don't see Lurleen again after starring in this episode. She's not really a character who can carry an entire show. She worked well in the previous one because it bounced off Homer's relationship with Marge, but they kinda dropped that early on here. Although Homer attempting to unironically kill his father is going a little, well actually very too far. I like this one. Bart befriends one of Cletus's kids and eventually gets roped into an arranged marriage with her. The relationship is handled well and I like her character a lot. even if I wish her and Bart had more scenes together. But she's more than just a one-note stereotype, like all of Cletus's other kids. The opening with Bart raising the runt cow is nice too. I also like the small moment here between Marge, Homer, and Maggie.
Jane, spinach! I'm not going to eat that! It's yucky!
That's all. Lisa submits an embarrassing film about her family to the Sundance Film Festival. She comes off very unlikable here, not really seeing how her film makes her family look awful. Nelson's was way better, even if it did just come off as a copy of Barney's movie from A Star Is Burns. Sadly, I'm not a fan of this one, considering it's another one about Homer's mother. It's a shame because I love the beginning, with Homer's mother coming back but him not willing to get attached to her again because of her constantly leaving. But before he can make amends with her, she dies. That's heartbreaking, I love it. But then the rest of the episode focuses on Homer needing to climb a mountain to spread her ashes down into some Mr. Burns scheme, and I feel like the episode could have entirely focused on her and Homer and left out this dumb stuff that happens after she dies. The beginning could have been stretched out for the whole runtime, and I think that would have benefited from it. Disappointing. Lisa becomes Krusty's new assistant and ends up stealing the show. It's boring. Wow, Homer kinda clogged up this season, didn't he? I wish characters like Marge got more to do, but as it is, it was another mediocre one. The good episodes of this one weren't nearly as strong as previous seasons, while it also contained some of the worst episodes of the series. As we're heading to the big 2-0, let's hope it starts to pick up.
Oh no, the Northern Irish are also having a parade. Two kinds of Irish people? What are they fighting over? Who gets to sleep in the bathtub?
I resent that. Marge becomes a baker and Homer becomes a bounty hunter. These episodes are quickly turning into, what job can we give them both this time? But I thought the monorail was destroyed. I guess we're at the point where making references to the Golden Age takes priority. Don't care much for Marge's story with the bakery being an, oh no, erotic bakery, the horror. It's not like she can just quit or something. I much prefer the mean. It's always good to see a nice old Homer and Flanders getting along story. Although their breakup is very forced and the chase feels like a poor attempt to try and replicate the chicken fight. And there's not even a resolution, Homer is just stuck in prison by the end. Still though, it's a decent premiere. Bart wanting a cell phone is such a quaint plot that I really like. I personally hate in modern cartoons how every kid has a smartphone to get them out of any scenario. I prefer the old times when that wasn't really the case. Who knows, maybe it's just because I find it more relatable. Anyways, this episode starts to go downhill when it turns into Bart stealing Dennis Leary's phone and starts pranking people, which causes Marge and Homer to put a tracker on him. I wish it were more 3 men in a comic book and less, I don't know, celebrity pandering and horrible parenting. Bart switches places with a rich boy that looks exactly like him, to get away from his family. This is until Bart is about to get killed by his new family's siblings so they can get the inheritance. Despite the weird sitcom story, I think this one is okay. I enjoy it. It's the best of the season so far, but again, it's just okay. In this treehouse of horror, Homer tries to vote for Barack Obama. Ooh, spooky. They're not even horror themes anymore, just random sci-fi stuff like celebrity likenesses being used in advertising without their permission. The horror. Another past episode, and you can tell they're very desperate for topics at this point, with us finding out how at one point they were gonna cheat on each other. Do they do it? Of course not, this is a past episode and we all know their marriage is fine. I like them meeting Flanders for the first time, and while I like the past segment, I'm not a fan of the other past segment. For some reason they switched between a past segment and a paster segment even further before. I don't really see the point in the one where they're just a couple, but at the same time I think it's more entertaining than the one where they're already married and have Bart and Lisa. Like, I get how they're showing us how they visited the same place again, and okay, now I've gotten myself confused. This episode is dumb and they're both awful for trying to cheat on each other. Next. I like the opening to this one with Homer breaking up with people for their partners, but then it shifts into the exciting story of Lisa getting into crossword puzzles. I don't care. I like the conflict between Homer and Lisa causing her to drop the Simpson name and call herself Lisa Bouvier. That's like, it's very serious. But I just wish it were part of a more interesting episode. Bart befriends a Muslim boy and Homer assumes he must be a terrorist. Meanwhile, Lisa gets a MyPod. I'm gonna start calling these stories Mo Gets a Cell Phone plots, considering they're doing the exact same thing they mocked a few seasons ago. The episode is fine. I don't really mind these Homer being ignorant stories since that's his character, but Homer's phobia this ain't. His ignorance isn't funny here, it's just awful.
We'll look it up in the Corona.
Oh my god. Oh boy, another environmentalist Lisa episode. This time she wants to save the bees with the help of Mr. Burns. I like how this one starts with a Christmas version of the intro because the actual episode has nothing to do with winter. Instead, it has to do with being boring. This one is just bizarre. Lisa befriends a girl who is really into this imaginatory world she's thought up, and Lisa also gets into it. It's just weird considering how obsessed she is with it. She's insane. I like the part at the end with Kearney joining them, but at the same time it's just odd, not to mention she's got this really unfitting voice for a child. Let me guess, she was voiced by a celebrity. Let me just check the Simpsons Wikipedia. Oh, yep. Not a bad episode, just really weird. And I wish they got into the little girl's clear mental issues more. I swear to God, how many times can you do that fucking title pun? But hey, we're finally here. The brand new intro coming in during the middle of the season, topped with worse animation than the original, and the addition of more gags. Seriously, coming up with a new couch gag alone has gotta be hard. Why make it harder to also need to come up with a new chalkboard line, billboard outside the school, and eventually title screen gag? Episode is bad, by the way. It's another past one about Homer running for class president, and I don't care. I like how they were so strapped for time here that not only did they include a 2-minute opening couch gag, but also a 2-minute clip show of Homer getting hurt, including Treehouse of Horror segments, which aren't even canon. That's the worst part. So Bart gets a perfect score in his exam, despite evidently not filling in the answers on rows and in some cases filling in all 4. Boy, I sure hope somebody. We're all sent off for the day to help the results look better. It's boring. Homer's subplot about not being able to get hurt since he doesn't have insurance doesn't help it either. I know I've said boring like 100 times in this video so far, but that's genuinely the only way to describe most of these. At least it ended on an epic dance party. The Simpsons house is put up for auction, with Ned Flanders buying it for $100,000. When this happened, all I could think was, oh no, I know exactly where this is going. Of course, Homer and the family start to take advantage of Ned Flanders. It's miserable and makes them all so unlikable. This is the bad episode. It's okay. Marge is blinded and nuns take Maggie away, so they have to try and get her back. I like it. That's all. You have no idea how big this episode was over here. I remember coming home from a trip and seeing in the newspaper, The Simpsons are coming to Ireland? And while the Ireland references are nice, I suppose, the story itself isn't great. It takes them way too long to get to Ireland, first of all. The hot tub opening goes nowhere and isn't funny. Then Homer taking over a bar is fine, but I wish the rest of the family had something else to do that wasn't just them dedicated to walking around looking at landmarks. Especially since by the end we get our grand return to the courthouse, just like the England episode. Perfect.
Well, that's
There's a day we'll never get back.
So bored.
Yep, that sums it up well. Thank you. It turns out Homer and Marge aren't officially married, so now they have to get remarried. Who cares? It's sweet seeing Homer want to go through the wedding she deserves, but there's not much to say other than that. She turns into an asshole, which makes her really unlikable. It starts off nice but slowly becomes unbearable, especially when it turns into a Saw parody of all things where Patty and Selma kidnap and torture Homer. No. It's just the same as the last Mo Gets a Girlfriend episode, but this time the gimmick is that she's a little person. Nobody seems to care despite him being worried about it. They're about to get married when Mo starts insulting her, and they split up. That was just a plot synopsis because the episode is completely unremarkable. Still though, better than the last Mo relationship story. Bart meets another girl again. I like the conflict with Milhouse here, with Bart doing something crappy to him and him needing to convince the girl that he's actually good. I like the Bart relationship stories a ton. It's always fun to see his character explored a little more, but this time the girl is a little too generic. She's more of a plot device here compared to others. Okay, I know I've said this a bunch, but they are really out of ideas. Marge finds out their house has a sauna in the basement. Meanwhile, Homer's taste buds are burnt, so now his taste has been enhanced and eventually becomes a helicopter parent. It sucks. I enjoy this one. Homer moves into a bachelor pad so Lisa and Bart can go to a better school. And it's funny. I like Bart's attempts to prove he's cool, and the Hannah Montana parody is incredibly dated, but I think that's why I like it so much. This is a good episode. Oh wow, we're getting told 4 random stories instead of 3. How unique. Don't care. I like the Macbeth story, that's it. I like the first half of this one, but the stuff with the wall and its quick conclusion seems a little rushed. It's hard for me to care about characters we've never met before being kicked out of Springfield. Another rough season. Not a fan really, a lot of awful episodes here, and the sudden change of animation style was really jarring. It gets better as the season goes on, but I noticed a ton of animation errors and some backgrounds look way too simple and basic. Let's hope season 21 improves. Are you sick of my pointless optimism yet? Look, we're in the home stretch now, that makes me extremely hopeful. Homer the Whopper's no-K premiere. Comic book guy sells his IP to a movie studio with Homer being hired as the star if he promises to lose some weight. It just becomes another weight loss episode which we've seen plenty of. And I kinda wish the comic book guy had more to do after the opening, they just sorta hand-wave him out of the story. Seth Rogen's voice also does not fit a fitness instructor. His character's uninteresting, I wish they'd done more with him. Still though, it's okay episode. How dare you taint such a classic episode with that title? Oh, this one isn't actually that bad. Guess I'm just so used to being disappointed by now.
My stroked out grandfather has more memory than that thing.
How's he doing?
Better, thanks.
It's nice to see more of Edna's character explored here, and how unhappy she seems with her life. Bart gets her fired and then tries to help her achieve her dream of owning a muffin store. That whole thing comes in a bit late and the muffin store is a little random. Like, they get rid of it as soon as it opens, but I still like where they go with it. I wish that "you're bad on the inside" moment was actually given more weight. I like their new teacher too. He's fun, but I'm not really into his design. We're getting to the point where the new characters created look really creepy, this weird mix between realistic and cartoony. This is weird. We're in a later season and there are 2 episodes in a row that I think are above average. Crazy. It's like Itchy and Scratchy and Marge too.
Call me a killjoy, but I think that because this is not to my taste, no one else should be able to enjoy it.
Except they push it to its extreme here, with Marge accepting a fight with the owner of a UFC competition in order to shut it down forever. The out there premises made up for it just by being a funny episode. This season has started out relatively strong. That's a big relatively, none of these are anywhere near the best of the classics. But for modern season material, they're alright. I like the premise of the Bart and Lisa one, even if the black and white filter seems kinda pointless. I get the parody, but it makes me wish they had switched up the art style to fit. The zombie one is just as predictable as the previous ones, and finally I enjoy the Moe musical a ton. Homer's guest song is fun. Again, I wish they'd just buckle down and do a full original musical. Also, I miss when each segment had its own creative title card. Oh well. Carl is now Homer's supervisor. But Carl was already established to be Homer's supervisor in a previous episode. I can't believe they would disregard lore like this. I enjoy this episode. Marge becomes a pin-up model which embarrasses her family. I like how naive she is going into the shoot, and it's the closest we've ever gotten to Marge realistically considering getting with Flanders. It's much stronger than the Homer story. We've seen him being overworked before, we don't really get much out of this one. Not that into pranks and greens. Bart meets the greatest prankster of Springfield Elementary and tries to get his groove back. Seeing his prank on Skinner isn't really funny, it's just mean. And the dumb fake out where he gets a job of Krusty was coming from a mile away. Minor bump in what so far has been an alright season. Let's hope it bounces back. Lisa befriends 3 practicing witches. Alright, this isn't the strongest one. Homer befriends Cletus over a mutual appreciation for alcohol, but nothing much happens with it. The twist with everyone becoming blind is way too surreal, and the reveal that it was just the moonshine that caused it is so contrived. Like everyone just so happens to go blind from the water, right when the witches put a curse on the town to become blind. Although it does give us a pretty good moment.
Could the co-reporter read that back?
I'm a big dummy with a stupid job. Hey!
gay!
I did notice a lot of animation errors here though, with these backgrounds constantly switching between night and daytime. I'm shocked the concept of Bart being jealous of Maggie and Lisa hasn't been explored before, with him wanting a baby brother. Other than his dream sequence going on like, I don't know, 2 minutes too long, and Lisa being really mean towards him for no reason, it's still okay. Jesus, what a forced way of doing a South Park parody. Don't care for this. With Abe befriending a man who seems genuinely interested in him, the reveal that he actually wants to kill Abe so he can make his manuscript about him more profitable is a bit of a stretch. Not to mention the Bart side plot is really underwhelming, with Lisa and him just needing to find some lamb plush for school. Krusty's ratings are once again low, so to appeal to girls they add in a female co-star. Suddenly no one wants him and all the attention goes towards her. He ends up in a relationship with her, further ruining the show. It all leads to a predictable stop the wedding moment. Except it doesn't because they end up together anyway, but I'm not sure she ever shows up again. Whatever, not a fan of this at all. Homer's side plot also doesn't stand out much. He's poached to a new power plant and within one scene he's brought back. Exciting stuff. Oh great, this is the episode where Lisa buys the retirement home a Wii. Or should I say, a Z? I mean, the Wii just came out. I see why they'd want it. Wait, this came out in 2010? Jesus Christ. Literally nothing even happens here. That is no exaggeration. They play the Z and enjoy it. Wow. Meanwhile, Homer finally after 21 seasons becomes a millionaire, but can't spend it without Marge getting mad at him. What a stupid workaround. She would not care about him missing a wedding if she knew they were millionaires. Their song is cute though.
Come on, line, move. Maybe it'll speed up if I make... Oh, can you believe this? Noises.
Wow, that is like such a Family Guy joke. How weird. Marge gets into curling and enters the Olympics, but screw that, I care way more about Lisa collecting pins. It's like a better version of that one where Bart gets into coin collecting, and the ending joke of her putting Homer's face upside down and making a pin out of it is hilarious. Reminds me a lot of the Mr. Sparkles days. This time we're going way into the past, with Lisa looking for an ancestor to talk about, with them realizing their ancestor was a little girl who tried to rescue a slave. It's a fine episode and wait a second, that golem thing was from a Trays of Horror. What even is canon anymore? I like the Jetsons parody opening, but despite that the rest of the episode seems a little too sitcom-y. I know, The Simpsons is a sitcom and all, but this one is a little too Disney Channel. Marge and Homer decide to ignore Bart after not doing his homework at school, which is like, you know, child neglect. The best thing about this one is seeing Homer be the one who cares about his education, while Marge wants to nurture him. Nice dynamic, but South Park did the better ignoring a character episode.
Have an unwanted boner.
Have an unwanted what? Did you hear that, or am I going insane at this point? To reiterate, they really like these Bart relationship stories. This is one of the best, thankfully. Her design is really bad, but it's the first time they actually try to give him a girl that's similar to him. And I like how he goes to Grandpa for help. They really start to build up their bond later on. And it's funny how his advice that may have worked when he was young is considered creepy today. That's a good twist. I don't like Lisa's subplot though. With her failing a test and becoming popular suddenly, then it's immediately revealed she actually passed and everyone hates her again. Seems like this was just added as an excuse to include the Michelle Obama cameo. I like this one though, best of the season so far. Not a fan. The Simpsons go with Flanders to Jerusalem where Homer starts to believe that he is the Messiah. It's just annoying. Homer is ignorant of other cultures to the dismay of Flanders. Haha, how humorous. And the tour guide takes up way too much time. And it's just annoying, they're trying way too hard to make him quirky and random.
Surprised? Me see Montgomery Burns locked up like an animal? What caused this?
Can't believe this episode unironically starts with, I bet you're wondering how I got in this situation. Homer, Lenny, and Carl break into Burns' manor and destroy the place, causing Burns to get arrested for having some stolen artwork. It's fun seeing him in such a harsh setting, but that's all I really got out of it. Despite the cliche, this thing is cool until the parents start to like it. B-story with Bart. I think the Homer and Wiggum stuff more than makes up for it. They're very similar characters, so it makes sense they'd want to pair them up. They have a very sweet ending. Not that into the forced breakup, but I still like the ending. The Simpsons buy a windmill to save money on their electric bill. The jokes that come with this are funny, but the episode really starts to shine when we get into the Lisa trying to save a beached whale story. I don't think it's all that funny of an episode, which knocks it down a bit, but the moments between Lisa and the whale are very sweet. Especially this score. When it dies, you genuinely feel bad for her. There's nothing all that noticeable about this one, so I think I'll talk a bit about what most people remember from it. The Kesha opening. This is something used a lot when talking about how The Simpsons lost its edge, and isn't as potent as it once was, rather conforming to modern trends and culture. And while I see where they're coming from, I just don't think it's that deep. The one long cut shot is very impressive, honestly, and to me the worst aspect of it is the sound mixing. Anyways, I like the debate club stuff with them caring less about actually debating and more about insulting Lisa for being blonde. It's a decent episode, I guess. The framing device of Mo Letter Blues is very well done, with Mo talking about the different marital issues he sees going on at the bar, although it is weird how packed his bar seems to be now. They drop it quickly though, which is a shame, with a few of the men going on a cruise and finding out that one of their wives is going to be leaving them. I could somewhat believe that, but then we find out they're going to be leaving them with Mo, and that completely just gets rid of all the stakes. We know that's not happening. I could do with all that CG though, yikes. A new neighbor moves in, who Bart believes to be Sideshow Bob in disguise, so of course he gets paranoid and it turns out to be him. I don't know, I saw this coming from a mile away, so the entire episode was just spent waiting for the reveal. And as well as that, it's not very funny either. The scene of him tearing their faces off was also very disturbing. Seems like it'd even be creepy for a trace of horror. Meh. Mo becomes a prodigy to Simon Cowell. It's boring. Simon Cowell already had his cameo. Why bring him back to do the exact same thing with him? Again, despite a good few episodes here and there, it appears the show is continuing on its downward spiral. Fairly average premiere. Lisa goes to a performing arts camp for the week and loves it, then struggles to go back to regular society. My friend told me that the counselors are some pretty funny celebrities. I could probably look up who they are to gain a better appreciation for the cameo, but I feel if you want to insert these sort of things, they have to stand on their own. And these guys do not stand on their own. I like the commentary on how performing arts students are basically broke, and it's extremely hard to get a job as one. That's the kind of humor we've sunk into. Kinda wish they did more for the Up parody they open with. Either way, Lisa loans Nelson $50 to open a bike shop business, which I think is quite nice. I love it a lot actually. There's this part where he's updating her, and we see him treating his mom to some nice living expenses. It's not the most funny episode, but it definitely makes up for it in character moments. Chris Hansen's character also caught me off guard the most, in a good way, although it's kind of weird that that's how they end Homer's returning shenanigans. Like, what? And they got Mark Zuckerberg to seem like a weird freak before most. It's ahead of their time. Lisa becomes the coach of Bart's baseball team and uses the power of math to help them win. This is until Lisa becomes angry with Bart disobeying her and kicks him off the team. I'd get it if Bart caused the team to lose, but no, they still ended up winning. I'm noticing how lazy the jokes are starting to get, especially with Homer. He'll just disrupt a scene with random non sequiturs. I don't like this episode. Lisa's made to be really unlikable. I like the first board game segment, with it coming to life. That's always a fun concept. Even if Milhouse killing himself is a little weird. But I'm not that into the other two. I understand parroting stuff is just kind of their thing now, but honestly it seems like you should probably focus on mocking more timeless stuff rather than Twilight. Just what this season needed. Another Lisa episode. After finding out Marge was an honor roll student just like her, Lisa's afraid of ending up as nothing more than a housewife. How insulting. I like the opening with Homer trying to find Maggie the specific toy she wants, and it's cool to get more insight into how Marge was before meeting Homer. But it's another one about Lisa fearing for her future, except this one is a lot meaner than the last. Her getting rid of all her hobbies as to not get distracted seems like a forced way to introduce conflict. And she doesn't deserve having Marge work herself to death so she can go to the school she wants. Like, she was an asshole the whole episode and she's being rewarded for it. Mr. Burns gets amnesia, and so the town decide to treat him like crap while he doesn't know any better. I'm not that into this one, especially with the twist of it's actually Mr. Burns' cruelty that keeps him alive. Dumb way to try and reset the status quo. I could forgive it if it was funny, but it's not even that. You may have noticed that I'm not really going much further beyond saying something is or isn't funny. It kinda seems futile to try and describe why a joke does or doesn't work. Much easier to speak in general how the show's humor is decreased. Bad episode either way. Seems like a more focused version of that last Bart nursing a bird back to health episode. You know, with it actually being a bird this time. I like Santa's little helper eating it, and then Bart needing to decide whether or not to forgive him. It happens a little late though. The pacing isn't that strong with this one. They make you think it'll be about racing, but instead it just gets eaten. Also, Danica Patrick makes her second best cameo here after Sonic All-Star Racing transformed. Solid episode right here. We have 4 Christmas-related stories to go through, and I'm not going to talk about any of them, because the only one worth noting is the final one, which is a Muppet-style short of special guest star Katy Perry. It's cool visually, and I appreciate the attempt to stand out, but the humor itself is really cringy and seems a little too indulgent in promoting Katy Perry. Bad Christmas special, probably the worst so far.
I wish this show had a visit from 3 new writers.
You said it. Homer gets arrested on New Year's, and to get out he must go undercover to get information on Fat Tony. He's definitely the highlight of this episode, but it's really nothing we haven't seen before. His fake out death is really dumb, although I find the Mo prank call twist funny, and Fat Tony is a somewhat humorous concept. That's about it. It's interesting to actually see a grade above the 4th for once, and I like where it leads to with Bart realizing he used to be friends with the 5th grader. I feel like Bart's progression from having fun with them to not liking the extremity happens too fast, in that it's non-existent at all. But I enjoy Marge getting more friends to interact with, and having more of a social life. Also, is it just me or is Chalmers appearing more and more in these episodes? I thought he was a superintendent for a bunch of schools, not just Springfield, yet he shows up all the time now. This one's alright. Mo teams up with Smithers to turn his bar into the only thing he hasn't attempted yet, a gay bar. See what I mean about it seemingly just setting up random pairings now? But I do think it's funny how he pretends to be gay just for it to be successful and eventually run for governor. I like Skinner's side plot way more, with him trying to get with the new teacher and so sets up Bart with her daughter. The Gertie the dinosaur reference was the best moment though, just a shame it happens a minute in. Also a lot of dated jokes. Not gonna go any further than that. Oh, maybe this is progressive. This one's okay. Homer becomes obsessed with an 80s sitcom and tries to incorporate their values into his life by refusing to buy Bart a mini bike. He then starts selling the power plant's info to other countries in exchange for the bike. I like the parody of 80s father figures, you know, despite Homer being an 80s father figure. But him giving away the info to China is kind of outrageous, and at that point I stopped losing interest in the episode. It's nowhere near the worst of the season, but that doesn't make it good. It's fine. Another Valentine's Day episode. Yay!
They say for every man, somewhere on Earth, there's one woman.
That is fucking miserable. It's another Mo relationship story. They're really liking him this season. Bad episode. The joke about the kid's hairline is a funny meta moment, but that's it. A sequel to the pretty average Angry Dad episode, with Bart getting it turned into a movie, and we see all the ups and downs that come with that. I really love the movies competing with it at the awards show. The Pixar parody is very accurate, and the CD is pretty impressive. Actually, it reminds me a lot of Sausage Party. I don't very much care for when it turns into Homer taking all the credit for his film, but before that it was a pretty solid episode. I'd put it slightly above the first, but just slightly. It's too weird, just way too weird. One of the worst episodes just on concept alone. I have no idea how they went through with this. Homer starts drugging his father to make him more positive, and eventually a guy makes pills out of it. But oh no, it actually causes people's eyes to fall out of their sockets. What is there to say? It's just too absurd. The groundedness the series once had is completely gone now. I hate this. The contents of the episode doesn't even matter. I hate it on concept alone. Lisa has a trumpet in the opening to this episode. That's all it's worth noting, it's boring. This is the worst episode of The Simpsons. You may disagree with me saying that, but I cannot stand this one. Usually in some bad episodes you can say, oh, I like the opening set piece, or, oh, the characters have some nice moments here and there. But no, this has none of that. I hate it from start to finish. There's not a single aspect of this one I enjoy. So Homer goes to therapy after humiliating Bart, where he's trained to not strangle him. So then we get, like, 2 minutes worth of scenes of Homer being tortured. But it ends up working too well, with him being afraid to punish Bart in any way. So Bart decides to abuse that fact and gets away with abusing Homer now. So the therapist takes him on a trip where he hangs Homer from a tree and asks Bart to save him. Who won't do it? Cruel is like the most perfect word to describe this one. It's an episode that actively makes me hate our main characters. At first you feel bad for Bart and hate Homer, but then they try to mitigate that by having Bart be an ass to him, but like, that doesn't negate what Homer did, it just makes me hate Bart too. Remember in Homer's Odyssey when Homer tried to kill himself and the family shows genuine concern? This is not the same show anymore. I do not see a single thing passing this episode. I absolutely loathe it. So anyways, I feel like I spent a lot of time complaining about that last episode. None of the season can really compare to its awfulness, really. How about we do a quick rapid fire for the rest of the season, since I don't really have a whole lot to say about any of them particularly. This one isn't great, the magician is mean, so I don't really care that he's about to die. Again, randomly just pairing up characters now. Selma marries Fat Tony, whoop-de-doo. He's the only aspect I somewhat enjoy. Next. This one's okay. A rare example of me enjoying both the A and B story of a modern episode. Milhouse's relationship with Lisa is sweet, and Homer becoming a hairdresser leads to some funny moments. I also like that one voice actor cameo. That one girl, you know the one I'm talking about. Meh, please don't rope Hank Scorpio into your boring modern season episode. Ned and Edna begin dating in this episode. They don't seem like they'd work great off each other, but it manages to work well. Not an expected change to the status quo, but a welcome one. Wow, yeah, this is the worst season of The Simpsons so far. It has like 2 episodes I actually like, and the rest are either boring or absolutely awful. The characters are starting to become very one-note, and their stereotypical personalities are causing them to be very cruel to each other for the sake of jokes. But when I don't like the characters, I'm gonna be less willing to sit back and enjoy their shenanigans. The opening song by Homer is fun. We're back to a very grounded story of Homer trying to befriend a new guy at work. Sadly, unlike Homer's enemy, I think his obliviousness is done poorly here. Instead of just not understanding how he's coming across, he's just acting like a constant joke machine, who comes off as very annoying. Out of all the characters, Homer has definitely suffered from Flanderization the most. It happened so subtly, it really took me going back to earlier episodes to realize just how one-note he is now. This episode isn't great and the new guy is too boring to leave an impact. I like the 3D moment though. Chalmers gets the chance to take center stage, with him being challenged to educate Bart. And we get a charming little story about him getting Bart interested in Teddy Roosevelt. The hostage stuff comes out of nowhere and feels like an excuse to add in some kind of action, when I think the episode didn't really need it. Still though, it's alright. I gotta be careful with my final list, because a decent episode can seem even better when compared to the slog of the modern seasons, while an earlier episode that's just decent can seem even worse among such great seasons. But I guess we've still got like an hour or so before we gotta worry about that. Awful. It's just becoming movie parodies at this point. The Spider-Man one is way too late and not very funny. The God one is alright, I like the ending. And the worst is the Avatar one. It's just so bad. It's basically just a direct copy of the movie, but with jokes. Which doesn't really constitute as a parody, like, I don't know, put a spin on it. It's funny seeing The Simpsons in a movie like The Shining, but Avatar? Not at all. Is that title a frickin' Despicable Me reference? Just for that, it deserves to be at the bottom. Homer gains a new assistant called Roz, voiced by Wreck-It Ralph lady, but it turns out she's actually trying to steal his job from him. I think all the science fair projects with the kids are funny, but Lisa is really unlikable here. She makes fun of Bart's science project, but when he goes out and gets a good one, she complains about him winning. But I like their stuff with the seal a lot more than Homer's story. These new characters they've been creating are so dull and unmemorable. It's the second best episode of the season, but that doesn't make it particularly good. And yay, another dance party ending! The opening with E4 is fun for the random video game references. I mean, hey, I'm impartial to anything with a Sonic cameo. Anyways, the actual episode isn't nearly as good. Homer and Marge get oddly competitive about who the kids like more, and it eventually turns into the one about Homer becoming a food critic, except this time it's Marge. And sadly, this one is much worse. It takes like half the episode to actually get into it. And whereas the other one was focused on Homer and the conflict his reviews created, this one is split between the food critic stuff and Homer and Marge fighting over the kids. She's confused as to why Homer is jealous of them, despite her being the jealous one at the start, so she should understand completely. Then she invites him to join and immediately gets upset over him joining. Such forced conflict. The Ratatouille reference also comes out of nowhere. Bad episode. A weird one, but I like it. I was shocked at first to see that they skipped right past the intro and get into the story. Weird, it's almost like they're confident in the episode they've written and feel it can fill up the full runtime. It's a pretty good heist story. It's weird to mix it with a plot about this random set of characters writing a teen drama book, but it manages to work. It's got some great visuals, a nice Ocean 11 parody, and a commentary on the book publishing business. Surprising hit.
As long as you don't mind betraying the trust of vulnerable young minds.
The perfect crime, eh?
Why can't I go to the grown-up room?
You said the clown scared you.
Well, he did a little.
I like the opening here of Krusty throwing a party at The Simpsons. Although it isn't that strange. I remember there was an episode a few seasons ago where Krusty was at Marge's mother's birthday for some reason. Again, Springfield feels so condensed now, like they've gone past the point for random background characters and just fill it up with whatever model sheets they have lying around. Sadly though, the rest of it just seems kind of like, you know, been there, done this. Seems like Simpson and Delilah without the hair growth scheme, even giving Homer a smooth-talking man to help him through his new life. Homer seems very out of character if you don't get the Mad Men parody, which I don't, so I think he's very out of character. Despite a few funny moments, there's not much to say here. Oh boy, Krusty gets his show cancelled again. Good to see they're still reaching new strides. The Museum of Television has a couple fun references, but it's just another Krusty needing to get his groove back romp, and not an entertaining one at all. Still better than a lot of the rest of this season so far. The millionth future episode we've gotten. Thankfully though, it's a pretty good one. It's weird how these are the ones with the best continuity, bringing back Bart's girlfriend from the previous. The early progression of their lives is cool to see, although Bart's life is quite sad to see unfold, but I like his relationship with the kids. I don't have a ton to say here, I just recommend checking it out. After a YouTube video goes viral, Homer gets a job as a right-wing talk show host where he starts to own the libs. The way they get him onto the talk show is very contrived. Like, how does this video get him on to argue about nonsense on this TV show? I've said it before, but he's not a person anymore, he's just a cartoon character. I know he is a cartoon, but it's not grounded anymore, he's just a constant unfunny joke machine. Look, this is what I mean.
I know you children have never seen your father cry before. Marge, do we have any more gravy?
No, ow.
Nothing feels natural anymore, it's all just random setups for unfunny jokes. I'm not from America, so this commentary means nothing to me. Immediately starts in a courtroom. Great sign. So judging by the title, this is an episode about social media. I like that even though she's retelling them the story of how she winded up there, it still takes them like 10 minutes to get into the plot. So Lisa starts using Facebook to make friends. This is at the point we're at. They're so desperate for ideas they've just started parroting movies for the whole runtime. There have been like 3 or 4 of those this season so far. I hate this episode. So Moe's famous bar rag recounts the story of how it got to where it is, like taking us through old France and stuff like that. Almost like a variation on the usual anthology with random flash forwards to Moe looking for his rag we're supposed to care about for some reason. Also, when it isn't focused on that, it's going through another Bart and Milhouse breakup that's so damn shoved in. Awful. I appreciate them trying something new, but it did not work at all.
I'm in hell. I'm in hell. I'm in hell.
I'm in hell. This one's okay. Lisa meets a boy, and tries to run off him against her mother's wishes. I like Marge's dynamic with her here, and her going to Grandpa for advice is sweet. Not the best Lisa love story. It's weird how Nick immediately changes an attitude when they need him to. Michael Cera definitely should have been given a better role. But still, it's alright.
Now there's 3 of you.
Or maybe you're losing your mind.
Got that right. Wow, here we are, episode 500. Just how are they gonna celebrate such a massive milestone? A dumb gimmick story. I was so hyped for this as a kid and I loved it. Just a shame that looking back, it's not at all great. After all their misadventures, the Simpsons are kicked out of Springfield, so they have to start a new life somewhere. This is until other residents start to come to them and want to join, quickly creating a brand new Springfield. That's it, there's nothing funny about it. It's a contrived excuse for them to try and shake up the status quo and put them in a new scenario. The town secretly hating the Simpsons screams trailer sting. I'm very disappointed with this one. Wait, now that I mention it...
On the milestone, all new 500th episode.
This town has voted unanimously to get rid of The Simpsons.
Yep, see, I was right. I know. Acknowledging it doesn't make it any better. Another cruel opening. For Marge's birthday, Homer gets her a special gift. But because of Bart's gift of a rabbit, it caused her to miss his. So as revenge, Homer locks Bart in the cage. Then it shifts into Bart being a famous artist through his graffiti. I like the twist at the end with them really just trying to find the vandalizer, but I'm not a fan of the Apu side plot. Decent episode overall. Very conflicted about this one. We go inside Homer's memory to see what's been causing him so much trauma. Going inside his mind is very outlandish, but it creates a great moment where he gets to meet his mother again, and we learn more about how much his parents' troubled marriage had an impact on him. Homer is honestly quite the sad character when looking at him, and this one takes a deeper look into that. We haven't really seen that in a long time. I like this one a ton despite the bizarre concept. Top of my list.
Why did I do that? It sounds so dull and boring. What was I thinking?
Me when I decided to do this video. It makes sense that Mr. Burns would want to replace the plant workers with robots, and I do enjoy how mad Homer gets at them eventually, but again, these stories are getting a little too nonsensical for my taste. Other than the pregnant couch in the opening, there's nothing notable about this one. Of course, we could always do with another Homer's weight loss story, although I like how he's more interested in watching the built-in TV for his treadmill. It's kind of like an opposite to the Bart crushing on his neighbor story from a long time ago, with Bart needing to chaperone Jimbo's girlfriend, and her ending up liking him. It's not the funniest episode, and the Lost parody is very dated by today's standards, but I like the Bart stuff enough to put this relatively high in the list. Even if the relationship might be a little creepy, I can't really tell how old she is. Another incredibly subjective take here, but this episode aired all the goddamn time when I was young, which has made me incredibly tired of it. Bart goes on a cruise with his family, and he strands them out at sea so it can last forever. One of the worst things he's ever done, but still very boring. Amazing. Okay, I'm a little tired. I think I'm gonna lay it down and let someone else take over this one.
When Homer suffers a concussion at work, he starts hallucinating, and up appears fictional Secret Suave agent Stradivarius Kane, and he helps Homer become a smooth-talking ladies' man. There are a few funny moments in this episode, such as when Kane meets another imaginary friend that actually slept with his girlfriend, but overall I feel that this episode is quite middle of the road. With the same well-trodden story that we've seen 100 times before. Marge is mad at Homer, and Homer has to try and find a way to win her back. Not bad by any means, but unexceptional.
Thank you. A good episode. The opening with Homer getting the role as Jesus is funny, even if it is just a dumb setup for the eventual reveal that Ned and Enda got married in private. I call her Enda? Yeah, I did, whatever. Oh, it's nice to see Ned's parents again. I enjoy the concept of her getting to know Rod and Todd and trying to relate to them, but it comes into play a bit late for me. I wish it came into the episode sooner so we could explore it more. Still though, I enjoy it, and the Moral Laurel parody was well done. Oh boy, here we go. The episode that many consider to be the worst. Yeah, I don't think it's the worst at all. It's just boring, and that's the biggest issue.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I try not to cry till you're asleep.
That line is so fucking miserable. There's no commentary about Lady Gaga here. She's just there to be praised, and her advice on how to make more friends and be less depressed is so damn shallow. It's a bad episode, don't get me wrong. It's just like boring. I feel nothing while watching it. Boys of Bummer makes me feel sad. Love is a Many Strangled Thing makes me feel anger towards our main characters. But Lisa Goes Gaga makes me feel empty. And you know, in some ways, maybe that's the worst thing a piece of media can do to you. Invoke no reaction one way or another. And when I am feeling something, it's misery for how awful the world is to Lisa. I like the Cars joke, but that's literally it.
I sleep under my bed every night because I'm scared of the cars from Cars. If gasoline is their food, then why do they have teeth?
This season was slightly better than before, but still really, really bad overall. I hated a majority of it, and sadly I don't think it's gonna pick up anytime soon. Okay, so the idea behind this episode is actually really good. Bart realizes that out of all his relationships, the only one that truly liked him was Cletus's daughter Miri, so the family once again set out to New York to find her. It's nice seeing Bart's old girlfriends again. It's fan service done right, even if half of them are assholes to him for no reason for the sake of furthering the story. Like, a bunch of these relationships ended on a high note. Why do they all hate him now?
Come on, Dad, you love New York. Now that your two least favorite buildings have been obliterated, Old Penn Station and Shea Stadium.
Lousy, outdated relics.
There are quite a few fun references to the original episode, and the relationship is very sweet. The song she sings is alright too. I don't much care for Marge and Lisa's side plot, but I enjoy them being well enough. Damn, that's a pretty big door you got there. Another decent Triage of Horror. The black hole one is a fun concept, the animation alone makes it worth it. The Paranormal Activity parody is alright, I guess. It's got quite a strange ending, but some funny jokes, and the last one is alright too. Bart goes back in time and ruins his parents' marriage and then becomes the son of Artie Ziff. This one seems like it could have been an actual episode. We've literally seen them explore the concept of time travel before. This episode is okay. I like the Tracy Ullman reference. Marge gets a new car and has a hard time getting used to it. This is because psychologically she wants another baby, I guess. This seems like another episode was made for the sake of a promo trailer, and Homer's turnaround to immediately wanting another kid is so forced, like it just takes him seeing another kid to want one. Although I like the joke of them seeing all the different kids made from Homer's sample. Not that into the Bart and Lisa subplot, I'm sure whatever she's doing isn't that interesting. Oh wow, she's learning how to write in cursive, oh my god. But I do like the joke about him running out of chalkboard quips. Homer sues a fast food restaurant and gets a settlement of $5,000, which Lisa then uses to get into online gambling and starts to bet away her college fund. Meanwhile, Grandpa's gone missing, so Homer and Marge have to search for him.
All due respect, Mr. Flanders, could I have a little privacy? Please?
That is incredibly out of character, but it caught me off guard and I like it. This episode is alright. It's kind of boring when it comes to the Grandpa stuff, even if it is cool to see more of his backstory. And it's sweet that he left his happiness behind for his son. But I enjoy what they do with Lisa's story. They wrote Bart back into it in a clever way. It's neat seeing the Pin Pals again, but the new character made for this episode isn't that great. Most modern ones feel like they can just include a celebrity cameo and revolve it around that. This time it's Steve Carell. Lisa's subplot isn't much better. She gets into eating bugs, oh boy. Not much really happens with that though. Bart lets them free and they attack Steve Carell. Oh no, not the classic character. It's not funny, it's just disgusting. I don't care that Steve Carell has to become a mob boss. I know nothing about him. Bad episode. Homer gets an iPad. Yep, we're there. It doesn't work because we've already seen multiple episodes about them getting Apple products. The Steve Jobs parody's been done many times before in The Simpsons, and Apple probably doesn't even need the show to sponsor them because half this episode is dedicated to Homer playing with different apps on his iPad, talking about how great it is. And no, the dumb mystery plot it goes into doesn't save it. It just becomes another Homer opening up an attraction in his house episode. Lisa the Skeptic too. Then they ran out of time and had 2 minutes left to fill in, so they made some unfunny short. Everybody loves Ned Flanders, this ain't.
Oh, that'll be my screensaver.
Damn, how horrible. Again, he's not a character anymore, he's just an archetype. One of the worst of the show. Again, not because it's outrageously awful, but because I feel nothing while watching it. The show has just become soylent. I was watching this one for the first minute like, I recognize this episode, but I can't figure out what it is. Then it hit me and I physically retched. This is the hipster episode. Homer befriends a hipster who invites all his hipster friends to come to Springfield. It's weird how open he is to them. I always took him to be more stuck in his ways earlier on. Either way, it's just a predictable Homer making enemies with a new neighbor story. And again, these modern designs are getting really bad. They're a weird mix between realistic and cartoony. I hate it. Looks like goddamn Vsauce. I think the opening with Grandpa on the television is funny, but then it becomes Homer playing on his iPad. I guess they felt their Tapped Out reference didn't go far enough and wanted to make an entire opening skit about it. This causes Homer to neglect the dog who runs away, and so Grandpa tells the story of Homer's childhood dog, who he sadly had to give up. I actually really like this one. It is a little weird how distant he is from the dog. He's never really acted like that before, but I think it works in the end. A very heartwarming ending. Even if the plot of Mr. Burns ruining everything he had in his past is getting a little old. There's a few timeline issues like Chief Wiggum being old while Homer is a kid despite being presented as the same age in previous ones. Or Herman getting his arm knocked off despite season 1 establishing he held his hand out in the bus. Good episode though. Homer gets into obsessing over the end of the world and over-prepares for Doomsday. The opening at the Fun Zone isn't funny at all. Way too over the top and it sadly doesn't pick up from there. A very weak episode. Another get-rich-quick scheme from Homer, this time getting a parking meter and tricking people in town to give him money. It's one of those, mixed with a worse version of Bart Gets an F. With him being the only person in school not to take a test, that ended up closing it, meaning if he manages to end up passing the test, the school gets to stay open. It doesn't work because the stakes aren't related to Bart. In Bart Gets an F, it's a very personal story which makes you feel bad for him, and you want him to pass therefore. But here Bart has no interest one way or the other. He doesn't care if the school closes. Also kinda strange how he manages to pass a test he doesn't care about, but couldn't pass a test that he spent all his time studying for back then. It's just mediocre. In case something ever happens to them, Marge and Homer look for guardians for the kids. Wow, that's actually a nice little grounded plot. It is funny how no one in Springfield is willing to take Bart, Lisa, and the other one. But like most modern Simpsons plots, I'm not a fan of how far it then goes, with them meeting a couple who are eager to get them. But, oh no, do the kids like them more than us? What a generic place to take this story. It's alright compared to the rest of this season, but nowhere near the best. Already got red flags with that title ripoff from my least favorite episode. But it's a tad soon to be doing another Bart relationship one. Especially with the same girl. Seems like something you'd wait another season or 2 to tackle. Also, I don't like how bad their relationship is portrayed here, with his ignorance towards her causing her to get sick of him. Kinda preferred the way they concluded the last one on a good note, but I guess Bart can't have anything good.
That sure makes up for my dad beating me last night.
Jesus, what is it with this season and the abuse jokes? She's also brought back randomly, just right back at school. Why wouldn't she let him know she's back? Very disappointed with this one. Bart is very unlikable. Another plot that seems a little too sitcom-y. Bart gives Milhouse a haircut that looks like his father, so he dresses up the same way to wreak havoc in town, which can get a little creepy at times.
And in 10 years, make Lisa go to the prom with Milhouse.
Dad?
Grown-ups have their reasons.
It seems like the sort of thing that would constitute no more than an opening skit, but it goes on for the whole episode. Fortunately, it's quite fun, just not the kind of thing I'd expect from this show. The commentary on children's television with Marge is good, but they really go nowhere with it. After the puppet show scene, it never comes back. Overall, this one is alright. It's fun.
Do the Homer shake.
That caught me so off guard. How come this is rarely mentioned, but the TikTok opening is brought up all the time? This comes off as way more pandering and dated than that. And that datedness passes on to the rest of the episode, with a long drawn-out parody of Storage Wars. So the family think Grandpa might be gay, but as it turns out he was actually a famous wrestling star. It's not bad at all. Like before, it's cool to see more of Grandpa's past and how they're related to Bart becoming more showboaty. But I'm not a fan of how they drag Mr. Burns into it again. Can we have one Abe episode without him? Although he does get a good song.
Hi, Marge. I was just taking Stan Lorena to get her hormone shots.
Oh. Damn, Simpsons. You really like doing these jokes, don't you? Lisa gets a new teacher since Miss Hoover is out sick with severe depression. It's kind of like the opposite of Lisa's substitute. Instead of nurturing her, she immediately becomes Lisa's bully, so she has to try and get Bart to help get rid of her. It's just cruel for no reason. It needed an opening scene with Lisa acting really cocky about her cleverness. I like the Flanders plot way more, with him punching Homer for befriending his parents, and despite Flanders wanting Homer to punch him back, Homer won't do it because he wants to come out on top. Although I do wish it went a different direction, with him not wanting to hit Flanders because he just didn't have the heart to do it, rather than to gloat. But it's nice seeing another side to Flanders. I enjoy this one. Mr. Burns wants to become a superhero, so he turns into Fruit Batman. Ugh. It's like they're just going over the same stories over and over again, but changing which character gets the job. I enjoy the story about Bart needing to prove himself innocent with a prank. I think it works because we as the audience don't actually know if Bart is innocent or not, so it's like a genuine mystery. Like in Bart the Murderer, we know he did nothing wrong, so we're just waiting for the point when the characters realize that too. I'm all for fun episodes like the Millhouse one, but Burns becoming a superhero is going too far over the edge for me.
This case is going great, although as usual, I look nothing like the courtroom artist drawing. Nice try, Pop.
We start this one with a Breaking Bad parody of all things, because it just ends up being another Marge and Homer breakup story, except the conflict seems very forced. It's weird how simple-minded they portray Lisa here, with Millhouse easily being able to get what he wants from her. It's a boring episode overall. It's just two plots we've seen before, neither all that remarkable. They're getting a lot more creative with these openings. I love how the couch gag leads directly into the plot of them needing a new couch. Surprised it took them this long to try something like that. Anyways, the episode itself is fine. Again, Reverend Lovejoy isn't my favorite character, and his priest friend coming back from a previous episode wasn't much of a big reveal. I like the plot with Lisa revealing to Marge she can't see herself getting married in the future. It's again a pretty realistic dynamic that fits the characters. Fine episode in the end. This one's just depressing. So Moe is about to kill himself for real this time, and to cheer him up, Homer, Marge, Lenny, and Carl take him to Capital City for a night in the town.
Cause this time, there's no one that's gonna save me! I mean, it's not like I'm begging you, please! Please show me some love!
It's nice seeing the Capital City song come back, but it doesn't save this. I don't like this at all. I don't care about how amusing the rest of your episode might be, with the crux of it relying on Moe killing himself if he doesn't have a good time. It tries to end a comedic note with him saying, "Not today, old friend." That's not funny. The Robot Chicken opening is the highlight of this episode. Bart gets into the piano where he gets a crush on his teacher, meanwhile Homer goes bald. Again. We've already seen Bart getting into the drums, mixing that with another Bart relationship story doesn't make it any better. Especially since we know from the start he has no chance with her. After 24 seasons, Carl finally gets his first episode. The Bar Gang win the lottery, but Carl runs off with the money and they have to run off to Iceland to find out why. It's cool to get to see more of Carl's past, even if it wasn't something we were clamoring to find out, but I kinda like how optimistic Lenny is, always thinking the best of him. It's an okay episode, but it's not very funny. Carl's moment of saying they're not friends is really awful though. It's a contrived character change for the sake of conflict. Oh my god, this is the Seth MacFarlane episode. He plays a man who's trying to have an affair with his wife, trying to do it with Marge. Homer preparing his big gift for Marge is sweet, and I hate how him keeping it a secret is causing her to think he forgot about their anniversary. That's so generic. Just an excuse for Seth to sing to a whole new audience. It's fine, but Homer's character definitely makes up for it. He's so nice here. It's just a worse version of Life in the Fast Lane. At least in that episode you can understand her want to get away from Homer, but her cheating on him with Brian Griffin seems way too out of character. I don't know if I'm just getting used to the mediocrity at this point, but this season overall was decent. Decent by modern standards, that is. It doesn't hold a candle to the classic ones. What is with this trend of sometimes giving Lisa a new instrument in the opening? It's an intro, you don't need to shove it with 50 million jokes. This is a parody of a show called Homeland, I think? I know nothing about it, so I don't get a lot out of this one. After a convention, Homer gets kidnapped and brainwashed to blow up the power plant. Not sure if this is something from the show, but there are way too many random thought bubble jokes here. It seems like they want to do the random humor of Family Guy cutaways, but they won't fully commit to it.
Something happened to Dad on that trip. This is worse than when he went to New Orleans and came back with the southern accent.
Yeah, dude.
Does that make you laugh? No. Yeah, no, imagine that for 22 minutes, that's what I had to watch. It's boring, but maybe you'd get something out of it if you knew the parody. The Treehouse of Horror themed intro is cool, a lot of great visuals here. The Dr. Seuss parody is fun, more of these should try and switch up the animation style, and the Lorax movie joke was funny.
I am the Borax. I speak for the woods, but I've plastered my likeness on consumer goods.
Sell out!
The one with Bart going in Lisa's head isn't great, not much to note about it. And finally, the old-timey circus one is decent. The callback to the previous one is good, but so much of it is just them standing around talking. Overall, it's on the lower end of these. I love the start of this one, with the death of a character we've never seen before that everyone in Springfield has apparently loved forever. It's just too bad it quickly devolves into another anthology, with a few of the characters reminiscing about their regrets. Thankfully, this one manages to stay decent, by quickly switching between them all throughout the episode. Sadly, none of them really stand out. I don't very much care for any of these stories, but I guess it's neat how they all connected by the end. What a title! Marge invites an old pen pal who stays at the Springfield's house to help Homer mark stuff off his bucket list after facing a midlife crisis.
YOLO? You only live once.
Ugh. There's even an epic YOLO song they sing in it. Homer facing a midlife crisis is very reminiscent of something they would have done in the show's early years. But nowadays, Homer being in this kind of crisis doesn't work, because the man has done everything under the sun, not to mention he has dreams such as riding on a fire truck. But we've already had an episode about him being a firefighter. Not the worst of the season, which with that title is honestly surprising. But it's just average. Very disappointed actually, this sort of setup could have worked greatly. I enjoy this one a lot. Homer helps a lady deliver her baby and starts to get attached. It could have easily been another, is Homer gonna cheat on his wife story? But they make it clear it's not in a romantic way, he just likes that he helped deliver a baby. Well, you can also understand Marge being upset with this, considering they establish how he doesn't spend time with his own kids. Lisa becoming a cheerleader isn't the most interesting side plot, but Homer's more than makes up for it. Manages to be pretty funny too. The silly Symphonies opening is a neat change of pace, even if I think the animation could have been pushed more. Lisa gets a new friend that turns out to be Republican? Oh no!
Well, someone who loves you put melted butter on them. Thank you, Mr. Bergstrom. I'll tell Lisa you dropped by.
What? That really annoys me. Either don't bring him back at all, or focus the episode on it. Again, I have little to no knowledge on politics, never mind concerning a country I don't even live in. So this episode is incredibly boring to me. This one starts in a very annoying way. Model students in the school will get to go on a field trip to a submarine. So Bart stays on his best behavior, yet Skinner still won't let him go over something incredibly minor. Like what do you want from him then? Krusty selling his show rights to a foreign market is a neat idea, but nothing really funny happens with it. This episode's pretty bad. They could have explored Bart being a model student for a while, but nope, they'd rather punish him for no reason. It's one of the rare times Skinner deserves what's coming to him. With Springfield being the only town in America to have snow, they get an influx of tourists, and so Marge allows some people to stay at their house as a bed and breakfast. It's boring, I honestly stopped paying attention halfway through, got nothing to say really. The commentary on superhero movies is fun. I like how Radioactive Man's outfit is reminiscent of Zack Snyder's Batman design. So Bart teaches Homer how to illegally pirate movies, and so he opens up a cinema in his backyard, until he gets arrested for it. Really wish they would have given Will Arnett a better role than generic FBI leader. It's funny how much his prison mates frown at him for pirating movies. It has pretty good commentary on the government's obsession with piracy, but overall this one is just decent by this season's standards. It's just you waiting for the reveal that Marge is who turned Homer in. Comic book guy falls in love with a Japanese girl who loves manga. Fun fact, this is the exact moment when I stopped watching The Simpsons. I vividly remember sitting watching this episode on my TV, and when the montage of the two of them doing generic nerd Japanese stuff with this awful stereotypical music started playing, I got secondhand embarrassment, got up, and walked away. So yeah, I don't like this one. His girlfriend is a boring generic character, nothing more than a plot device, and I'm shocked they actually loosened their status quo rule when it came to her. She is currently his wife in the show. How awful. It's like a sequel to Homer Gets an iPad. This time they're getting Google Glasses, which Mr. Burns gifts them so he can spy on them. It's a dumb concept we've seen before. The first half is just spent on random glasses jokes, and the Valentine's Day plot is super generic. They're so wishy-washy with what sort of role they want to give Nelson.
I was wondering what that was.
We're getting to that state of meta that I'm really not enjoying. There's nothing clever about that. But then in the last 5 minutes, it starts to get good, with Homer finding out Marge is actually going to therapy. That's quite the sad concept for him to find out about, and I wish they went somewhere interesting with it. But with so little time left, they just determine Marge needs therapy, and there's no need for him to confront her. What a horrible message to end this on. Bart donates $20 to an unfortunate kid in a foreign country, and like a good father, Homer continually pesters Bart for the money back. This causes Bart to start eating stuff in exchange for money, kinda like the South Park episode but a less funny version. He befriends a kid called Dig who raises falcons, and it's boring. The opening stuff is bad, but at least it's something, you know? It takes forever for this one to actually get started. You think it's gonna be about how the Simpsons now have to live with a falcon, how wacky. But it actually gets into how Diggs thinks he's able to fly and is transferred to a mental hospital. I thought it was actually going to get good here, but then I realized there was only 5 minutes of the episode left, so realistically what could they really get done in that time? He's immediately out in the next scene. Then they let a bunch of birds go. Then it just ends. Why not have a proper exploration of this boy who everyone deems mentally insane? Why bring up that aspect if you're not going to do anything with it? Very disappointed here. So, Sideshow Bob returns. This time he becomes friends with Lisa, as he's the chief scientist at an organization that genetically modifies food. I find it hard to believe Lisa would be interested in hanging out with someone who's tried to kill her family consistently. This is what I was talking about with them mixing and matching characters. It's a fine episode, don't really mind it at all. The relationship is cute, I guess. I just wish they didn't sell on him becoming evil at the end. I also appreciate the sweet tribute to Marika Wallace, the voice of Edna who died around that time. She wasn't Ned's wife for a very long time, but it was nice to see her used more. The show really is missing a big part of itself nowadays. The classroom stuff has just never felt the same. With their retirement home closing down, Marge invites Grandpa and his 2 old friends to live at their house, which creates many wacky complications and scenarios. Meanwhile, Bart becomes friends with Nelson! Gonna ignore the fact that we already did this plot because they go in a slightly different direction with it. Bart becomes an honorary bully. I love the old reference to those 2 little short Nelson sidekicks from season 1.
Hey, my old weasels! How's Shelbyville Elementary?
Not bad, not bad.
Decent episode overall. I like this one too. The Simpsons buy a painting at the Van Houten's yard sale, and it turns out to be worth a lot of money. So the dilemma is, do they tell them and split the money, or keep it to themselves? I enjoy how the town isn't presented as some one-note mob here. There are some who support Homer and Marge, and some who support Kirk and Luann. Not that into where it goes in the 3rd act, with them needing to find the guy who painted it in the first place. I kinda preferred it just being about this moral issue, and that's all. Still though, I like it. This season is starting to pick up, thankfully. This one starts off in a nice place, with Lisa talking about some of the sacrifices Homer has made for her throughout the series. Sadly though, they decide to really focus on the soccer comment from the Marge Gamer episode, so he gets hired as a referee and is offered a bribe to throw the game. We really didn't need a second Homer becomes a soccer referee episode. This one isn't great, it's very unremarkable. This one begins with a very topical Minecraft opening. Not even gonna comment. Bart allows Snake to hide out in his treehouse, and Milhouse gets him sent to jail. Not much happens here, it's just an excuse to have a montage of Bart playing around with a bunch of random stolen goods. Zach plays a kid Lisa meets who wants to be a competitive eater. And it's uninteresting, just Lisa trying to change another boy she meets. And his voice really doesn't fit a kid. I like where they go with it though, it eventually turns into Marge worrying that Lisa is trying to go for a man like Homer and wants to stop her. This episode's okay. Wish they went more into the Homer and Lisa stuff more. Vor. Homer dies. No, yeah, I'm not kidding, he actually dies. And is then replaced by a clone. We're getting to Marge becomes a robot territory. I know it's the whole point of these future episodes, but this one is maybe too fantastical and exaggerated. It carries on from the previous one where Homer's now in a flash drive. Then eventually, a robot. And Milhouse becomes a zombie. See what I mean about it going too far? I feel really bad for Bart in these episodes. They paint him out to be such a lowlife, almost a little too mean to him. He was just a troublemaker, not this much of a screw up. They can never just end his story on a good note. Worst future episode so far. Bart puts a voodoo curse on his new art teacher, which causes her to be pregnant. So now he thinks he has the ability to give people babies. Kind of like that one where he thinks he has healing powers.
Bart Simpson got a teacher pregnant.
It's funny where they go with it, with them needing to make one of Fat Tony's horses pregnant to have a champion racer. And I like the twist with the horse being gay. But other than that, there's not much to say here. It's an alright one. The Simpsons have had their first episode in a long time that's in a different animation style. Don't know if they had one before actually, did they? Whatever. So the episode is almost entirely done in Lego CGI, mixed with the regular style. I think that's what works here. It isn't just a regular Simpsons episode, but in Lego. They incorporate the fact that it is Lego into the story, with Homer and Lisa finally bonding over something. Very welcome change of pace. They've been going on so long that I really wouldn't mind them doing more switch-ups like this in the future. Great episode. Works beyond the animation. This is such a miserable episode, but at the same time I kinda like where they go with it. After swearing off making friends, Lisa manages to find a girl who wants to be around her, until Bart finds out that Marge was only paying her to be their friend. That is like one of the worst things she's ever done in the series so far, like that's awful. But we get this brilliant little scene right here that makes it all work.
Lisa, just say something to me.
I'm gonna tell every psychiatrist I ever go to what you did.
A mother's greatest fear.
Wow, I made Mom cry. I can use this to get anything I want. But right now, all I want is for Mom to stop crying.
With such a horrible thing like this, I think it's important to take the reveal and the consequences seriously. They could have easily made Lisa be the asshole here by abusing this pity, but I like how she forgives her. You can see both of their views, even if Marge went too far. We can see it was a hasty last resort from her, so you can somewhat understand. This is a good episode, purely for that ending. It would not have worked without it. Bad way to end the season. Bart leaves Milhouse behind after watching him get beat up, and this guilt continues to follow him. They've already done this thing of Bart needing to make things right with Milhouse, and his punishment is too severe with the entire town turning on him. I don't care for Homer's either, with him needing to set off some fireworks on the 4th of July, it's not all that interesting. Not a great season overall. It's surprising how there were more than 3 episodes that I managed to enjoy, but a majority of them are underwhelming. I am getting very tired of this. I've been trying to do a season a day, but I really don't know how much longer I'll be able to do this. So Krusty goes in a program to get roasted and gets upset at what people say about him. Then he goes to get cheered up from his dad and he dies. What? They're just killing people off randomly at this point for the sake of an episode concept. I know Krusty's dad wasn't the most important character. That's it, that's all I have to say. He wasn't important, so I don't care. They don't even focus the episode on that. It becomes about Lisa worrying that Homer is gonna die. This is a pretty bad one. Leads into him quitting his show and needing to get his groove back. Again. Should have had more focus on his dad's last words rather than that. This one starts kind of like Itchy and Scratchy the movie, with Homer trying to discipline Bart, and I like where it's going, but it just starts to get into Marge taking over Homer's fantasy football team, and the two of them get shanghaied and put on a father-son bonding boat trip. It's this method of having a grounded story that's going good, then proceeding to take it to an extreme level that's way too unrealistic. I would forgive it if it were funny at all, but it's just boring. You can tell exactly where it's gonna go. To add to the list of food-related endeavors Marge has had, she's franchised out a sandwich shop and becomes stressed with running it. It's not all that interesting of a plot. I like how helpful the family is with working at the shop, but a sweet family dynamic can't save an episode.
Free! Where is it going?
They're getting way too obsessed with these dumb Family Guy-esque cutaway gags. It really doesn't feel like the same show anymore. Best episode of the season so far, but it's still really boring. Here, the big 2-5. Lisa and Bart get sent to a hell version of Springfield Elementary. It's cool to see the designs of the demon school, but not much really happens there. It's somewhat funny how Bart loves the school, but they don't really do anything with it. They just immediately go back home. I've never seen Clockwork Orange, so I get nothing out of the next one. Again, I think the parodies should manage to stand on their own, but not here. It just seems to be reference after reference, following the plot of the movie beat by beat. Finally, the last one is actually really good. I love the Frosty Chocolate Milkshakes reference.
Homer, look what someone left in the kitchen. Frosty chocolate milkshakes.
It features the Tracy Ullman Simpsons haunting the current awful Simpsons, and old Marge falls in love with the new Homer. It's funny how they call out the personality differences between the two. Marvin Monroe's cameo is great, and the ending, while maybe goes a bit too far with the minions and stuff, is still cool. Decent Treehouse of Horror overall. The great last one doesn't completely make up for the other two mediocre ones. This is the exciting fracking episode. The opening is way funnier with the rest of it. Homer's pretty clever here, with Patty and Selma trying to stay at their house as long as they make a deal to stop smoking. But sadly, when it gets into the Mr. Burns stuff, it gets really unremarkable. Just another relationship story with him getting with the lady who's about to ban his fracking. It's a very boring one. Anytime there's a relationship dilemma, they always feel the need to force in one with Marge and Homer 2 in the same episode. So it always comes off as being too bloated. The joke they end on is funny, but this is a very weak episode. It's the long-awaited crossover of Matt Groening's other popular show, Futurama. And by long-awaited, I mean very long-awaited. Too little too late is how I describe this one. No, I've not seen much of Futurama, just 2 or 3 episodes here and there. So I imagine I'd get a lot more out of this if I actually watched the show. So I figured I'd get a Futurama connoisseur to talk about this one for a bit. Take it away, Johnny.
Alright, Simpsorama. This episode dropped about a year after the series finale of Futurama, and would be the last time we saw these characters on television. It also came out just a few weeks after The Simpsons had another crossover event with Family Guy, but it seems Simpsorama was much better received than The Simpsons guy. Just ask Mark. Honestly, this one kind of plays out more like a longer Treehouse of Horror segment than your typical Simpsons episode, and that's not a bad thing. Parts of the episode feel faster paced, since it has so much ground to cover between Springfield and New York, plus the supernatural monster premise that brings the two shows together, but leaning into the sci-fi and horror elements was the right move. Ultimately, I think the episode is really fun, but mostly due to the novelty of seeing these characters interact. It also has some really entertaining meta humor, like comparing Bender and Homer's designs, or how they lured Bart's demon spawn to their death with the promise of Butterfingers, but this story definitely doesn't represent the best The Simpsons or Futurama has to offer. Just a great what-if scenario. But I really gotta give him credit for this final moment where Homer sort of takes care of Bender in their basement. It's a nice send-off from The Simpsons to Futurama, almost as if to say, rest well, old buddy. We'll take care of you until you wake up.
You know, they look a little similar.
Yeah, like the guy who designed Bender just took a drawing of Dad and stuck an antenna on it.
A little lazy, if you ask me.
Also, somehow the story of The Simpsons traveling to the future is canon. I mean, it ends with Bender in their basement. Throughout the rest of the series, he continues to be there, so, you know, that's something, I suppose. Bart gets a new teacher who turns out to be a bully, and now must find out how to get rid of... Wait, didn't we do this exact thing with Lisa like a season ago? I guess they do a better job of establishing how this guy's a threat at least. Although we really didn't need a scene of him cutting his own cheek with a knife. And Bart being actually tortured by his teacher isn't funny at all. And the camp they eventually go to isn't funny or interesting. This episode is really bad. But hey, I'll put a bad episode over a boring one. At least I felt something while watching it.
The bass guitar? This doesn't really seem like you.
Yeah, it really doesn't seem like him. You know, except for that episode where you sent him to guitar camp. Watching these in order has mentally destroyed me to every sitcom plot known to man. The dads of Springfield get into a garage band, and it's sweet to see them all getting along and having a good time. I enjoy the episode well enough until the end, when Homer decides to get back at Apu and ruin his singing career just because he left the band. Still though, it's alright, I didn't really mind it at all. This is an odd Christmas special. I can never quite tell where it's gonna go or when the story wants to start. It just feels like one big first act. Homer gets kicked out of the house on Christmas Eve and just kinda walks around Springfield for the night. It's mostly dull and uninteresting, but there's a great scene between Homer and Flanders near the end where they start to bond. Reminds me of the earlier seasons with the Leftorium episode. I wish they had explored that more. Who knows, maybe it'll come back up again. But as it is, this one's okay. Also, I've refrained from bringing it up at this point every time they do it, but they have done this joke like 20 times in the show and I don't think it was ever remotely funny. I don't get it. Just stop. The The commentary on Disneyland is overdone but funny. Then the Simpsons go on a ride and get abducted by Kang and Kodos, and the Simpsons think they're being fattened up to eat. Was the Treehouse of Horror not enough? This is just too odd for me.
I am Kang the Abductor.
What the? This isn't Halloween?
Again, acknowledging it doesn't excuse it. I don't know, I can maybe see some people liking this one, but I find it awful personally. The Deep Space Homer parody was neat, but that's about it. I'm not gonna give them a pass for parodying something they themselves did. Did you know this is also a contender for being a Simpsons movie sequel? Apparently they went against it out of fear of fans thinking it was non-canon, and that cop-out memory wipe ending annoying people. That's surprising, you see. I would have thought the reason they scrapped it was because the idea was shit. Homer gets hypnotized at the circus and believes that he's 10 years old. So now he and Bart are best friends. This sucks. Like, Marge lets him go to school for some reason. Again, I think this could have gone in a better direction. There's this scene where Bart and Homer discuss the future, and he talks about how he really wants none of the things he has in life and is miserable. Sure, that's a little mean, but like, hey, that's something, run with it. It's not bad, but it's just another run-of-the-mill generic episode with a dumb sitcom plot. They waste no time at all into getting right into this episode's plot. Elon Musk has come to Springfield, the greatest inventor to ever grace this earth.
Elon Musk is possibly the greatest living inventor.
You're the guy who put wheels on luggage? Oh, bless you, bless you.
So Homer and Elon Musk start to bond with him looking for inspiration and enjoying his Homerisms. Again, by itself it's just incredibly average and uninteresting. But it goes down even further because it's so not subtle about the fact that it's just dedicated to praising Elon Musk. Remember when they got Michael Jackson and actually wrote a character around it and created one of the most famous episodes of the series? The conflict comes from Elon Musk not caring about the money at all and only caring about the environment. Richest man in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Awful. After 27 seasons, we finally learn about Springfield's classic anthem, which turns out to be plagiarized. No, not the Springfield anthem. They sing that all the time. Bart and Lisa join together to write a new one, and it's actually a really great song. I was surprised by that. Sadly, it just shifts into another Homer weight story, where he learns to embrace his fatness. Body positivity is neat and all, but this goes too far with it. The episode starts strong, but then goes way downhill. It's like a more extreme take on the... Oh, what was it called? It's the one where he wears the little Hawaiian shirt. I don't know, whatever. The reveal of Mole Man actually being the mayor is pretty funny, but that's the only joke I really got out of it. The Michael Jackson reference was also good too, though. But that's all in the first half. The rest is nothing special. Jesus Christ, somebody on the Simpsons team really loves the Jetsons. They have done countless parodies to it. It adds nothing to the episode, it just seems like they had time to fill. So Homer starts to work at Moe's while he's out and... Not gonna talk about how they did this already. Not gonna talk about how they did this already. Not gonna talk about... But because one new old job wasn't enough, Moe instead gets a job at the power plant. Why? That's so dumb. Not to mention Marge also gets a new job here as an Uber driver and quickly gets tired of the residents of Springfield. This episode really sucks. They're just desperate for putting characters in locations they were never meant to be in. While a Nigerian prince is at the power plant, Mr. Burns gets Homer to take care of his daughter. But Homer gets arrested while Moe tries to get info out of her, thinking she's the brother of the Nigerian prince who scammed him. Moe starts to like the girl and surprisingly she likes him back. It's sweet, but it's almost hard for you to get invested in the relationship or care about it at all because you know within the next 5 minutes they're going to be split up. It's an alright episode compared to the rest of the season, but nothing amazing. Chief Wiggum is mistakenly given a jetpack. Glad to see the series has still remained grounded. It's a joke on the fact that he's in the jetpack and on the air. That wasn't in the script, I just added that there now. Because I'm so creative at my improv. Anyways, he crashes into the church and Marge must team up with random characters to go to a casino and win the money back. Okay, so besides the fact that we've seen the church go out of business multiple times so far, I do like the casino stuff. I liked that the thing that breaks the casino in the end is Marge praying, which is annoying the crowd. Overall, this episode is alright, but why is it called Sky Police if it's not even about the jetpack stuff? I don't get it. With Duffman out of commission, who is going to take his place? Can't believe it's taken them this long to get to this plot. I assumed they would have done this way sooner.
Homer, your words were beautiful. That is exactly why you're America's next top Duffman runner-up!
Oh! Oh! Oh!
I literally predicted every single joke they did in this entire scene. She hypes up Homer as the winner, but then he turns out to not be Duffman. Then the real Duffman gets fired though because he has a tattoo of a different beer brand, so Homer really gets it. That's how obvious this show has gotten. Or maybe it's just because I've seen so many of them now that I can just tell the writing style. It's a bad episode. They spend way too much time on getting Homer the job and showing them how to be Duffman, rather than him just being Duffman. The Game of Thrones parody is way too overboard. The twist of him not actually being allowed to drink beer seems a little contrived and nothing funny comes out of it. One of the worst of the season. I am getting really, really tired. You have no idea. Bart is accused of a prank he didn't commit. If you're gonna reuse a plot, at least reuse the plot of a good episode. This causes Marge to follow Bart around to keep him in check, which seems a little too harsh, especially with no evidence at all that it was him. I like the stuff with Flanders' new dog, surprised they actually kept it around by the end, but it's sweet how much Homer gets along with it. Although it's depressing how miserable Ned is. The man's wife just died, give him a break. This one's mediocre overall. Marge needs a better reason to want to go following him around. And I know it was him in the end, but I really wish it wasn't. The message should have been to have more trust in your kid. It has some nice moments though. I like the random talk between Homer and Lisa. Homer finds an old film which reveals to us how Bart and Lisa's rivalry started. Pretty sure we already had an episode learning that, but alright. Like, oh boy, we get to see the first time Bart was ever strangled. As a 4-year-old. You know, it's not as funny like that. You'd think it'd be a lot more impactful too. Like it happens because Lisa took a pencil from him and he stood up for himself. Do you get what I mean when I'm saying that these episodes are really fond of punishing Bart now for no reason? It's neat seeing the "Hello, Joe" lady again, but that's all.
Hello, Joe.
We're getting too modern at this point. To impress Milhouse's cousin, Bart takes up vaping.
Homer Simpson, do you know anything about these epic birthday fails?
Epic birthday feels. Yup. Way too modern. I don't get why they keep giving Bart these older girls. He's obviously not gonna get with them. The Grandpa and Homer stuff was pointless, and it took so long for them to get into the Bart stuff that I feel all the Homer thing did was take more time away from developing Bart's. Which is too bad because I like how he rejects her in the end. It's average overall.
Who the hell are you?
I am the puberty demon.
Is that Big Mouth before Big Mouth was ever created? It's wild. In this episode, it is now illegal to be a bully. And with the police arresting anyone they want, Rod and Todd get Homer sent to jail for bullying their dad. That's kinda interesting to have the two stand up for their dad. Sadly, it was simply just a means to an end, with Homer now going to bully therapy. The episode should have been more focused on Rod and Todd versus Homer, not into this one. Not to mention it ends with Ned getting jealous at him again for trying to turn himself around. We've seen this countless times. This episode peaks with the Rick and Morty couch gag. The perfect way to make me lose interest is to start it with a show that is infinitely more entertaining than current Simpsons. The school becomes all digital, but when Skinner screws it up, all the electronics are destroyed. So Lisa tries to use a Waldorf system, meaning they learn what they want practically. I don't know, this one was boring and I started to tune out. This season sucked. It's not as bad as some of the previous ones, but they're starting to straight up reuse previous plots now, and I can only assume it's gonna get worse. Seriously, just let me write an episode at this point. I've seen enough. This was another ratings trap. They hyped this one up like, Marge and Homer are getting a divorce?
Homer says goodbye to Marge and hello to Lena Dunham. There's a snake on your butt.
That's a tattoo. I thought you had one too.
Those are stretch marks.
They promised they would legally be separating in the new season, and when the episode came out it appeared to be true. Homer is diagnosed with narcolepsy, and it draws the two to their limits. Then they separate and get in relationships with other people. Wow, what a shake-up. The episode itself is bad and not funny, and their new partners are boring, and it's really mean-spirited with how happy Bart is about it. But still, I commend them for the shake.
No! What am I doing here?
Sleeping through our therapy session.
Did they really do the "it was all a dream" twist in the year 2015? Jesus Christ, this is one of your worst episodes just because of how scummy it was. This one starts with a big long reaction video of the kids watching the actual Dr. Dolittle movie. So instead of buying a new washing machine, Homer spends all the family's money on a smoker. Homer then accepts a challenge from a famous chef for a cook-off, but when his smoker is stolen, Bart and Lisa need to find it. And yep, you can tell from the start exactly who did it. It's such a decent episode, so decent. There's nothing to say about it, really. It's just not funny, just very mediocre. I like how the Simpsons are wearing different outfits throughout to keep up with the opening story. It's better than just forgetting about it immediately. But that's about it. The chef looks like Butch Hartman. It's kinda cool how they brought back Mr. Burns and Grandpa's rivalry for Marge's mother, but here they find out that Marge's dad died from lung cancer. It's weird they never asked about this until now, but hey. Patty is giving up smoking again, and she must now live with the Simpsons.
Patty's our guest.
For how long? Where's she gonna sleep?
On our couch.
That's where we do our couch gags! See?
Ugh. Maggie's animal adventure is dumb and I don't care. I get they're trying to parody Disney stuff, but they don't go far enough with it. This episode sucks. It's so uninteresting. But do I even need to say that at this point? This whole show is uninteresting. Oh, fuck. So after 27 seasons, they finally decide to do a regular Halloween special, but also do a Treehouse of Horror right afterwards.
Who wants to be a Yoda? You want to be a Yoda?
Not me. I actually prefer this. Seeing Springfield celebrate the holidays is something I haven't ever realized we never saw before. I like how Lisa is portrayed. You know, like an actual little girl. She's not acting too sophisticated for the haunted park, she gets traumatized from it. This is a very good episode, a lot of great visuals too. It has a great score too, I noticed. I like the adult song, and saying all the costume designs were cool. They put a lot of effort into this one. I was pleasantly surprised here. Wouldn't mind them skipping on future Treehouse of Horrors if it meant more of these, but I get it. It's tradition at this point. This Treehouse of Horror starts with another intro done by John Kay. It's got some neat visuals, I suppose. His animation does not work in digital. And the CG Huckleberry Hound mask looks weird, but I kind of like it. Here we get to see just how Sideshow Bob would react if he managed to kill Bart. It's quite disturbing, actually. He brings him back to life continuously just to keep killing him. It's got some neat visuals, but that's it. It's not much to say.
That's for trying to frame Krusty!
Okay, that line is good. Homerzilla. Very clever name. It's decent, there's not much to it. And the telepathy one is also not great. It's only 5 minutes long, so don't really have a lot to do with it. I'm glad to see they made a good Halloween episode and immediately ruined it.
Just because it looks like Season 4 doesn't make it Season 4.
Sadly. I think this one starts with a random Disney short parody. Why? I don't know, gotta fill in runtime somehow. For a contrived reason, Homer wants to crowdfund a new chair, while Lisa makes a new friend. I'm not all that into this one. Lisa's friend can be kind of a dick, but when she's just doing nice gestures like getting her a bike, Lisa's a prick for no reason at all. I don't get it. Don't care about Homer befriending her rich dad either. Why can't they be friends even if their daughters aren't? It's dumb conflict. Not the worst episode, but it's not that funny or entertaining.
We're gonna win! That means Lisa goes to band camp!
As long as Homer doesn't let them know how good his hand is.
This is a good indication of how bad this episode is.
Worst jammed-in movie parody ever.
And no, acknowledging it doesn't make it any better. Homer loses $5,000 in a poker game, and to make up for it, the woman he owes it to says hello nothing if she can take Lisa for a month, which they accept. It's just so boring. It's trying to share the focus between Lisa, the lady, and the family trying to find her. It should have really just been focused on Lisa finally getting the chance to accomplish her dreams. We don't care about this lady, why do we have to spend so much of the episode from her point of view? Lisa keeps getting sidelined by her, so half the episode is just boring. I kept waiting for the point to write something significant about this one, but the time never came. After a misunderstanding involving a psycho's diary, Marge and Homer think that Bart is a sociopath. Meanwhile, Lisa and Milhouse of all people try to find an invention by an old female scientist. There's this part where Bart is acting violent and copying the acts of his father. I know where they're going with this. It's a joke about how Homer influenced him. But like, that's not a funny joke. That makes me feel bad. Then it gets into Bart abusing that his family are afraid of him. Yeah, it's what a sociopath would do. Bad episode. Just leads into more boring military stuff. Barthood is an amazing episode, But I don't know how much of that praise I can give to the Simpsons staff. It's just the movie Boyhood, but this time it's Bart. But the thing is, I think this is an example of a great parody, because I have never seen Boyhood and don't have any interest in checking it out, but I still very much love this episode. It does something that not a lot of future or past ones do, and that's age up and down the characters slightly, so we can see their natural character progression over time, with us seeing how Bart's relationship with his family evolve, mainly Lisa, Homer, and Grandpa. They really build up the bond between those two, and I love it a lot. It's more interesting to have him get along with Abe, rather than just having the entire family hating him. I'm not going to go on for too long about it. This is one of my favorite episodes. It's not that funny, but it more than makes up for it with the character interactions. Another pretty relevant episode by today's standards. Homer is fired from the nuclear plant after Marge posts a joke on social media, so he goes back to work at a restaurant so he can embrace the lack of technology. Meanwhile, Lisa creates an app with her new teacher to predict when something you post is going to be cancel-worthy. I appreciate how the A and B story lead into one another, but the restaurant stuff really isn't all that great, and the Lisa plot is just okay. The app becoming sentient is really dumb. This is around mid-tier for the season.
Class, I would like you to meet your new teacher, Ms. Barrera.
Ay, caramba!
Air Force.
Sergeant!
A woman?
Whoa, your teacher is a woman? It's crazy. It's not like that happened in the last app. Wait a second, their teacher was a woman for 25 years. After drinking some milk with hormones in it, Bart starts experiencing puberty and falls in love with his new teacher. It's decent. I like the Bart and Homer shaving part. And I wish they experimented more with giving the kids more older things to experience, like puberty. Hey, it'd create at least a season's worth of new episode concepts, and we all know how desperate they are for that. Still though, I like this one. Bart promises to never do another prank again. You can guess how that goes over. In the meantime, Apu's nephew comes to visit, who's appalled at how much of a stereotype Apu is. I'm shocked they did this concept a year before the problem with Apu came out.
You're a stereotype, man. Take a penny, leave a penny. I'm Indian. I do yoga. Why don't you go back to the Temple of Doom, Dr. Jones?
I hate this one. It's a neat idea, but people saying Apu is a stereotype because he embraces his culture and wears it on his sleeve is dumb.
Swipe left on that accusation. Epic swipe left.
Awful episode. Professor Frink has his first center stage episode, I believe. This time Homer tries to help him get a girl, with him using science to find out how to find love. The stuff with the old folks is okay, I suppose. It's kinda cruel for them to be abused while they're all drugged up, and the ghost stuff is way too weird. It'd be fine as a one-off joke, but why focus the entire plot around it? This episode is dull. We already know the retirement home workers are awful, and we already know exactly how the Frink stuff is gonna end, even though the voice stuff is entertaining at the start. Homer accidentally gets the cat stuck in the wall while doing some handiwork, and takes apart the house trying to rescue it, which I gotta say is a pretty simple plot, but it's quite funny. I wish more of the story were focused on those shenanigans, and not whatever this other plot is. So Bart lets a homeless woman stay in his room, which is a nice gesture. Then he charges her for staying. What a nice boy. He and Lisa then find out she's a great folk singer. This one is so boring. It's kind of like Colonel Homer where a Simpson is trying to make an unknown singer famous, except that one was fun and entertaining while this one is, well, the opposite. What other environmentalist job can we give Lisa? How about a vet? Sure, we could probably get some mileage out of that.
You even made the homeless guy look nice.
Yeah, still crazy though.
You know, Mark.
Look at how fast that cut was. You can't tell me there wasn't some joke there about him seeing his own reflection on how to be cut for time. It's just Lisa and Marge both getting new jobs and losing focus on them eventually. With Lisa getting annoyed at how little she actually gets to do at the internship, and Marge becoming cynical at the world. That's a cool concept, Marge losing her motherly innocence. But I wish they went further with it. As is, I'm not really into this one, it's so middle of the road, especially compared to the others of the season. The Simpsons get and then raise chickens for their eggs for a grand total of 2 minutes. Very desperate for openers, aren't we? So Lisa wants to go to Mars for that program that was announced a few years back that I don't remember who started. I want to say Elon Musk. Whatever, you know Lisa isn't actually going to go to Mars. Marge wouldn't let her go away to fulfill her dreams for a month in an earlier episode. Why would she let her cross planets? I don't get modern Lisa. She just likes everything the plot needs her to. Earlier on, she liked the environment and reading and stuff, but she acted like a little girl still. She seemed like a real person. All the episodes focused on her now are just so damn boring, and they make her so unlikable. It's low tier. They're finally focusing on an episode about the fact that Mr. Smithers is into Mr. Burns. With him treating the rest of the employees like crap, Homer, Lenny, and Carl try to set him up with a man to get him off their backs. I enjoyed it a lot. It's nice seeing him happy for once. And again, like I've said many times, it's just a shame they gotta reset it by the end. I enjoy the stuff with Milhouse too. I thought the full story would be about him trying to get rid of the actor she's with, but it's dropped fairly quickly. And it's funny, again, I'm very impartial to Milhouse episodes. We've got a decent one here. Lisa finds out the terrible truth that Marge doesn't actually enjoy jazz. So to regain their bond, the two of them head to Capital City, where Lisa doubles down on hating her mother. I don't see why though, it's just a personal preference. She's being so bitchy here. It's like that episode from last season I felt avoided this issue, except they actually run headfirst into it. The Bart stuff is decent too, I guess. He gives up on pranks, which is something we've already seen this very season, but they pushed it a lot more here, and eventually lead into Bart getting along with Maggie, which is a dynamic we've never seen before. It's pretty good. It's also got the guy from Book of Mormon as a special guest, which is cool. Doesn't make up for the meme plot though. It also has this moment.
You little...
Dad, no! You're gonna strangle a baby!
Awful episode. Another pasta episode, this time being set 2 years in the past, and going over the Simpsons vacation with Flanders to the Grand Canyon. It's a nice change of pace. It's cool seeing Maude again since the voice acting dispute was solved. And they have a neat story for questioning Marge's parenting skills, which I like. But when they do get to the Grand Canyon, they just do a bunch of fish out of water stuff until the forced action climax. I like this joke.
Homie, we should go. You and Ned need to learn to get along.
You said the same thing about me and Bart.
No, the judge said the same thing about you and Bart.
The Simpsons find an old antique car just laying in their garage, left there by a previous owner. Yeah, I'm sure. Marge is feeling like she's not getting the support she needs from her husband and breaks down. Wow, that's pretty serious. What's Homer gonna do?
Poor Marge, what do I do? Help me, universe! Jay Leno!
Of course. So Homer becomes a courier, just like Bart in that one episode. Except this one is boring. Look, it's the season 1 guys, that's the highlight. The Simpsons are going to Paris. That's the gimmick. This one was hyped up as being the Simpsons' big improv episode, being performed live. Whoa, the Simpsons animated in real time? That's so impressive. Wait a second, this is modern Simpsons, what's the catch? Well, it's got improvised in the name, so there's no way they can work around it. So the episode revolves around Homer joining an improv club. Oh. And only the last 3 minutes are done live. Amazing. I know animating 22 minutes live would be near impossible, but like, don't promote it as if that's what it is. And the improv is crap. Dan, I'm sorry, but stick to reading scripts. I'm sorry they made you do this. And it's almost like they predicted it being boring. So they stuff it with random unfunny gags. This is really cringy and awful. The rest of the episode is boring. The loudmouth Homer has never been shown to be afraid of public speaking before. So this comes out of nowhere. The live thing is really all it's worth noting, but not for the right reasons. Marge is sent to prison again. This is because Bart is caught at a children's playground unsupervised. Kinda wish they pushed more how absurd this is. It leads into another one of those, oh no, how will the family cope without their mother stories? But it's nice to see how the town comes to help them in their time of need. I also like how much of a positive influence Marge has on her prison mates. However, it's way too unrealistic for her to not want to leave jail anymore. It's alright. What a bad season. It begins awfully, then starts to get good with the Halloween one and Barthood, then nosedives right back down into being awful. They're doing a lot more ratings traps too now. They've got to be pretty strapped for views and relevance. Hopefully that doesn't continue with the next season. With the town in ruins, everyone turns to Mr. Burns to help them pay for repairs. But then straight away shifts into him holding a talent show of some sort and having fears of reliving some childhood trauma.
Watch me make this nerd disappear. Ta-da! Also, ha-ha!
I like whenever they have a scene that feels too boring, they just throw in a random unfunny background gag. The humor really has downgraded. This episode's just mean. Mr. Burns finally puts his past behind him and makes a change for the good by helping Lisa, and in return, they punish him. Nice. What an awful premiere. Oh boy, just what we needed. Another Mr. Burns episode. This time he gains a VR headset and hires the Simpsons to become his virtual family. And I get it's a cartoon and all, but like, why couldn't he just copy the models and let them go home? Nope, they're all supposed to stay with him all the time. But why does it need to be in VR then? Why couldn't it just be in real life if they're already there? I like the Homer side plot a lot more. With his family away, he befriends his female neighbor and realizes, whoa, he can be friends with a woman. It ends with another dumb argument between Marge and him, which I don't understand. He's shown no romantic interest in her. He's allowed to be friends with a woman. Still, though, this episode is decent. It's not very funny, though.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Apparently, you didn't do anything wrong. But I'm not wrong for getting mad at you either.
Yes, you are. Homer and the rest of the town get unreasonably upset about Bart wearing a Boston hat, which is a big deal, I suppose. I don't know. I know it's hard to tell from my very accurate American accent, but I don't live in America, so I'm not sure if this patriotism is normal. So the family take a trip to Boston so Homer can prove to him how awful it is. But oh no, it's actually a great town. Gotta be honest, I sort of checked out of this one. It's nothing but fish out of water jokes. The family moves to Boston eventually, and you're just waiting for the predictable point where some minor thing happens that causes them all to go back to Springfield. Bart being the one to feel out of place is a neat concept, but they do nothing with it.
I think their stupid city has the best everything. Bands, comedians, chowder, their so-called cream pies, which are actually
Okay, so like, why is the animation getting kind of good here? This episode isn't very good at all, but the visuals are getting really great, and the animation has gotten a lot more fluid. Hopefully this wasn't just a one-time thing. Here we are, the big 600. We're on the final stretch, and I gotta say, I don't know how I can get much worse at this point. The first Hunger Games parody is really a Hunger Games parody? In 2017? Whatever, it's just following the beats of the story with no comedy at all. The next Lisa one is at least somewhat interesting, with each of her friends dying from her imaginary friend killing them. It's very predictable, but at least the visuals are somewhat cool. And the final one isn't good in the slightest. Again, I know it's a tradition, but I think it's time to retire the Treehouse of Horrors. I guess I like the gimmick with Homer's ambition trying to steer him in the right direction, but this is the episode that broke me. I pressed play and started watching it, then realized it was almost over and I had taken in nothing. It's just depressingly boring. None of these stories are good, not the A, the B, or the C. Something about Kent Brockman being a fraud, Bart and Lisa investigating the chemicals in some Krusty snacks, and Homer trying to be more ambitious. But then he's punished for trying to better himself. It is painfully uninteresting. There's only 100 episodes to go. With Springfield looking for a more safe sport, Homer and Kirk start to coach the new lacrosse team. It's cool to have more focus on Kirk for a bit. They really lean into his desperation for a new friend. And they were smart enough to give him another song. But I don't really get why Homer is being such a stick in the mud. It seems quite forced. This episode's okay overall though. Much like the past 2 decades of Simpsons, it wasn't funny at all. But it's nice to see them lean more into the secondary characters this season. The family head to Cuba to get Grandpa some cheap healthcare. When we aren't focused on yet more fish out of water jokes, we see Abe feeling young again and heading off of a guy he knew in his army days. I wish we had a more grounded take on this story of Grandpa feeling depressed and like his life has no meaning anymore. It's such a shame when I watch an episode that starts off strong, because I know by the 8-minute mark it's gonna go off in a different direction, and this is one of those that suffered because of it. It's dumb that he now wants to stay in Cuba for a woman he interacted with for one scene. Moving on. I remember the first time I saw this episode on TV and the intro caught me so off guard, with each member of the family dying throughout the opening. It's really morbid, but I love it. Okay, so another Grandpa one. With him thinking he's gonna be a father again, he slowly needs to come to terms with it. Then it turns out he's not the father. That's all. Meanwhile, Homer gets an app that lets people do his job for him, and of course he immediately begins to abuse this. They do the opposite of the Big Brother episode from a long time ago, with Bart being jealous of Homer befriending another kid, this time being Milhouse, which is a neat dynamic. I like this one well enough, it's alright.
Develop pie? What does that even mean?
After falling down Mr. Burns' trapdoor, Homer is injured and immobilized, so now he's gonna once again try to sue him while Marge bonds with Mr. Smithers. Again, matching up random characters. It's alright, them trying to make it seem like Marge is in love with Smithers is way too random, and it leads to such a dumb reason for him needing to give up on suing Burns. He does it so Marge is able to see and talk to Mr. Smithers again. That sure would be nice if the show had actual continuity to keep this relationship up. Krusty's daughter finally returns. As he tries to connect with her, the two spend Christmas with the Simpsons for no reason. The elf on the shelf B story of Maggie's also awful. Nothing happens. She's scared of it. That's it. That's all that happens the entire time. The attention here is on Krusty and his daughter falling out because he wouldn't take time away from his work. And to make up for it, he becomes a Christian. And for some reason that works. This episode has no focus at all. It's terrible.
We've had him since you found him, but I'm the only one who takes care of him.
How hard can it be to clean up after a pig?
Homer needs to give up Spider-Pig from the Simpsons movie, who the family still apparently owns despite never appearing in an episode as their pet since then. Yet they act like he's always been there. After his hounds hurt the pig, Mr. Burns takes care of him as he's afraid of getting a lawsuit. We did this already this season! Spider-Pig is a dumb meme. I remember when the movie came out, everyone quoted it for months. It was unbearable. I don't care about Homer trying to get the pig back since I already know we're never gonna see it again.
I got over it. And your older, smarter brother is going to help you. Let's put our heads together. Wow, this actually is making me smarter.
Damn, Simpsons, your animation sure is amazing. The subplot with Lisa losing her interest in jazz and Bart helping her out is sweet, but it takes up like 3 minutes of the episode overall. It's just decent. It's taken 28 seasons, but they've finally attempted to do a 1-hour special. And the first thing I thought when I saw this was, they can barely keep my attention for 20 minutes. How are they gonna do it for 40? And how was it? I appreciate them trying something new, but honestly, it's just nothing. Homer and Mr. Burns find a party hosted by a rapper. Yep, this is a rap episode. We get guest cameos from Snoop Dogg, Common, and RZA, two of those I have never heard of. Mr. Burns starts to indulge in the rapper lifestyle, and eventually loses all his money. I really wish that it were more focused on the family. Don't get me wrong, I like Burns as a character, but I feel like he takes up the time on way too many modern episodes. And Homer being a secondary character in the show's first hour-long special is very dumb. And the other Simpsons are reduced to nothing more than a lame B story, with Lisa and some boy, and then Marge owning a store. Maybe next time you do one of these, you should try and not rely on parroting something else and try your own thing that takes advantage of your main characters. It's just boring like everything else in this show currently. It's not funny at all and there's nothing interesting about it in the slightest. I don't buy that Homer would want to help Mr. Burns get his job back. They established that his new boss is so much better to him, so why would he want to go back to Burns? Their revenge rap song is also incredibly cringy. I like the idea of their massive plan being writing the sickest, freshest of raps, but Homer and Bart should have sung it, not random celebrity cameos. Yeah, that would also be cringy, but at least be a little charming. I was very disappointed with this. It's one of the worst episodes of the series just from how bored I was while watching it.
Do you know what you've done? You won the Count the Buttons in the Button Jar challenge. Thanks to him, you all get the rest of the day off. Go home, live your lives, don't look back. Smithers, the bodies.
I like that joke. I'm sorry, I feel like they're so few and far between that I gotta point it out now. And to be fair, I like the rest of this episode too. Homer finds an old chili dog stand he used to visit as a kid, while his dad and mum were at couples therapy, giving him an emotional connection to why he'd want to go so far as to save it. Not to mention it gives a deeper meaning for his eating habits. The animation has also started getting very fluid again. Oh my god, look, it's the amazing disappearing kid. Guess I spoke too soon. Please, Simpsons, just keep it up. It's really great when it happens. Still, a surprisingly solid episode. I'm glad. This episode has one of my favorite couch gags, with Homer visiting a bunch of different animated shows to get their boat painting back. Although, what a weird 3 to choose. South Park, Robot Chicken, and the California Raisins. Still though, it's great. I like the idea of this one, with Bart doing something so bad to Lisa that his guilt is then manifested to him. But sadly, the episode is... yeah. Bart is way too mean to his sister for no reason. It's not like she did anything to him, but at the same time Lisa cares way too much about this hat she just got. But that might be what makes it worse. What he did was so minor that you can understand him not wanting to accept his guilt, while at the same time he internally understands that he did hurt his sister in some way. It's not a bad episode, but I really enjoy the idea behind it, and that's the reason why I'm disappointed. It could have been great, it just needed to be funnier. A tad late for a sequel to the Season 4 episode, don't you think? With us seeing the aftermath of them coming home from Camp Krusty and having to go to therapy over it, Bart then fakes having PTSD for sympathy. Too little too late. There was no need for them to do this other than as a ratings trap, since the original is such a classic episode. especially since the actual story is about Homer becoming a better worker. The trauma stuff could have been interesting, but I can't look at this as anything more than a lame gimmick. Can't believe the original writer returned for this. Bart becomes a star basketball player, then gets involved in the mafia. Sums it up well. The documentary setup here is decent, I suppose, but we've already seen it done multiple times before. Modern Simpsons episodes are like nothing but gags now unrelated to the plot, so the fast-paced nature of this setup works in its favor. We've already seen this Bart becoming spoilt story done countless times, as well as Bart getting involved with Fat Tony. There's nothing else to say. So in this exciting escapade, Homer decides to open up a trophy store. It's another one that's just awful to Bart. He overhears Homer talking about how he amounts to nothing, but it leads to more relationship bonding between Bart and Grandpa, which I always like to see. I also enjoy the commentary on coddled kids nowadays, and how mediocrity is praised too much. But it pushes too far in the other direction with them saying kids should always be disciplined and not appreciated. There's a middle ground here that can be reached, of course, but a non-black and white scenario is too complicated for the show to handle now. It's missing the message that Bart's watch Grandpa gave up was just a symbol to raise his confidence, and he had it within him all along. But it's alright.
Who's his successor? That fellow?
Fellow, that word is cisgender normative, okay? You're worse than Hitler!
This is the episode about Mr. Burns poning the liberal millennials. He starts his own nuclear plant university and hires Homer as a professor. It's decent, I guess, but the stuff of him being bought out by a different school comes in way too late. There's less than 5 minutes left by the time they get into that.
Always watch out for a little rod falling into the back of your shirt. I do it like every week.
Like, okay, I don't mean to be a stick in the mud. I understand the appeal in this kind of meta humor, but they do it so much now.
Voice does not match file from 1989.
Let's go out for frosty chocolate milkshakes.
Welcome, Homer Simpson.
In the same episode, too. Okay, so this one starts with another Tracy Ullman short that I think was remastered. I don't know, it's just another nostalgia fest presenting itself as a parody of the Big Bang Theory. Bart starts to bond with Agnes, and it's sweet. I like it a ton. I just hate how it leads into him scamming all the old folks in town for money and toys. But I'm not going to focus on it for too long, because 1, he realizes what he did in the end, and 2, because the side plot features Homer and Lisa getting into Pokemon Go. Yup. We're really getting there. It's insulting. There's this freaking awful song they sing that's just ear-bleeding and features the brilliant commentary that playing Pokemon Go is dangerous. Oh no. I think the commentary should have been something like, all it took people to go outside was a dumb bad mobile app, but nope, they went for the easiest approach ever. Awful episode. Really, really awful. Homer promises Marge that he's finally gonna change his ways. Sure he is. So they immediately break up because of an English plot device who bets he can separate them. As another Marge dispute episode, it's one of the worst.
Marge, I know I'm late, but I'm really sorry.
Sorry and congratulations, graduate.
This is nowhere near the worst thing Homer has done to warrant such a reaction. What a forced conflict. She just has this inability now to hear him out on things. And her feelings on what she wants from him is constantly changing based on what she's told by random secondary characters. It is then even more hampered by yet another Mo renovation story, and by the end Homer is told that he's the one that needs to change, despite him trying to make it up to her the whole episode. The Gracie films joke is funny, but playing their wedding song close to you here as some big emotional moment isn't earned. This one is really awful, I hate it. I guess it's funny how the intro leads into this one. They really enjoy shaking up these openings now. But with the courts deciding that a dog's life is more important than a human's, they start to take over society. Really?
I'm doing something important. There you go. Yes, that's it. Well, well, well. Look what the cat dragged in.
The only good moment. I have nothing to say, really. It's just bad and unfunny. This season was incredibly awful. So many bad episodes. I think my favorite one this season was just decent. Way more complacent in having dumb ratings traps and nostalgia baiting. And as I've said before, I can only see it getting worse. Yet another Game of Thrones party, oh boy, a show I've never seen before. It's neat to see the town of Springfield presented through this medieval setting, but despite some cool visuals, it's just another Homer and Marge marriage crisis. And the Lisa wizard stuff really should have been the focus from the beginning, although I guess I like how the start with Marge's mother feeds into the resolution. By the way, now seems like the best time to talk about my very nitpicky thoughts on the show's modern look. Today's topic is the shade of yellow used on the characters. Yep, I'm really bothered by that. It's way too saturated now. They're way too bright compared to the earlier stuff. They're getting closer to green at this point. Anyways, this was an alright premiere. A lot better than the previous two at the very least. Lisa attempts art therapy and decides to team up with Marge to publish them as graphic novels. Of course, this leads to the very predictable conflict of one of them getting too big for their boots, with Marge feeling as if Lisa isn't appreciating the work she's put in. I enjoy this episode up until it becomes about them creating a musical based on their book. There probably could have been an easier way to shift the attention onto Marge, but still I think this one is okay. I enjoy the animation style switch up too.
No, I will not get caught in that trap that only one of us is good. We could both be good, like the South Park guys. Except Trey does everything.
After finding out she has a hidden talent of whistling, Homer enters Maggie in a competition, but starts to act concerned whenever he sees what childhood stardom does to kids. I would like this one a lot more if a larger focus was put on it. It really just happens over the course of one scene and the cop-out ending ruins it. They try to pull Grandpa in early on, you think it's gonna be about him and Maggie bonding, but nope, his relevance immediately fades. Meanwhile, Marge gets another new job, this time helping Fat Tony design what turns out to be a whorehouse. So then she makes them shut it down. This was pointless. It's not funny, engaging, it just really feels like it was there to fill up time. This episode was very mediocre, absolutely no aspect of it stands out. Does my voice sound dead enough yet? The CG here at the beginning is a nice change of pace, but I miss when these opened with an actual in-universe setup for the stories being told, rather than just another random plot. Anyways, this Triage of Horror is okay. The Exorcist one is boring, the Coraline one would also be unremarkable if it weren't for the impressive CG. And the final one about Homer being a cannibal feels like it had the best chance to be great, considering it is such a disgusting concept, watching Homer cook and then eat himself. But I don't know, the visuals really undersell it. The old ones were storyboarded and framed to be like actual horror shorts, but now they're indistinguishable from regular episodes. Still though, overall it's decent. I was waiting for this episode to finally get started. Then it ended. Grandpa gets a hearing aid and realizes that he's unwanted, so he runs off to a bar where he's immediately called home. What a conflict. Then Skinner is fighting with his mother after realizing she sabotaged his chance at getting a better life. But then the first time we meet Agnes in the episode, she just asks him to stay and he says yes. What was the point in any of this? It's like they have a check mark for all the points in the story they want to get to, but there's no actual progression there. They just quickly progress the characters through each little checklist, with no regard to if what's happening is even making any sense within the story.
Now we're repurposing the old monorail track into a completely new and original feature we ripped off from New York.
It's literally just nostalgia bait at this point. So this time it's Marge who runs for political power, becoming the mayor of Springfield. It has a couple funny moments.
Stinking metaphors! I only trust similes.
I enjoy metaphors. They're the raindrops on the flower that is the ear.
But it goes in a pretty mean-spirited direction, with Marge mocking her husband for the sake of audience approval, sort of like squirrel jokes but boring and bad. This one randomly starts with a Shrimpsons opening. The episode doesn't revolve around fish at all. I have no idea why it's done. This season has had more intro switch-ups than the regular one.
Hey, it's the Pin Pals, our old bowling team. Those were great times.
Again, nostalgia beating. So the Pin Pals are reformed and... Whoa, did you see that? Look, for a split second you can see 2 shots from now. That's an editing mistake. You may be wondering how I noticed this stuff, but it's all I end up really paying attention to now. Anyways, it's just another boring bowling episode. Mo bets his bar on the match, and so they rely on Barney staying sober to help him win. And Bart and Lisa also have a Liam B and C story that's predictable and goes nowhere. Through the setup of Lisa writing her college application, she tells the story of some of her birthdays and the complications that came with them. The return of Michael Jackson and Lisa birthday song was great. Again, even if just nostalgia beat, but whatever, I'll take it. It's actually quite depressing, with us seeing how ignored she is, and another story of Marge planning on leaving Homer. And we learn just how he stopped drinking, which was referenced in a previous one. I love this episode, it's quite good. Not very funny.
This is great. We don't have to visit Grandpa anymore.
In fact, it can be quite depressing at times. Like, what's the joke there? But the character stuff makes up for it, and the All in the Family song at the end was sweet. So Bart gets stuck down an old war bunker while the town of Springfield sets out to find him. So now with Milhouse refusing to tell anyone where Bart is because he's horrible, Sideshow Bob now takes center stage for the episode out of nowhere, with him trying to prove Bart isn't dead. The therapist scene was a little interesting, wish they had ran with that angle more, with him needing to get over his hatred of Bart. But then again, they've also done that multiple times, almost as if he's a character that hasn't had any potential for the past 10 years. Apparently this one starts with a La La Land parody, but I've never seen that before, so I get nothing out of this. Lisa has a crush on a guy called Brendan who's played by Ed Sheeran. Yuck, his voice acting is awful. So Brendan and Nelson start to fight for Lisa's affection, which is an alright idea for a story, but too much focus is put on Brendan, obviously for the sake of a lame promo. Also, Bart suddenly taking interest in chemistry is dumb and pointless. You're telling me he's never taken a chemistry class before? Yeah, sure. This episode is bad. Seems like it was just written for the sake of including Ed Sheeran somehow, and Lisa never has the revelation that she's being an awful person for letting them pit against each other. Mr. Burns tries to find everyone's self-worth by testing them. It takes a 7-minute long scene for us to get to that conclusion. Not 7 minutes worth of scenes, one 7-minute long scene. So Lisa becomes jealous at Ralph doing better than her, and Homer finds out that he's completely worthless. A much funnier way to have done this would have been Homer being the most valuable man in town. I mean, he has done a lot of things in his life. The man went to bloody space. It's just pointless. The solution to 2 of the 3 stories is, oh, the test answers were wrong, whoops. What's the point then? And the other one might be worse, with Homer learning cursive in one short scene, and apparently that makes him being the dumbest man in town, okay? Really bad episode. I'd almost recommend checking this one out just to see how awful the show is now. Another formula switch up. With a famous painting going missing, some guy I forget the name of has to investigate and find it. Like a lot of this season, I can appreciate them trying to do something new, but it's just boring. I have no interest in this guy, the painting, or who stole it.
What else about our marriage is a lie? Are you really a licensed DJ?
I took the courses, but I failed the test.
This one has an amazing couch gag. It's really great. You should check it out. I like the opening with the family visiting their old apartment from one of the past episodes in the show. That's the kind of callback I can enjoy. So Homer and Marge tell a story of their life before Bart and compare it to after Bart. But it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because Marge and Homer got married because they knew Bart was coming. They're so desperate for past and future episodes now. We don't need to set up every little aspect of their life. We don't need a dumb reason for why they had Lisa. Not to mention by the time it comes up, there's like 3 minutes of the episode left. This is the worst past episode. Worst past episode so far. This one has a good couch gag, even if they've already done the whole, "we're a few episodes early" joke for number 499. So after pranking the teachers with clown masks, the town of Springfield becomes afraid of them, clearly a parody of that whole killer clown ordeal that happened a few years back. Marge also gets Bart sent to juvie, which is really awful of her, especially since his prank was a result of payback for what happened to him. Bart's already been to therapy and realized why he acts out, and they do the exact same thumbtack on the chair joke as back in the PT at Spans episode. There's no potential here. We get some good meta jokes out of all this. They finally decide to point out the original idea with Homer being crusty. Took them long enough.
He looks just like me! And Maggie looks just like Lisa! And Milhouse's mother looks just like Milhouse's father! Why is this universe so lazy?
This episode's alright. Just another Krusty getting cancelled plot. Marge reads Lisa a book from her childhood and realizes that it may be considered offensive by today's standards. Yes, this is the Apu controversy episode. I feel like this one had the perfect opportunity to, actually comment on the topic. But no, the response is just, we're not going to talk about it. I know this is a heated topic, so I'm not going to get into it too much. TLDR, I personally don't see anything wrong with Hank Azaria voicing Apu. But then again, I have no idea what it's like to be an Indian presented in this way, so my argument doesn't really hold much weight, does it? Bart gets to Minecon, that's the takeaway from this one. Moving on. We get to see Moe's father, who he doesn't have the best relationship with, and so Marge invites his family to their house for business. Glad they're still so unconfident in their secondary cast that they still feel they need to shove in the Simpsons where they don't belong. But it's sweet how they all make up, I guess. So now Mo owns the mattress store and his siblings immediately stab him in the back. How awful, I guess we can't have an earnest moment anymore. Still though, this one has a sweet ending, and a good message, that just because someone is your family, doesn't mean you have to stick with them on everything. More cartoons should teach that message. Yet another episode that opens with an old Tracy Ullman short. Boy, I wonder what's gonna happen when they run out of them. I really don't like this one. The intro has like 5 different shakeups and then eventually it leads into the proper story.
Worry about yourself.
They've used the regular intro maybe 4 or 5 times this season. It's not special or unique to switch it up if it's less common to use the regular intro. The family traveled to New Orleans, with Lisa trying to get her groove back with the saxophone. It's not very good. Way too much time is spent on Homer's food escapades, even though it has some nice animation. They finally started to push the models again, I noticed. Anyways, yeah, it sucks and is way too slowly paced, and the Bart voodoo stuff is too unrealistic. I can see what they were trying to do with the Bleeding Gums Murphy stuff, but there is literally 2 minutes left in the episode when they introduce him. This could have been great, but nope. Abe has a stroke and it looks like he's about to die for real this time. This shouldn't be a compliment, but I appreciate how Homer actually cares that he's gonna die. Again, I shouldn't give points to it for that, but yeah. That's how bad we're at. In his last moments, he tells Homer his biggest regret. And now that he's alive and well again, he can't forgive him. I love that what he said is kept a mystery for a while. It works wonders in keeping you invested. We get another look at just how much Homer cared for his mother. And after finding out his dad has been hiding stuff left from her, you can feel for his dilemma in forgiving him. I like this episode a lot, and Homer's song is great. I'd recommend watching this one. I think this is when The Simpsons officially became the longest running scripted TV series. So they've gotta do something to celebrate, right? This episode was maybe too ambitious. It sets up way too many plot points that just kind of get dropped one after the other. It starts with your regular marriage crisis story, then shifts into Flanders losing his leftorium and being broke. Tangent here, but wasn't the point of his character in the first place to show off how not financially stable the Simpsons were? Whatever, at least we got a neat Simpsons movie reference out of it. Then it becomes about Flanders working at the power plant and annoying everyone. Meanwhile, Todd annoys Lisa, that's the story. Then Ned quickly gets fired from the plant, gets a bunch of odd jobs, and finally he becomes the new teacher in Bart's class. It feels like the episode is all out of order. The odd job stuff should have been a quick montage before getting into the proper job for the show, and the power plant should have been left out entirely. And even then, they should have leaned way more into him taking over the class because of Edna. They do it at the very tail end of the episode and it is sweet and all, but it's a little late, don't you think? This one has no direction. Any one of these 5 stories could have taken up a full 22 minutes. It's really awful. The Simpsons travel to Denmark to get Grandpa better healthcare. Wait a minute, we did this last season. Thankfully, this one is more focused on that plotline, unlike the previous where they dropped it for some dumb story I already forgot about. This episode's okay.
You passed the test, genius. Epic sister fail.
Epic sister feel. This is one of the worst episodes of the entire series. Yep. So after Homer's neglect gets him put in a coma, Lisa decides to mentally torture Bart from within his mind by giving him nightmares. What a great person. It's got some cool visuals and it's clearly just an excuse to bring back Maud Flanders for a bit, but the concept of it alone is just awful. What a bad season. Is it really necessary to say at this point? I feel like it should be a given. Honestly, I could forgive all the reused plots and simple characters, but the show just isn't funny in the slightest anymore. I can't remember the last time I've laughed at a joke in this. I'll give Family Guy this. The show may be terrible and all, but at least its fast-paced structure can catch you off guard at times.
It's Slenderman!
Kill yourself!
But we're getting near the end of this. Let's just see how much worse it can get. Season 30 kicks off with Bart being put in hospital. Wow, they're really breaking new grounds. So Bart pretends that he can see heaven, and so Homer and Flanders are hired to write a film adaptation based on his story. It's got some fun commentary on the film industry, and I enjoy the ending with Bart and Lisa a lot. But I don't know, we've seen this exact thing a bunch before in the show. Bart telling a lie, Homer exploiting people for profit, attending the premiere of their own movie. It's just okay. I guess I can't be too mad at them at this point for taking 3 separate overused plots and mashing them together. dreadful. Marge and Homer get in a game show they've been applying to get on for years, and subsequently get eliminated in the first round, and are now stuck in a hotel for the month. Honestly, I think they should have just gone all out and made this episode about the two of them going on the game show the entire time trying to win. What's the point in taking so long to set up them getting on the show to just be another one about them in a hotel? They at least don't completely forget about it, with them finding out it was Homer who caused them to lose. But then it just becomes a parody of some movie that I thought was going to be a dream sequence, but nope, this was real. This episode has no direction, it's just boring. The Bob's Burgers opening is a funny twist on the intro. They're honestly the highlight of each episode at this rate. So here we learn more about the past of various characters, such as seeing why Flanders devoted his life to God, Marge's grandmother, and some random Buddhist girl. I wish the whole thing were focused on past Flanders, it's the only one that's remotely interesting.
What the? You are here to be sacrificed to an evil god from the ocean depths.
SpongeBob?
No!
The one with Apple actually being run by pod people is okay, the disenchantment reference was nice, and you don't win friends with salad was an odd callback. I think the next one is a Saw parody, but one of the recent ones, so wait, no, it's a Split parody, that's the movie. Jeez, that's even less iconic. And finally, the Jurassic Park parody is just awful. What if we do the exact same thing as the movie, but this time it's old people? That's hilarious. Very bad choice of horror.
Also, we have to start these lists earlier. It's almost midnight.
Marge's voice is really going at this point. I feel so bad for Julie Kavner. She's clearly struggling to do this. Homer and Marge got a new job at a car place. Sorry, I gotta be honest, I kind of checked out of this one for a bit. It was boring. It's not at all new to see them both working at the same place. We've had that so many times before. So I don't know why they're making such a big deal out of it here. Not to mention Mr. Burns is dragged into it by the end, when I think keeping it more focused on their relationship would have been way better. There's some funny commentary on how ad companies want everything to be sponsored now, but other than that, there's not much I get out of this one. Bart goes on the dark net and orders Moa meal order bride. Wow. Mo is hesitant to get with her based on previous relationships despite her liking him. I was enjoying where this one was going with him realizing that after he pushed her away she got with another man, so he needs to try and win her back. But then they have this dumb reveal that she was just trying to steal his money. Why can't we just have a nice earnest story? Why does the status quo always need to be reset? The show has been going on for 30 years and shows no signs of stopping. Just experiment a little. Lisa finds out more about Jasper, the famous character, and she revels in the fact that she made him feel good. And so she tries to go and cheer up other people to make herself feel good. In the meantime, Marge becomes a Tupperware salesman. There's no beginning to this story, it literally just starts. But on her first gig, she gets mistaken for a drag queen and embraces it in order to sell more.
Oh, I won't have to wear pajamas?
Only at bedtime, which I'm moving to after The Big Bang Theory.
Bazinga!
That's the humor of this show now. This episode's boring. The Lisa stuff goes nowhere, and the Homer and Marge marital stuff is obviously forced. I don't know how she expected him to not get upset about her pretending to be a drag queen. I like the ending though. All the good ones are either married or Homer. What a creative title! Homer gives Krusty's show a bad review, and as a result he runs off to hide in the circus.
Get out! You're fired! See? No one's safe. Fidget spinner!
The people watching this show would need a fidget spinner. It's so boring that needs something to keep their attention.
I watch every episode of a show, then write a summary, followed by snarky comments and a letter grade.
Oh. Now that I've been invalidated, this whole thing seems a little stupid. 4 out of 10.
Kent Brockman here, interviewing 3 blue-collar men who voted for Trump. How do you feel now?
Please stop interviewing us.
Never.
For every episode in this season so far, I've been able to show at least one incredibly dated reference that brings me back to simpler times. 2018 referencing stuff from 2016 to be exact. Oh, the joys of animation production. Homer and Lisa start to bond with each other for the millionth time, which causes Bart to wonder why he suddenly cares for his father's approval. I like that setup. It takes the usual Homer and Lisa shroud and takes it in a somewhat new direction. It's okay, I'm not a big fan of the resolution with Homer letting her know that he isn't the best role model. The conclusion should have been more involved with Bart, but the moment with Maggie is sweet. At least I appreciate the title consistency. So Homer and Marge go out on Black Friday to get the kids a new smart TV they want for Christmas. Finally getting back to the financial struggles of The Simpsons, I see. Surprised they haven't done this already. I wouldn't have minded this to be more similar to Simpsons on a Roasting Fire, with the family trying to scrape together money for the kids. But halfway through it shifts into The Simpsons going on a trip to spend Christmas at a resort. I like how they're willing to fake enthusiasm for the sake of making Marge happy. This episode's alright, even if I believe they didn't need to leave the town to make an interesting Christmas story. We take 10 minutes to get to the thrilling revelation that Grandpa was used as a model for little Army Man toys and never got paid royalties, which has traumatized him. So the Simpsons once again travel to New York to visit the toy company. I like the twist here. It doesn't seem like a natural progression for the episode to me about how Abe feels guilty for getting a gay person fired back in the 40s. But it is a way more interesting place to take this.
I'm starting to think maybe a man can love different things and still be a man.
Grandpa's gay!
Overall, I like this one. It's not funny, surprise, surprise, but I like the story well enough. Apparently this episode won an Emmy, which it's definitely not deserving of. It's yet another Lisa is lonely and makes a new friend story. I like the girl's family a lot. The person who plays Yellow Diamond in that one Space Boy show is the mother, and they have a nice song together. I saw a Twitter reply the other day saying this joke wasn't out of the ordinary for The Simpsons because the show has always had these random non-grounded gags. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I see a difference in making fun of the animation industry with a meta joke about the show and randomly inserting clips from it that have turned into memes just for meme's sake. This is what Family Guy does. Literally, this is what Family Guy does. Marge gets upset at Homer for binging Stranger Things without her. Really? That's enough to tear them apart now? This Marge really is troubled. Meanwhile, Krusty's show is once again in trouble, so they hold a contest where you write to him to get a shopping spree. This is a really bad episode. The manifestation of Netflix is a lame way for Homer to want to learn to dance to impress Marge. His characterization is great here, and the ending between the two are nice, but he shouldn't have had to make such a gesture for her. She was being uncharacteristically mean here. The ending almost makes up for it, though. Almost. We learn more about Krusty's past. At the time, he wanted to not sell out his beliefs and produce a science fiction movie he enjoyed the book of. And because, of course, Homer and Marge were the production assistants. Gotta involve them in everything. It's too wacky of a setting. Seems like they did it all for the sake of a Mad Max party by the end. We've gotten so many of these marriage crisis stories in this season. We really didn't need to learn how at one point Krusty almost got them separated. Homer steals a car and is surprised when he gets arrested for this. He really does deserve to go to jail at this rate.
Why are you riding a motorcycle?
It's not for fun, I got arrested!
That's worse!
Jesus Christ, just let her retire. So to get out of prison, the family try to make a YouTube video about what a great guy Homer is. Although I'm not sure if that would really get him out of jail, like he still committed a crime. Whatever, the video is still pretty funny. This episode's bad, the resolution is so forced. Comic book guy destroys something Homer apparently loves that we've never seen before. Oh no, not the classic Simpsons keychain. This episode is so fast-paced. So it starts with Marge and Homer going to a drug meeting, then a wedding convention, then they fall down the stairs and get injured, and that's all within Act 1. The two deal with their injuries in different ways, Marge getting better through kite surfing, and Homer lounging about kneading. I like the cameo from that one guy from The Incredibles. You know, that guy, the one that says, "A company is like an enormous clock." It's bad, what else is there to say? It's just another standard Marge crisis stick. Just so lazy. Oh boy, we're finally here. I've been waiting 30 seasons to get to this point. This is Bart Becomes a Gamer. Homer buys Bart a gaming PC and he gets obsessed with esports.
With a young man that age, there's only one reason he's in the bathroom that long.
I wish I could say I like this episode in a cringy sense, but no, not even that. It follows a very predictable plot with Homer living through his son, and then realizing that's a bad thing. The focus here should have been put on Bart, but he's nothing more than a plot device. And the Lisa story they try to implement comes in way too late. If you want to see a version of this episode done right, go watch the South Park episode Make Love Not Warcraft. That one at least doesn't glorify spending all your time playing video games. This is terrible. So with the all-female reboot of Itchy and Scratchy, Jesus fucking Christ, Bart leads a boycott against the show, but when he catches a glimpse of it and finds himself loving it, he's then trolled, memed, gifed, and dare I say, pwned. I thought the commentary here would have been about how this is usually done for the sake of marketing, you know, having internet discourse and attention for a piece of media that would have otherwise been ignored. But nope, it suddenly becomes about Bart being a woman's activist with some girls at school, and Lisa getting furious at him because he's not allowed to be an activist. Lisa's an awful character here. She gets pissy at him for not enjoying female stuff, and when he does, she gets even more pissy. I like how it started, but it dives into awfulness quickly. They make you think this one is going to be about the music teacher who's done nothing in the past 30 years of the show, but nope, it's actually about Lisa joining a music class in a parody of some movie called Whiplash I've never seen before. From what a friend tells me, because of the tameness of the show, they can't go far enough to embrace the parody. And at that, it's not even really a parody, they're just copying the plot. It's very dumb, and the conflict with the rest of the family comes out of nowhere. Marge is part of a play. Yep, no, it just starts with her in the play. She becomes the director and struggles with the pressure it causes. We've already had a film production episode this season, including Marge and Krusty. Did we really need another? It's just uninteresting. And the stuff with Homer going to the baby class for the sake of the instructor is really weird. He would never do that.
Lisa is so stupid, so very, very stupid, so dumb and stupid and smelly too.
Yeah, okay, I think I'm done. Homer's opening song is good, although did we really need them to go back to New York so soon? So the Simpsons wind up in Canada, with Lisa being taken away from the family and put in foster care. Although she seems to be completely fine with this, how strange. And her reasons for wanting to suddenly come home just happens, like she goes and speaks to the same pop culture references as in the New Orleans episode. Overall, while not the worst, there's just nothing to say about this one really. It's becoming quite challenging to find stuff to say. This is set up like a fake crime documentary, and that change of pace does wonders in making this one feel entertaining. I actually like it a lot. It's got some fun moments such as Lisa's phone call, the Flanders joke, and the tomato stuff. I'll usually not say much about the episodes I enjoy because I'd recommend checking them out yourself, which is why I've been talking about these later episodes for longer and longer. Marge gets into selling healing crystals and uses them for Bart's ADD. See, I told you he'd be brought back eventually. Only took them 20 years. This leads into a rivalry with another crystal selling lady and Lisa trying to prove that the crystals had no effect on Bart, which of course they don't. It's decent. They've done this new business venture with Marge many times now. It doesn't do a whole lot new. Jesus, this season was just... I'm just running out of things to say. The show is just going through the motions at this point. The highlights were the moments when it tried to be so hip and relevant that it was laughable. At least that's something. We've only got 2 left. Let's just get on with it. So to kick off this season, Homer starts a YouTube channel to talk about stuff that annoys him, but it quickly shifts into him and Bart fighting, which steals the show. So the two become internet celebrities.
Here's a few things that bug me. How can they call traveling on a home team?
Remember when this show made fun of Family Guy for copying them?
You know what really grinds my gears? Racism.
This visual gag is the only good aspect of this episode. It just follows the generic beats you'd expect it to. They get incredibly big, realize that people expect them to hate each other all the time, and quit while on top appreciating each other more.
You're right to dance in such a fashion.
I'm sorry for showing you so many clips, but there are so many, it's awful. Their channel would not get popular, it's like Daddy Who 5'2". Let's just move on.
We will get to the bottom of this within the next 5 hours.
5 hours?
Homer is punished for doing nothing wrong and must supervise the new plant intern.
So stop Snapchatting, Fortniting, and swiping right on your Uber Venmos.
Homer meets one of the interns that knows who he is and admires him, then becomes his mentor. See, this is an example of an episode that could have been meta in a good way. It makes no sense why he likes Homer. They give some really lame reason, but they had such a missed opportunity to be like, wait, you're Homer Simpson? The guy who went to space? The guy who did like 663 episodes worth of other stuff? That's why you could have him almost fill the role of a Simpsons superfan who knows everything about him. Sure, it'd be really self-referential, but at this point, who cares? As it is, the episode is fine. Mike is an annoying character. I wish his clear anger issues were explored more, instead of just getting into mob stuff by the end. So after a pickpocket is running amok in Springfield, Fat Tony and his uncle are taken away. I usually like this character, but he already played a large role in the last one. We didn't need another so soon, and the mystery of who framed him is so dumb. You can't follow along and guess who did it because it comes out of nowhere. There was no way to try and find out who this was. They try to do this arc with Chief Wiggum, but again, they just forget about it for half the episode. By the end, the new police lady is like, maybe I was wrong about you, but I literally forgot they ever introduced her in the episode because it flip-flops so much with who they want to focus on. It's really bad. Whoa, it's the spooky number. Will this be the scariest Treehouse of Horror yet? Well, let's see. First of all, we got another Stranger Things parody, a show I have no interest in seeing, so I get nothing out of this. Heaven Swipes Right, which has an amazing Comic Sans opening. This is where I want to talk about an issue with modern Simpsons I don't think I've talked about yet. Now that I think about it, I might have. It's a blur. It's a blur at this point. The newer seasons are so unconfident in their writing style that whenever they have two characters speak to each other for longer than 10 seconds, they feel the need to have some dumb background guy going on. It's so lazy and unfunny. It just completely shows their insecurities to what their writing isn't funny. Anyways, the other two ones are lame. One's a parody of The Shape of Water, and the other is a boring space movie. This might be the worst Treehouse of Horror yet. Well, I mean, we've only got one left, so I'm not sure how much worse that can be. Homer buys a boat, and Marge is uncharacteristically proud of him for this. Not seeing to even ask a question about money or anything of the matter. Hey, at least it doesn't turn into another Marge crisis episode. Instead, it's a friendship crisis, with him going in it with Carl and Lenny, then selling shares to a bunch of other people. Meanwhile, Bart becomes an altruist and tries to set a gorilla free from captivity, and of course it wreaks havoc in Springfield. It keeps changing direction which way I think it's gonna go, and while that's usually a good thing, it doesn't work here. It seems like they couldn't decide on which conflict to go with, so it feels like it just keeps going through the motions until it finally ends. What a nothing episode. Marge becomes a lumberjack in this episode because why not at this point? So she stays in a different town for a month with her lumberjack partner, which causes Homer to worry that she's leaving him for her. And I'm gonna stop right here because the conflict makes absolutely no sense. So Marge is mad at Homer because he never believed in her, and she thinks he's jealous of her wanting to be a lumberjack, but I think the writers forgot to, you know, include a scene where Homer actually does that into the script. He was supportive from day one.
Homie, I feel like I'm my very best self in these competitions.
You are, honey.
How is that in any way unsupportive? He's clearly just upset that you're going to be leaving for a month because he'll miss you. What's so bad about that? They really just didn't care, so neither shall I.
Marge, I backed you in this from day one.
No, you haven't. Not a bit.
It's too late to start now.
So the family head to Costa Rica with the Van Houtens, but the only issue is Patty and her girlfriend are coming too for some reason. I like this twist with her and Homer getting along very well though, it's great. Allows them to avoid the usual marriage crisis stuff that could come with this, by having her be guest there's no like are they gonna get together thing, while having a somewhat original conflict. Lisa's personal turmoil is also really well done. She begins to worry greatly about how much money her parents are spending on the trip. As someone who worries about money a lot, this was very relatable to me, so I like this story. I was very surprised by this one. It's very good, it got tons of great jokes, a nice twist, you should check it out. To switch it up, we've gotten a new kind of anthology, with 3 different Thanksgiving-related stories, except for the last one, which is a random movie parody. It's bad, I really don't like it, I don't know how else to put it. It's just incredibly boring, like many of these. I appreciate the attempt to do something new, and I know a lot of people like this episode, but personally for me, it just takes up another episode slot. I absolutely love the concept of this episode. Nice intro switch up too. So it's been so long since Maud died, that Todd starts to forget what his mother even looked like. That's so awful, it's heartbreaking and completely realistic considering his age. So because of this, he starts to lose faith in God and is made to stay with The Simpsons. My biggest issue is how unforgiving Ned is towards him, especially since he started losing his faith because of her death back in that episode, but it's a minor complaint. It's great how they eventually relate this to Homer, with him feeling like he never got closure with his mother either. Which he eventually gets, but I kinda wish he didn't. It's much more bittersweet if done that way. Still though, this episode is really good and I'd recommend checking it out.
Baby shark, doo 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 doo, baby shark, doo 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 doo.
You know, I was kind of getting hopeful this season would continue to improve. Sideshow Bob returns once again to play Santa at a Christmas amusement park, but finds himself unable to kill Bart as he's suddenly a method actor. But Bart believes he's the guy sneaking around stealing presents in town, which we know isn't the case because of course it can't be that simple. Don't have a whole lot to say. I do like the twist despite them not really setting it up, but it gives us a sad backstory for Mr. Burns, even if it comes out of nowhere. This episode's okay. Not a whole lot to say. It's nice to have another Bob story, not about him trying to kill Bart. Lisa needs braces. Again. Except this time Lisa manages to become popular after they force her to smile. At least they did something different with it. So Artie Ziff returns and invites Marge and Homer to his wedding, where he is marrying a clone of Marge. It's not a great one. I wish they'd pushed the Lisa stuff more and didn't just shift into an election thing. Maybe have her show the people around her that they had such a shallow opinion of her. The Artie stuff goes nowhere too. Oh wow, he wanted Marge to see how good they would have looked getting married. I'm sure that had a chance of working. I'm glad they finally give the sea captain something to do for more than a sentence. But like in so many episodes, Springfield comes in possession of a large sum of money, which the town spends in a STEM academy. So naturally Lisa has a problem with this, as it's training the lesser intelligent students for lower end jobs. I like the side plot with Homer worrying that his job is eventually going to become obsolete with robots, which is a very real concern. Just wish it didn't revolve around him getting people soda. This episode is meh, neat idea, but they've already done the robots taking over our work story before. Love the topical cat's couch gag. Definitely not going to be forgotten about within a year. So Professor Frink creates a new type of cryptocurrency, with special guest star Bazinga Guy.
That's why I'm here to talk about the really cool subject of distributed consensus-based cryptocurrency. Kachinga.
And despite becoming a billionaire, he still doesn't feel fulfilled. Maybe it's because the time taken between starting his Frink coin and then becoming a billionaire is a 1 to 2 minute scene. Bart gets to see the brand new Avengers movie ahead of everyone else, so he decides that if people in town don't give him what he wants, he'll then spoil the movie for them. It's weird to think about how recent this was. This is because Bart tries to replicate a stunt he saw on a YouTube reaction channel. The Simpsons have always been a reflection of modern culture. The Simpsons have always been a reflection of modern culture. The Simpsons have always been a reflection of modern... It's fine. It's very by the books. Not a fan of how nonsensical the ending is, though, with the executives putting him in the movie in VR to scar him. It's fairly average. So Marge limits the family's screen time to 30 minutes a week. And it's alright. Seeing a plot about the Simpsons trying not to use phones doesn't work, because they were on Earth for about 15 years without it. It's got some funny moments like Bart with the bullies, but the rest of it is predictable. Of course Marge is going to be the only one to get frustrated with her own idea.
No more screens. You too.
Don't have to tell me twice. Bart starts to bond more with Ned Flanders of all characters. Wow, that idea is so great they could have devoted an entire segment of a movie towards it. Anyway, to conclude the members of the Simpsons family who need to have an episode where they get along with Nelson, Homer gets his turn. I don't like how he only does it to get revenge on Bart though. We've had that conflict like 3 times now. Nelson is a really sad character, and it's dumb to have him be a pawn like this. Anyways, I really like Ned and Bart's relationship, so that somewhat makes up for it. But all it does is remind me of a better piece of Simpsons media. Marge gets another job, this time at a place that sells medicinal weed, and Homer creates a funny weed club, but instead of doing weed, they eat junk food. I have literally nothing to say about this one, it's just boring, sorry. So Mr. Burns needs to get some helium from Cletus, as apparently it's very rare and sends Homer out to get it. The stuff with Marge is also so forced. She gets upset and barges out of the play date because the mother made some mild comment about Maggie. They just know each beat a generic story like this needs to have, so they just move the characters along without any consideration for whether or not it makes complete sense. Mediocre episode, it's got some nice moments of animation. Oh boy, 2-parter. Wonder what they did for this one. So a new pastor comes to town, who the people of Springfield like more than Reverend Lovejoy. Oh no! Wait, I feel like we've done this before. Anyways, now you must look for dirt on him to get him fired. I enjoy the speech he gives to the town of Springfield, but at the same time, The Simpsons is a series that I think should be earnest and funny, not just one or the other, and this was only one of those. It's mediocre as is. I have no interest in the priest of Springfield, but let's hope it can pick up with the next part. and the thrilling conclusion to the Battle of the Priests. Remember in Who Shot Mr. Burns on how, for lack of a better term, epic it was? It kept you on your toes and you were excited to see what happened. But here, oh no, the priest burned a Bible. They try to add in some little side plots here to keep things interesting, like Lisa getting back into Christianity, but this plot did not warrant, or should I say, warrant, 2 whole episodes. Can't believe something could be this boring. Lisa befriends a new girl who turns out to be rich. Never done that before. Meanwhile, Bart and Lisa get in a fight and stop caring about each other. Never done that before. Meanwhile, Marge and Homer go on a boat. Never done that before. It's another peer pressure thing with Lisa's new friend being mean to her to impress some popular girls. Which is really cruel, honestly. They just torture Lisa for 22 minutes for really minor stuff like, oh no, she got slightly scared at a horror movie. I read Homer movie in the fucking script. It's just nothing but forced conflicts. Of course Homer embarrasses Marge on the boat. Of course Bart is suddenly scared of horses out of nowhere. It could have been good, but oh well. So to end this season, we have an episode that I actually really enjoy. So Santa's little helper is showing some symptoms of PTSD, and the Simpsons need to find out what happened. I think I'm going to leave it at that because it all revolves around a twist that includes a surprising callback and a very sweet ending. I missed that from this show. Definitely go and check out this one, it's a highlight of the modern era. So, Season 31. I think I'm reaching my breaking point. Despite a few good episodes, they're too rare to come by for me to recommend checking out the season. There really is nothing to it. Barely feels like the same show anymore. We're almost done. Just let's get through the last season. Mr. Burns finds out that his employees don't like him. He never knew that before. It's not like he reveled in that at all. So he creates a robot suit to jump in and pilot to get along with Homer and crew. So of course he starts to want to stay in it, and the suit starts to take on a mind of its own. You know how this goes. It's as decent as all other modern episodes. Disappointed we aren't ending this on a season that's amazing throughout, but I don't know what I was expecting. We also get to hear Carl's new voice actor, because clearly that was a big issue. I personally don't find the entertainment in this sort of stuff. While at a museum, Homer is told the story of an old Roman gladiator. It then shifts into him trying to become a senator and becoming powerful, and I just don't care. It's so boring. To be fair, these stories have always been boring to me, so I don't know, watch it for yourself and you tell me if it's actually great. So while homesick, Lisa decides to read a book which tells us of 3 different... 2 in a row, really? I'm so sorry, but I genuinely don't give a fuck. This one begins with a pretty relevant beginning with the Simpsons cast wearing masks and trying to vote out Trump. This sure means a lot to me, a non-American. Dang, looks like it was 2 days too late. I love the Toy Story parody for the animation alone. The CG is really impressive by TV standards. Wouldn't mind another Simpsons game done in this style. And it actually gets quite disturbing with the visuals by the end of Bart being tortured. I also enjoy the Spider-Verse one, even if they really couldn't go for a horror approach at all. But still, the alternate Homers are fun. Probably could have focused a full 22-minute special about it. And the final one... Happy Death Day is not iconic in the slightest, and this is way too late for a parody of it. Still though, solid trace of horror.
Sorry, Millhouse. My inside's full of owies.
So a beautiful woman is banned from England for being too perfect, and she finds herself attached to Homer because he's the only man who doesn't try to get with her. It's just a different take on the one where the family goes away and Homer befriends a girl, except this time she's actively trying to get with him, but he clearly won't do that, so there's no stakes. She's just a perfect character, who cares? Colonel Homer works because they get into Marge's worries. Last Temptation of Homer works because it gives them the perfect match. This one is just so damn uninteresting. They have no chemistry, Marge is barely around, and Christ, he doesn't even tell her that he's married.
Work up, la la la, la la la, la.
Let her quit! This episode is awful, but it's still near the top of the season because, hey, at least it takes place in the present. Please just stop doing the same joke, please, I beg of you. Marge and Lisa get obsessed with true crime podcasts, and Grandpa gets a new girlfriend. And yep, I know exactly where this is going. She goes missing and the two of them have to try and find out what happened. Kent Brockman starts a podcast about it, and I think this could have been great commentary on how people believe anything they hear. You know, confirmation bias. But nope, that might have been somewhat interesting.
Hey, Kent. I'm Yardley Smith.
They give Yardley Smith such an awful design, even if the idea of the joke is pretty funny. But still, the episode is boring and you know he didn't do it. This episode follows 3 different stories: comic book guy visiting Comic-Con, Bart becoming a voiceover artist, and Lisa trying to get with a new boy in her class. None of these stories are particularly interesting. Comic book guy wants to ask a good Q&A question, Lisa's has been done 50 million times, and oh no, the boy actually isn't nice. And Bart turns out to have voiced a girl character, but she's a really badass girl, so it's all okay. I really have nothing to say, it's just so dull. I don't care about any of these issues. This season has been nothing but blunders so far, wow.
Do you identify as him or her?
Him.
Get him!
I feel like this episode started production after the Steam Hams meme became so popular, with Skinner and Chalmers going on a road trip. And surprisingly, it's a decent little underdog story with Skinner trying to prove himself. They work off each other very well. I'm glad they didn't feel the need to shove in the Simpsons into it somehow. It's a very focused story. This is a very good episode. Not going to talk about it for long. You should go watch it. This episode is awful. It could have been great, but the message here was really lazily handled. So Lisa very understandably gets upset at Miss Teacher. So Lisa won't apologize for calling her out, but eventually after saying how crummy a life Miss Hoover has, she does a good deed and tries to help her. But Miss Hoover refuses to accept her apology. Having this emotional build-up to Lisa not being forgiven could have been a really good twist. Like, you know, it's teaching the message not everyone's going to accept your apologies for stuff, and sometimes you just have to deal with the fact that someone's not going to like you. But no, Lisa was completely in the right here. It should have been about her facing the consequences of her actions, but there were no actions to consequence. It's a really bad one here. A lady comes to Springfield to direct a movie instead with The Simpsons, and the entire joke is that they're parroting some Christmas movies. I really don't care. If the joke behind your episode is that you're doing a generic story with no parody or play on it, then guess what? Your story is just going to be generic. One more left. I can't believe it. How are they gonna go out? It's mediocre. So Marge and Homer start to hang around Comic Book Guy and his wife. So now she wants a kid and Comic Book Guy doesn't.
Okay, eyes up, TikToks. Tonight you watch a screen that is unswipeable.
There's nothing inherently wrong with this one, it's just boring. You can tell exactly where things are gonna go by the end, and the Marge and Homer B story goes nowhere. I like the ending, and it's cool to see his backstory, but it doesn't fit the rest of the episode. This should have set up his family dilemma way earlier on. So, we did it. Kind of an anticlimactic way to end this, but I have successfully watched 255 hours of The Simpsons. Well, not sure it was a trip. It's weird to say I love this show considering I've done nothing but bitch about it for the past 3 hours, but at the same time it never really got outrageously bad. It just makes me feel nothing, and some might argue that's kinda worse. It's just something to put on in the background while a family eat dinner nowadays. And considering it was so good for so long, you know, those first 8 seasons, I'm kind of fine with it being that. Sure, I could sit here and talk about how amazing the first 8 seasons were compared to the rest of the series, but at this rate, what's the point? Everyone has done that. Including me, I know I'm not better. But what would there be to even do with The Simpsons? How would I keep the show fresh? Personally, I think a great option would be to be more experimental. Embrace other styles a bit more. And no, I don't mean set every episode in the past. I mean try different forms of storytelling. Do what South Park did. Take an attempt at being more serialized. And if it doesn't work out, then hey, you're gonna get renewed no matter what. Or how about, since I'm 100% sure all the voice actors aren't gonna make it much longer sadly, maybe it's time for a soft reboot. We all know Disney isn't gonna let this thing die anytime soon. The Simpsons was always kind of in a weird spot for family sitcoms because Bart and Lisa were both young kids, only 2 years apart. They could never really tackle teenage issues all that much with the show. So how about a permanent time change that like ages them up a couple of years? I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. But as it is, I'm still glad I spent the past month and a half watching through the series. It was nice to see it naturally evolve, even if it were more of a devolution. And with that, I guess there's only one thing left to do. Rank every single episode. Yay. I briefly brought this up earlier, but watching a forgettable episode within a really good season like 6 or 7 can make it seem worse, while an episode that's just okay could seem like a godsend in a season like 22. So I'm not going to restrict myself to follow along for the individual season rankings here. If I think an episode is better than another, I'll switch them anyway, even if it doesn't fit with the individual rankings. So without further ado, let's start from worst to best with number 695. Love is a Many Strangled Thing, The Boys of Bummer, Lisa Goes Gaga, Kill Gill Volumes 1 and 2, Homer Simpson in Kidney Trouble, Codependence Day, Sorry Not Sorry, The Scorpion's Teal, Thanksgiving of Horror, Flanders Ladder, Whiskey Business, Now Museum, Now You Don't, Moho House, Mo Goes From Rags to Riches, Dogtown, I Columbus, Marge the Lumberjill, Looking for Mr. Goodbart, A Tree Grows in Springfield, The Man Who Came to Be Dinner, The Musk Who Fell to Earth, War and Priest Part 1, War and Priest Part 2, Trust But Clarify, Every Man's Dream, The 7-Beer Itch, Treehouse of Horror XXX, A Springfield Summer Christmas for Christmas, Podcast News, Frank Coin, 3 Dreams Denied, The Miseducation of Lisa Simpson, The Incredible Lightness of Being a Baby, The Great Fatsby Volume 1 and 2, Healed to the Teeth, Gorillas on the Mast, Go Big or Go Homer, G.I. Annoyed Grunt, Highway to Well, Mathlete's Feet, The Fight Before Christmas, Miracle on Evergreen Terrace, Screenless, Bart vs. Itchy and Scratchy, Married to the Blob, The Kid Is Alright, Bart the Bad Guy, $1 Million AB, Treehouse of Horror XXIX, All Singing, All Dancing, The Hateful 8-Year-Olds, The Wettest Stories Ever Told, My Way, The Highway to Heaven, Kill the Alligator and Run, Days of Future Future, The Seemingly Never-Ending Story, Yellow Subterfuge, Regarding Margie, Simprovised, The Dad Feelings Limited, Undercover Burns, Much Apoo About Something, The Fat Blue Line, Simpsons Tall Tales, No Good Read Goes Unpunished, King Lear, 3 Scenes plus a Tag from Marriage, Gall of Constant Sorrow, The Girl Who Slept Too Little, That 90s Show, The Winter of Our Monetized Content, How the Test Was Won, The Margian Chronicles, Love, Springfieldian Style, Steal This Episode, Opposites of Frack, From Russians Without Love, How Lisa Got Her Marge Back, Penny Wise Guys, 4 Regrettings and a Funeral, You Don't Have to Live Like a Referee, Homer Goes to Prep School, I Want You, She's So Heavy, The Lost of the Red Hot Mamas, Grampy Can You Hear Me, Girls in the Band, Left Behind, Camp Crustier, Homer Is Where the Art Isn't, Lisa with an S, E My Sports, Treehouse of Horror XXVII, I don't know the numbers, I'm Just a Girl Who Can't Say Dough, The Kids Are All Fight, Monty Burns' Fleeing Circus, The Nightmare After Christmas, The Clown Stays in the Picture, White Christmas Blues, Krusty the Clown, The Old Blue Mare She Ain't What She Used to Be, Doe Canada, Frink Gets Testy, To Courier with Love, Lisa Gets the Blues, Heartbreak Hotel, Gone Boy, Fears of a Clown, Baby You Can't Drive My Car, Ha Ha Land, Havana Wild Weekend, Singin' in the Lane, Crystal Blue Herd Persuasion, The Caper Chase, 101 Mitigations, Park and Burns, Throw Grandpa from the Dane, The Lost Traction Hero, The Town, The Day the Earth Stood Cool, Paths of Glory, Eternal Moonshine of the Simpson Mind, Love is in the N2O2 AR CO2 NEH Love is in the Air, The Blue and the Grey, Lisa the Veterinarian, No Loan Again, naturally, Love is a Many Splintered Thing, Homerland, The Surfsons, Working Mom, Money Bart, Treehouse of Horror XXVI, Treehouse of Horror XXVIII, Kiss Kiss Bang Balore, Simpsons Bible Stories, Simpsons Christmas Stories, Revenge is a Dish Best Served 3 Times, Whistler's Father, Orange is the New Yellow, Friend with Benefit, Magical History Tour, What Animated Women Want, 22 for 30, Springfield Splendor, Elementary School Musical, A Father's Watch, The Great Simpsina, Monty Can't Buy Me Love, The Cat in the Hat, Gump Roast, Puffless, Friends and Family, The Yellow Badge of Cowards, The Girl Code, Rome Old and Jewel The Fabulous Faker Boy, The Fool Monty, The Regina Monologues, 4 Great Women on a Manicure, Bart's Not Dead, Coming to Homerica, Beyond Blunderdome, Dad Behavior, Bart Mangled Banner, E Pluribus Wiggum, Tennis the Menace, Faith Off, Marge vs. Singles, Seniors, Childless Couples and Teens and Gays, The Burns Cage, Lisa Simpson, This Isn't Your Life, It's a mad Marge. Q Detective, there will be buds. Call of the Simpsons, Lisa the Simpson, Missionary Impossible, Specs in the City, The Real Housewives of Fat Tony, A Test Before Trying, Flaming Moe, Homer the Father, King of the Hill, 500 Keys, Tales from the Public Domain, Donnie Fatso, Little Big Mom, Saddle Sore Galactica, I'm Dancing as Fat as I Can, The Girl on the Bus, Mad About the Toy, The Old Man and the Key, The Frying Game, 'Tis the 30th Season, The Old Man and the Sea Student, Papa's Got a Brand New Badge, The Saved Lisa's Brain, A Midsummer's Nice Dream, Weekend at Burnsies, Dangers on a Train, Treehouse of Horror XXII, Treehouse of Horror XXIII, Old Money, I'm Going to Praiseland, Homer's Odyssey, Girly Edition, Bart the General, EIEI Annoyed Grunt, Some Enchanted Evening, Blame It on Lisa, The Last Temptation of Crust, Dancing Homer, Lisa the Skeptic, Sunday Cruddy Sunday, Simpson Tide, Make Room for Lisa, The Trouble with Trillions, Datticus Finch, My Sister My Sitter, The Principal and the Pauper, Midnight RX, Maximum Homer Drive, I'm with Cupid, Treehouse of Horror XXI, Treehouse of Horror XII, Treehouse of Horror XIX, The Burns and the Bees, Simpson Safari, Homer and Ned's Hail Mary Pass, Take My Life Please, Clown in the Dumps, Peeping Mom, Blazed and Confused, The Princess Guide, Let's Go Fly a Coot, Woohoo Done It, Bully, Bart's Inner Child, Walking Big and Tall, The Lastest Gun in the West, The Bonfire of the Manatees, The Twisted World of Marge Simpson. So it's came to this, a Simpsons clip show, another Simpsons clip show, Little Girl in the Big Ten, The Strong Arms of the Ma, Take My Wife, Sleaze, The Wreck of the Relationship, Waiting for Duffman, The Monkey Suit, My Fair Lady, Crook and Ladder, Bart the Mother, 24 Minutes, In Marge We Trust, The Wife Aquatic, The Old Man and Lisa, Treehouse of Horror XXV, Treehouse of Horror XV, Treehouse of Horror XXXI, The Heartbroke Kid, Diggs, Mayor to the Mob, Midnight Towboy, Simpson Califragilisticexpiala Annoyed Gruntious, All About Lisa, Homer Scissorhands, The Dad Who Knew Too Little, You Can't Always Say What You Want, Sex Pies and Idiot Scrapes, Father Knows Worst, Bart's New Friend, Bart Carney, Pray Anything, The Nedliest Catch, Moms I'd Like to Forget, Last Tap Dance in Springfield, Rednecks and Broomsticks, Pranks and Greens, The Color Yellow, Super Franchise Me, The Auto Show, Angry Dad the Movie, Crepes of Wrath, How Munched Is That Birdie in the Window, There's No Disgrace Like Home, Raging Abe Simpson and His Grumbling Grandson in The Curse of the Flying Hellfish, The Joy of Sect, Wedding for Disaster, When You Dish Upon a Star, Judge Me Tender, Replaceable You, The Spy Who Learned Me, Politically Inept with Homer Simpson, Das Bus, Dumbbell Indemnity, Eeny Teeny Maya Mo, Helter Shelter, Eat Misbehavin', Dough in the Wind, Sweet and Sour Marge, Prankster Rap, The 7-Beer Snitch, The Man in the Blue Flannel Pants, She of Little Faith, The Winter of His Content, Break My Wife, Please, Look at $, What to Expect When Bart's Expecting, The Road to Cincinnati, Homer's Paternity Coot, Radio Bart, Covercraft, The Falcon and the Doughman, The Social Network, Sky Police, The Man Who Grew Too Much, At Long Last Leave, Homer the Mo, The Saga of Carl, Treehouse of Horror XXIV, Lisa the Drama Queen, Gone Maggie Home, My Pods and Broomsticks, A Totally Fun Thing That Bart Will Never Do Again, Ice Cream of Margie with the Light Blue Hair, Homer and Lisa Exchange Crosswords, The Mook the Chef, The Wife and Her Homer, Girls Just Wanna Have Sums, The Italian Bob, We're on the Road to Dower, Ned and His Bland Agenda, Millhouse of Sand and Fog, Brawl in the Family, The Sweetest Apu, How I Spent My Strummer Vacation, The Parent Rap, The Food Wife, The Bob Next Door, Fland Canyon, Homer vs. the 18th Commandment, The Fat and the Furriest, Mona Lisa, The Father, the Son, and the Holy Guest Star, The Good, the Sad, and the Drugly, Mobile Homer, Homer vs. Dignity, Skinner's Sense of Snow, A Hunka Burns in Love, Pulpit Fiction, Day of the Jackanapes, Bye Bye Nerdy, Don't Fear the Roofer, A Star is Torn, Dangerous Curves, Pokemon, Papa Don't Leech, Homerazzi, Apocalypse Cow, The Departed, Boy Meets Curl, Homer the Whopper, The Ziff Who Came to Dinner, Alone Again, Natra Diddley, Once Upon a Time in Springfield, Bobby It's Cold Outside, Postcard from the Wedge, Lisa the Tree Hugger, Them, Robot, I Won't Be Home for Christmas, YOLO, Treehouse of Horror XVII, the greatest story ever doed, To Surveil with Love, Reality Bites, Funeral for a Friend, I Don't Want to Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, $1 Million Maybe, Hungry Hungry Homer, Today I Am a Clown, Any Given Sundance, Fraudcast News, Thursdays with Phoebe, Treehouse of Horror XX, On a Clear Day I Can't See My Sister, Waverly Hills 9021 Doe, Goo Goo Guy Peein', 'Tis the 15th Season, Smart and Smarter, There's Something About Marrying, Thank God It's Doomsday, She Used to Be My Girl, Diatribe of a Mad Housewife, Lost Horizon, Grift of the Maggie, I Am Furious, Yellow, Simple Simpson, A Star Is Born Again, My Big Fat Greek Wedding, Excuse Me While I Miss the Sky, Dude, Where's My Ranch, I, Annoyed Gruntbot, The President Wore Pearls, Fat Man and Little Boy, The Daughter Also Rises, Homer Away from Homer, Better Off Ned, Husbands and Knives, Teenage Mutant Milk-Caused Hurdles, The Devil Wears Nada, American History Excellent, The Two Mrs. Nashahima Pedalon, The Homer of Seville, The Squirt in the Wheel, The 10% Solution, Oh Brother, Where Bart Die, Lost Our Lisa, Exit Through the Quickie Mart, Krusty Gets Busted, The Telltale Head, Todd, Why Hast Thou Forsaken Me? PayPal, Live in La Pura Vida, Smoke on the Daughter, Mo Letter Blues, The War of Art, and The Name of the Grandfather, Guess Who's Coming to Criticize Dinner, Children of a Lesser Clod, Trilogy of Air, Please Homer, Don't Hammer Him, The Cartridge Family, Brothers Little Helper, The Great Wife Hope, The Great Money Keeper, The Way We Weren't. He Loves to Fly and He Does, Natural Born Kissers, Marge Simpson in Screaming Yellow Honkers, Fats Coraldo, Little Orphan Millie, Future Drama, Days of Wine and Dozes, Mommy Beerist, The Computer Wore Menace Shoes, Yokel Chords, Homer Simpson, This Is Your Wife, Brick Like Me, The Way of the Dog, Jaws Wired Shut, See Homer Run, Lona Lisa, All's Fair in Oven War, The Blunder Years, Beware My Cheating Bart, Hardly Kirkin, Double Double Boy in Trouble, Stop, or My Dog Will Shoot, My Fair Laddie, The Mansion Family, Worst Episode Ever, Three Guys of the Condo, The Bard of War, Insane Clown Poppy, The Great Louse Detective, Half Decent Proposal, Hello Gutter, Hello Fodder, Adventures in Baby Getting, The Wandering Juvie, Black Eyed Please, The Changing of the Guardian, Gorgeous Grandpa, Large Marge, Bart Stops to Smell the Roosevelts, Mo Baby Blues, Forgive and Regret, Stealing First Base, Chief of Hearts, This Little Wiggy, Camp Krusty, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, Labor Pains, Life in the Fast Lane, Treehouse of Horror 2, Treehouse of Horror, Treehouse of Horror 3, Trash of the Titans, Boy Scouts in the Hood, Treehouse of Horror XVII, Treehouse of Horror IV, Treehouse of Horror XIV, Treehouse of Horror X, Treehouse of Horror XIII, Lord of the Dance, Mr. Spritz Goes to Washington, Dark Knight Court, Treehouse of Horror XVI, Mona Lisa, I'm spelling as fast as I can, To Cur with Love, Behind the Laughter, Bart Has Two Mommies, Marge Gamer, Springfield Up, Moonshine River, Dial N for Nerder, Homer and Marge Turn a Couple Play, 30 Minutes Over Tokyo, Old Yeller Belly, Holidays of Future Past, Bart's Girlfriend, Brother Can You Spare 2 Dimes, Jazzy and the Pussycats, Gone Abe Gone, Catch 'Em If You Can, Barting Over, Pygmalion, 2 Cars in Every Garage and 3 Eyes on Every Fish, Lisa the Greek, Treehouse of Horror VIII. Like Father, Like Clown, The War of the Simpsons, Bart the Murderer, Simpsorama, Bart's Dog Gets an F, Bart vs. Lisa vs. the Third Grade, Mr. Lisa Goes to Washington, C.E. Doe, Homer the Vigilante, The Boy Who Knew Too Much, Bart of Darkness, Mr. Lisa's Opus, Bart the Daredevil, Selma's Choice, Homer vs. Patty and Selma, Colonel Homer, The PTA Disbands, Separate Vocations, Dog of Death, Sideshow Bob Roberts, Grandpa vs. Sexual Inadequacy, Lisa the Iconoclast, New Kids on the Blech, Mom and Pop Art, Lisa Gets an A, Special Edna, The Springfield Connection, Treehouse of Horror XI, Bart's Comet, 2001 Greyhounds, Lisa on Ice, Lisa's Sex, Marge's Sun Poisoning, Bart Gets a Z, Halloween of Horror, The Bart Wants What It Wants, Duffless, Whacking Day, Krusty Gets Cancelled, Bart Buys an Elephant, A Streetcar Named Marge, Burns Verkaffen der Kraftwerk, Saturdays of Thunder, Treehouse of Horror VII, The Canine Mutanty, The Simpsons spin-off Showcase, Brother from Another Series, The Book Job, Bart Star, Burns Baby Burns, Dead Pudding Society, Principal Charming, Homer's Night Out, Homer Alone, Lisa vs. Malibu Space, Marge Gets a Job, Marge on the Lam, Springfield, Marge in Chains, Little Big Girl, How I Wet Your Mother, The Ha Ha Couple, Marge vs. the Monorail, Bart to the Future, Lisa the Beauty Queen, Brother from the Same Planet, Burns Air, New Kid on the Block, Homer's Triple Bypass, Lady Bouvier's Lover, Lisa the Vegetarian, Sideshow Bob's Last Gleaming, Secrets of a Successful Marriage, Bart the Fink, Homer Palooza, Deep Space Homer, The Homer That Fall, Fear of Flying, Round Springfield, Treehouse of Horror VI, Treehouse of Horror IX, The City of New York vs. Homer Simpson, Sleeping with the Enemy, My Mother the Carjacker, Radioactive Man, Wild Bart's Can't Be Broken, Much Ado About Nothing, The Simpsons 138th Episode Spectacular, A Tale of Two Springfields, King-Sized Homer, Bart in the Road, Homer to the Max, Viva Ned Flanders, Home R, Millhouse Doesn't Live Here Anymore, The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace, Two Bad Neighbors, Homer the Smithers, Team Homer, Three Men in a Comic Book, The Front, Itchy and Scratchy the Movie, Homer the Heretic, Homer vs. Lisa and the Eighth Commandment, Black Widower, Bart vs. Australia, Homie the Clown, Itchy and Scratchy and Marge, Bart the Genius, Treehouse of Horror 5, Bart the Lover, Homer Goes to College, Homer and Apu, Sweet Seymour Skinner's Badass Song, Rosebud, Bart Gets Famous, Lisa's Rival, Bart After Dark, Mountain of Madness, Grade School Confidential, The Springfield Files, Lisa's Date with Density, Bart Hood, Homer Loves Flanders, Scenes from the Class Struggle in Springfield, Hurricane Nettie, The Day the Violence Died, 22 short films about Springfield, Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 1, Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2, Cape Fear, Last Exit to Springfield, Lemon of Troy, Bart's Friend Falls in Love, Home Sweet Home Diddly Dum Doodly, Brush with Greatness, Homer to Find, A Fish Called Selma, The Itchy and Scratchy and Poochie Show, The Mysterious Voyage of Homer, Itchy and Scratchy Land, A Millhouse Divided, The Last Temptation of Homer, Homer's Barbershop Quartet, Oh Brother Where Art Thou, Flaming Moe's, Mr. Plow, I Love Lisa, The Way We Was, Lisa's Pony, Lisa's First Word, I Married Marge, Stark Raving Dad, One Fish, Two Fish, Blowfish, Bluefish, One Fish, Two Fish, Blowfish, Homer Badman, Blood Feud, When Flanders Failed, Moaning Lisa, Homer the Great, Simpson and Delilah, The Secret War of Lisa Simpson, Summer of 4'2", Bart Sells His Soul, Homer's Phobia, Lisa's Wedding, Marge Be Not Proud, You Only Move Twice, A Star Is Burns, Homer at the Bat, and Maggie Makes 3, Mother Simpson, Lisa's Substitute, Bart Gets an F, Homer's Enemy. You guys have no idea how happy I am to finally be finished with all this. I've rambled for the past 5 hours about a show that stopped being good 2 decades ago. If you feel like I put an episode in the wrong place, or you would have put in one above another, just tell me in the comments nicely, please. You have no idea what it's like tracking your opinions on 700 episodes. But it's all worth it, because at least now I'm the only person to have a video ranking every single Simpsons episode ever. After I made my video on Family Guy clones, I got a lot of comments like, Mark, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Family Guy is just a ripoff of The Simpsons. And, well yeah, of course it is. But I also got quite a few people mad over my choices for what I considered a clone. I felt it was pretty obvious that something like The Cleveland Show was just Family Guy too, but others didn't agree. So you know what? Let's look at a proper ripoff, one so irrefutable that the creator themselves had to come forward to talk about the accusations. But first, we gotta head over to the home of cartoon clones. Foreign countries. There are some shows out there that are completely shameless about the fact they're ripping off something else. It's inevitable that if a product gets popular, there's gonna be others around to try capitalize on its success, and it's created some interesting results. Take South Park for example. It's got such a unique and distinguishable style, nobody could possibly get away with copying it, right? Yes, that's correct. They couldn't. Enter Block 13, an Arabic cartoon that seems to have taken more than a little bit of influence from South Park. It features the same 4 boys with slightly tweaked designs, in the same school setting and has basically the same cutout animation. It was actually surprisingly popular for some reason, which really makes me question what standards they have for television over there. I feel like people who complain about South Park having bad animation should be mandated to watch this show to appreciate how much work goes into making South Park's art style as simple yet charming as it is. But that's not what we're going to talk about today. If you're going to shamelessly copy a show, you're going to go for the big dogs, the top banana, the adjective 9. And what's the biggest adult animated show over here? Brickleberry. Now, we all know the story behind Brickleberry's astonishing success, starting as crudely animated shorts on the Tracy Ullman Show, before getting its own series in 1987 and growing to become the most popular adult animated cartoon of all time, with even Disney purchasing the property, along with the rest of Fox, and heavily promoting their new streaming platform, with Brickleberry being one of the most prominent IPs they advertise. Wait, what's that? The Simpsons? Well, what am I gonna do with all these Brickleberry notes I took? Now, I have made, what, 3 or 4 videos about The Simpsons already? Do I really need to go through the whole spiel of how The Simpsons became an overnight success by satirically poking fun at our modern society, with likable characters that would become pop culture icons, hilarious jokes that are still funny over 3 decades later, and genius writers who were able to perfectly balance the witty humor with characters that felt like real people that we could relate and feel for? Do I also need to talk about how the show went into seasonal rot and is now merely a shell of its former self, just begging to be put out of its misery by latching onto whatever modern trend it can? Oh wait, I guess I just did. Despite being a satire of American society,
we live in a society of laws!
The Simpsons still airs in other countries all over the world, with some even receiving their own version of the cartoon, to varying degrees of success. For example, did you know there's an Arabic version of the show called Al-Shamsun? Sounds like I got a lisp. But many things were changed when the show was rewritten, such as Homer not being allowed to drink beer since it's considered a sin over there, and so instead he drinks juice. Sadly though, the show's controversy overseas led to way more dire consequences than just not being able to wear a Bart Simpson shirt at school. Instead, the show outright didn't air and was banned in certain countries such as Russia and China. And what do you do when your country isn't able to watch one of the most critically acclaimed television series ever? It's like, yes, we just gotta make our own. Oh look, it seems that making their own show is exactly the mindset that the country of Georgia had, with their hit series, the Samsonadzes. The Samsonadzes. A show from this little country called Georgia. Looky, there it is right there, being so small and stupid. It's actually fairly recent, airing in 2009, and despite a few videos here and there, you don't see too many people talking about this thing.
Georgian Samsonadzes is so bald just like Kylo, even though I like Kylo. He is a rip-off to Bart Simpson.
It stars a colorful cast of characters. Gila, Dodo, Sharina, and Gia Samsonadzes. They've also got a hilarious talking animal called Coke. Cock. I'd be surprised if I pronounced at least one of those correctly. They live in the fictional town of as they get in wacky hijinks revolving around social issues that are relevant to Georgia and aim to resonate with Georgian audiences. That's actually not a bad idea, taking the general concept and themes of The Simpsons, but applying it to your own country to highlight and mock certain issues. I mean, why take all 700 bazillion episodes of The Simpsons and rewrite them all for a foreign market, when you can just take the idea and reap in the profits for yourself without needing to pay Fox a dime? Kinda genius when you think about it. Like, taking inspiration from something is fine as long as you transform it into its own thing, and manage to separate it from what you're taking it from. So how did this show go about it? Well, only in the most unappealing way possible. Well, that sure is The Simpsons. Okay, no, never mind, it's completely different. Their intro ends with them mauling a bird to death. Really innovative move there. As you can clearly see, this show is animated with CGI. I have to assume it's because it's cheaper than 2D, and they didn't want to have to spend any more than the absolute bare minimum on this. But this is just laughably bad. I was so shocked to find out this wasn't just a parody animation on YouTube that was made to look awful and creepy.
We are camping outside of my house. Oh, okay.
With most CG shows that don't look the best, you usually see concept art or renders of the characters in 2D, and can see where the creator was coming from with their designs and go, well, if they were animated like that, it wouldn't look so bad. But of course, this also goes both ways.
Holy macaroni!
I don't think that's the case with the Samsonadzes. These characters would look disgusting in any medium. It's just... Why is he bald? Honestly, this show could have avoided almost all the Simpsons rip-off critiques if the characters weren't yellow. I mean, it worked for Family Guy. Now, of course, I myself can't really comment on things like the writing since, you know. But watching this with absolutely zero understanding of what's going on is so confusing. Like, in the opening shot to one episode, there's like a giant picture of Brad Pitt in the wall. What is that doing there? I don't get it.
Brad, Aaron, Pitti.
Okay, now I'm no 3D animator, but did they just slap a poor caricature of the actual Brad Pitt's face in this model and call it a day? I noticed some people who haven't heard of this before might think I'm pointlessly highlighting some random show that just came and went, but this was huge in Georgia.
There have only been 10 episodes, but already the Samsonadzes have become one of Georgia's best-known families.
So just who made this and who thought it was okay to air? You know, when you look at something like this, it's sometimes hard to believe it came from a real person and didn't just manifest out of nowhere. Well, it was created by a man called Shalva Ramishvili. Again, I'm sorry there are many Georgian viewers out there who are absolutely disgusted by my pronunciation of that, but just know you're not alone. Shalva was aware of the comparisons people would have to its American counterpart and was ready with an irrefutable dispute.
I want to say it straight. This is not The Simpsons, this is a Samsonadzes.
Yeah, you can't argue with that logic. Again, it's hard to look at behind the scenes videos of this show because it just reminds me that this was animated by multiple people, yet this was the end product. It does give us some great info on the series though.
Shalvaramishvili spent 4 years in prison on charges of embezzlement, which he says were fabricated. He started working on the show soon after his release.
You know what, I gotta give some props to him. Spends 4 years in prison for embezzlement, and what does he do when he gets out? I want to make The Simpsons. And just like The Simpsons, the Samsonadzes got into quite a bit of controversy despite its short 18-episode lifespan. See, even though the show was meant to mock Georgian society, it seems to have spent just as much time making fun of Russia, even featuring their leaders in episodes to portray in a less than stellar light. When asked about this, the creator said it's simply our civil liberty and duty, but was hesitant to include controversial Georgian figures in the cartoon, with even Russian TV networks pointing out the hypocrisy. That's the thing about why The Simpsons is so universally loved. It's able to mock and make fun of other cultures while still being able to point out the flaws in its own, instead of putting itself on a pedestal that states it can never be subject to ridicule. It's a shame I couldn't talk much about the cartoon's actual quality, to see if there were a decent show under the dreadful animation. I mean, there's gotta be some reason why it was the second most popular show on the channel it aired on. If only there was a way to know more about this show, like how big of a success it was, or if it was any good if you look past the horrible animation. I'm gonna have to dig deeper and search on the most diabolical website on the internet. I never thought I'd have to say this, but let's go to Reddit. There was this guy who around a year ago made a post about watching the Samsonadzes as a kid. It was a long shot considering it was so long ago, but I sent him a message and surprisingly he responded almost immediately.
As for the popularity, it didn't have any die-hard fans like The Simpsons does per se, but pretty much everyone knew about its existence. I certainly don't recall any plushies or merch of the show, nor do I think it would have been possible due to the budget and for the show itself. While I don't remember much from back then, watching a couple episodes now made it clear to me that it was supposed to be bad and silly. The jokes were mostly about corrupt government and politicians at the time. Since I was so young, I barely understood any of the jokes. So, from my perspective at least, it was meant to be a low-quality parody, mainly focusing around the problems Georgia was facing at the time.
So according to this, the show wasn't actually half bad. If that's the case, then it sure is a shame that it had such a poor animation budget. The way a show looks can completely change how it's perceived by people. Like, would you still be watching this video right now if you opened it up and were welcomed with this? So in the end, what's the moral of the story? If you ever want to rip off a cartoon, just slap on parody and suddenly it's all cool. When you have a successful property, it makes complete sense that you'd want to try your hand at expanding it to a multimedia franchise, to see how else you'd be able to milk it for all it's worth. This can be done through comic books, toys, and of course one of the most lucrative avenues, video games. I talked about it briefly a while back in my Nicktoons Unite video, but one of the sad things about video games getting so much bigger and better over the years is that it sorta killed the concept of licensed games. Back in the PS2 and GameCube era, these were everywhere. You got your Nicktoons games, Despicable Me on PS2, now that's a ugh, what is that? And of course the magnum opus of my collection, B-movie game. I adored this as a kid. But stuff like this isn't really made anymore, at least not on this scale. You'd be lucky to get a mobile app at this point. I think this is because people are a lot more cautious with what they want to spend their money on, and with reviews and YouTube being so readily available, it's easier than ever for a consumer to see that buying Nickelodeon Kart Racers 2 probably isn't the best investment. So companies have really been needing to up their game when it comes to licensed games, to warrant folks wanting to buy it over the new AAA shooter. The most recent one I can think of is the new Samurai Jack game that was a 3D hack and slash, I'm pretty sure. I heard it was alright, so I'll have to check it out sometime. Anyway, I loved these sorts of games when I was growing up. If you were to look at my PS2 collection, you'd think I was insane because licensed games consist of about 75% of it. Because how could Garfield 2 the video game possibly be a bad idea? I'm not really sure why I fixated on these so much. It was probably something as simple as seeing a recognizable brand and wanting it because of that. Like when you see a gummy burger, who cares, but when you stick a SpongeBob sticker on that, yes, I'll take 10.
We'll take 20.
This isn't always the case though. Sometimes a good licensed game or two can slip through the cracks. And hey, some of them are even considered great and must-haves for the console generation, like Spider-Man 2, SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom, and of course one of the most highly praised licensed games of all time, The Simpsons Hit and Run. There are people who unironically call this one of their favorite games. I usually see it pop up on best games on the PlayStation or GameCube lists, and to this day it's still held in a generally high regard. Hell, it even has a pretty active modding community that still releases new content for the game to this day. Why is that? Is it nostalgia? A general love of The Simpsons? Or is this game really that good? Well, I actually grew up playing Hit and Run. It was one of the first games I got for my PlayStation, along with LEGO Star Wars and Smarty's Meltdown. I would play it all the time, not even doing the story, simply just driving around and exploring Springfield was fun to me. But then again, I was like 7. Maybe looking back, the game won't be anywhere near as good as I remembered it. Again, I had Smarty's Meltdown on that list. I clearly did not have very high standards. So with potentially destroying one of my few pleasant childhood memories, let's look back at The Simpsons Hit and Run to see if it really is that amazing, or if it's just simply overrated. So The Simpsons aren't new to video games. Airing its first episode in 1989 and becoming an overnight success, The Simpsons was in the perfect place to be adapted to games, with the success of consoles such as the NES, Mega Drive, and arcades in general. We had such classics as Bart vs. the Space Mutants, Bart vs. the World, Bart's Nightmare. Noticing a trend here. Sadly, most Simpsons-themed video games were not received very well, with poor controls, confusing gameplay. The only one I hear any real praise for is the Simpsons arcade game, which looks pretty fun. And this trend continued into the advent of 3D, with gems like Simpsons Skateboarding, which I also had the misfortune of owning as a kid. Thankfully, though, in 2001, Radical Entertainment received the rights to develop some Simpsons games, and we were graced with Simpsons Road Rage, which is a pretty decent Crazy Taxi knockoff. It let you drive around Springfield picking up characters from the show and dropping them off for money. It's not amazing, and it gets pretty repetitive, but again, it was fairly decent for what it was. Horrible graphics though, why is the Simpsons house pink?
Please kill me. That poor man. I hope someone does kill him.
After this, Radical went on to create their next game starring the world's most famous family, and since Sega caught on to them last time and ended up suing them for ripping off Crazy Taxi, maybe it's time to branch out from Road Rage and try something more original. Or you could just rip off Grand Theft Auto, that's cool too. Radical gave the game engine a complete overhaul. I guess you could say the change was pretty comprehensive. One major feature that would separate this one apart from Road Rage was the ability to actually get out of your vehicle and explore Springfield, being able to visit stores and locations from the show, or platform on rooftops or inside the power plant. Now Springfield is a big place as seen in the show, and has a ton of characters, so how well were they able to execute this? Well, let's start with the story. The game is split up into 7 different chapters, and while at first this seemed completely disconnected with the characters after different goals, they quickly start to intertwine, and follow along a singular narrative. Just with like 50 more smaller narratives going on in a chapter. It starts off by establishing a brand new soda called Buzz Cola. As we follow Homer driving around Springfield doing his everyday tasks like going to the Quickie Mart, going to work, and destroying Smithers' car. You know, just like in the show. This is until he starts to investigate these mysterious black vans appearing around Springfield, who he assumes belong to Mr. Burns, who's trying to spy on the residents. So after sleuthing around for a while, he confronts Burns. Turns out after all they were just pizza vans. Homer gets fired, and we move on to Bart. Bart wants a new video game Bone Storm 2, but some crazy lady destroyed all the copies, which turns out to have been Marge who helped during the Homer campaign. So because of this, he figures the next best thing is to help Professor Frink finish his giant Truckosaurus robot. Because hey, that's a logical progression. After he helps Frink through a series of fetch quests, he goes in to see Truckosaurus, remembers he's a 10-year-old and probably shouldn't be near a fire-breathing robot, and leaves. Aliens. Yeah, all the stuff I just mentioned adds nothing here, he just gets abducted. On to Lisa! It seems not even Radical liked Lisa or knew what to do with her, because her entire campaign is also centered around Bart. With her investigating around Springfield to try and look for him, she eventually, and I mean eventually does, but alas, his mind has been scrambled. Enter Marge! Marge sets out on a quest to find out what happened to Bart, and after searching around Springfield and looking into crop circles, Grandpa informs her that the crop circle looks exactly like the Buzz Cola logo. So she gives him a can and now he's cured. He informs her that the cola is a mind-controlled drink created by aliens as we play the next chapter, Maggie. A poo? Oh, alright, I guess this game just hates fun. Apu also gets involved in trying to investigate the cola, and Tim and Bart manage to track down its origins to the Springfield Museum, where they find out the source of the cola is a meteor. They then manage to find and eavesdrop on Kang and Kodos, where it's revealed Earth is just a reality TV show, and to make it more interesting they're trying to make everyone crazy through the power of cola, and then proceed to give them laser guns to draw in viewers. Remember, this game's opening mission is going to the store to get ice cream. This is also where my game crashed at the most perfect point while streaming it last year.
You get a lot of really interesting ideas. Like there was this one
Wait, what?
called
Sorry, I think did my game freeze?
Did it?
Because Apu is now too scared to help, Bart gets assistance from Homer, but their efforts are futile as the cola is released into the water supply and seeps into the ground, which ends up releasing the undead from the cemetery, you know, like ghosts, witches, and pirates, the usual stuff found in a graveyard. Finally, things come full circle as per Homer once again, who thanks to the help of Professor Frank sucks up some nuclear waste into the alien ship, which blows it up and Springfield returns back to normal. Now, I'm not usually one to take a game or movie and go through the story beat by beat, and to be fair, I skipped over a lot of stuff in there that ultimately leads to nothing, but I think an extensive overview like that is almost necessary to explain how bizarre this story is. Like, it starts relatively normal, then just nosedives into absurdity. As a kid, the furthest I got into this game was the Apu level, yet it took me years to actually comprehend that this story is about aliens invading Springfield. I don't know if that says more about me or the game. It's not much of a complaint though, the story is clearly not something they wanted to spend much time focusing on here. You'd be lucky to get like 2 cutscenes per campaign. Lisa doesn't even get 1. And I can overlook how non-important the plot is because of how entertaining all the characters and dialogue are. One of the biggest aspects I want to promote with this game was that it was written by the actual Simpsons writers and voiced by the real cast. It's even on the back of the box. Seems like it's the sort of thing not worth mentioning, but for licensed games it wasn't as common back then as it is now.
Well done, SpongeBob. Now, how's about giving old Mr. Krabs that shiny gold? I'll give you promotion.
And they did a great job with it here. This game can be really funny. Not only with the Simpsons family, but they've also got most of the staple secondary characters too, who also get their own standout missions where we get to hear them make their funny quips.
I gotta get the new Bone Storm or I'll be as uncool as Millhouse. I'm standing right here, Bart. Hey, that's great.
The only aspect of the writing that I could see getting on someone's nerves is how much the characters talk during gameplay. You do anything in this and they've got at least 4 things to say about it. Simply just walking around is enough for them to make some kind of quip. I say someone's nerve because that is not a complaint I have at all. Maybe it's nostalgia talking, but I love every one of these catchphrases, and it doesn't bother me having to hear them for the 100th time. I take it over the characters not talking at all. It really helps bring you into the immersion of the world, sort of like Sonic Heroes and how characters will always have something to say about each scenario. I don't care that Tails is telling me it's Eggman's robots for the millionth time, nor do I care about Bart crashing his car and crying about his ovaries.
My ovaries!
It can also be very meta, like the opening that parodies basic video game tutorials and how they can seem like they're talking down to a player.
And the B button is your handbrake. You know, just like every driving game ever.
But that's all commenting on the story and writing. I think there's a more important aspect to a game than that. The music. This game's soundtrack is amazing. I love just about every song. There's no reason why this game's OST needed to slap so hard. Like, you can't sit there and tell me you don't find it hard not to dance along to the classic song Car Selection. I also love that they try to do the little transition stingers like in the show, whenever you enter and exit buildings. That's a great attention to detail. It sounds like it was ripped right out of the show, but it is so high energy and whimsical that it gets you right in the mood to get in your car and do some missions. Oh yeah, the gameplay. Like I mentioned earlier, instead of ripping off Crazy Taxi, this time Radical have aimed their focus on ripping off Grand Theft Auto. This seems like a pretty natural evolution from the gameplay of Road Rage, with the cars being given a bit more weight to them since in Crazy Taxi you can fly all over the place at the goddamn speed of sound. The cars control great, it's the perfect blend of realism and cartoony physics that make it fun to race around with. Grand Theft Auto 5 is a lot of fun to play, but a part of me sort of prefers how vehicles controlled in Vice City in the older titles. You know, just because it's more realistic to how an actual car drives doesn't automatically make it better, and then knocked it out of the park in Hit and Run. Sadly though, the same cannot be said about how you control outside of the car. For the most part it's functional, but there are a few sections where you're expected to platform and the controls just were not designed for that. It's near impossible, especially near the end of the game. It's unfortunate that this is how you're going to be doing most of the optional stuff in the game, like getting the collector's cards scattered around the map, which are all references to the show. I'd love to see all these, and you get a 3D itchy and scratchy short as a reward for collecting them all, but alas, that would require dealing with this game's on-foot controls. This is also how you'll be taking on the exciting and creative enemies you have to face off against, such as robot wasps and robot wasps. What were the point in including these? I get they're the spy cameras, but they just seem so random and each campaign only has like 7 of them in very specific places, so coming across them is very rare. Again though, this is not much of a complaint since you are rarely made to get out of the car. More often than not, you're just asked to get out and talk to someone for your next mission, and the cars are just so fun to ride around in that I could care less about the running sections. And having the ability to drive around one huge Springfield map is amazing. They weren't able to fit one giant Springfield into a single map because of memory constraints, so we're given 3 completely different maps, all taking place within a different part of Springfield, with plenty of noticeable landmarks from the show. Whether it be the suburban neighborhood with the Quickie Mart, elementary school, and Mr. Burns Manor, the town centre with the mayor's office, Moe's Tavern, and monorail, or the final and biggest map which seems to focus on the entertainment district of Springfield, with the Aztec Theatre, Duff Brewery, and Krusty Lou Studios. I actually like the fact that it was split up. They're big enough as is. If these were all part of the same map, it'd be a pain to travel between. Think of the fuel costs, especially in this economy. The game is also great in terms of fan service. Other than the cards, each location also has a series of gags you can find throughout the map. It's exactly what it sounds like. You walk up to it, push a button, and there we go. Funny joke time. Then there's the cars themselves. They put a ton of effort into making each vehicle stand out, as all the ones you switch between are references to vehicles seen in the show. Of course, you can ride the classic family sedan, but there's also Bart's Honor Roller or Malibu Stacy car, the car built for Homer, and my absolute favourite being the Speed Rocket, which you can find outside the Gold Mansion, which is incredibly fast, but if you so much as scrape it off the side of another car, it's blowing up. Wait, so this sounds great, you said to me through the computer screen, and to that I say, you know I can't hear you, right? This game seems like it has everything. References to the show, fun gameplay, funny writing, and you'd be correct. Everything you just said is completely true. But looking back, there is just one thing that bothers me about this game to no end. It's very tedious. This isn't an original thought by any means, but this game is bogged down so much I think by its monotonous mission structure. There are like 7 types of missions in this game, if I'm being generous. And quite a few are just slightly different takes on the other types. Like this time, instead of racing against a time limit, you're racing against another driver. How different! There's the one where you have to ram into a car to grab the collectible, race to a location to grab the collectible, run around the map to grab all the collectibles. Seeing a pattern here? Then there's the one where you have to follow a vehicle closely, or the one where you have to get as far away as you can from the car. Then there's the one where you actively have to ram into and destroy the car. It's just all very samey, and you'll have experienced a majority of these missions in the first campaign. And after this you gotta play 6 more that feature the exact same ones with a different coat of paint. In the Homer level, you're ramming the car for video games, but in the Marge level, you're doing it for donuts. But in the Bart level, you're doing it for roadkill. How innovative. Then there are the times when for some reason they lock progression behind a paywall. A virtual paywall, that is. It's not like EA made this. Very early into the game, you'll start getting missions that are followed by a pop-up saying, before you can do this task, you must go out and get the Plow King, or you must be wearing this specific outfit to proceed. And so now you've got to run around trying to scrounge up as much money as you can to continue playing. Now I understand why they did this, obviously it's a way to artificially extend the game length, but there's no predicting when these will come up, meaning I have no desire to spend my money any other time. You can find old Gil around the town, who will sell you optional cars if you want them, or you can go inside establishments to purchase extra costumes that are references to the show, like Homer's Stonecutter outfit or Marge's police uniform. But why would I ever want to buy any of these cool costumes or cars? Because 2 seconds after spending all my money on one, I could come up to the next mission only for the game to say, sorry, you're not cool enough to proceed. You gotta go buy the cool Lisa outfit to try this mission. And now I've gotta spend another 30 minutes trying to get enough money to move on, despite the costumes affecting literally nothing in the mission. The game is nothing but fetch quests. Each mission is split up into smaller tasks, but these tasks are more often than not, hey, can you help me? I'll help you if you help me with this. Go here and talk to this person. Hey person, can you help me? Sure, if you go over to this person, hey, can you help me? No. Perfect! For anyone who hasn't played much of this game, I want to give you an exact idea of how monotonous this game can get at times. So I'm going to explain to you the entirety of the Lisa Sweatsin campaign to show you just how tedious it is. So you started off with Lisa trying to investigate the disappearance of her brother, so naturally she goes to the comic book store, and comic book guy says he'll help her if she helps him race a nerd to the Itchy and Scratchy store to get a comic book. So you do the race and get the comic book, then have to drive all the way back to his store, and comic book guy tells you he saw Bart at the Noiseland arcade. As a player, we saw Bart get abducted, so we already know this is a waste of time, but we gotta go there anyway. Where we find Milhouse. Milhouse hits on Lisa, and then you have to follow his clues to find where Bart is. You then drive for about 15 seconds before running into Milhouse again, who tells you he saw Bart at the Planet Hype. So you travel all the way down there where you yet again come across who else but Milhouse, who tells you Bart is actually at the Springfield sign. So you travel all the way across town to get there. Like to remind you, this is under a time limit, and if you fail even one of these singular tasks, you restart all the way back at the arcade. But it doesn't even matter in the end, because Bart isn't here either. Lisa gives up and goes to ask Apu where he is. Apu will only help Lisa if she helps him retrieve some meat from Cletus, and after this Apu tells Lisa to go and check with Frink at the observatory, who tells Lisa that Bart was abducted by aliens, and she for some reason wants to go and talk to Grandpa about it, who tells Lisa to collect Bart's hat from a black van. You can only do this with the bus, which you have to buy from Otto for 300 coins, despite being able to destroy the vans just fine with any other car in previous levels. But whatever, you get the bus, destroy the vans, get Bart's hat. Now you travel down to meet Chief Wiggum, who will only help you find Bart if you help him get evidence off Snake. You must be in disguise for some reason, so you have to travel to buy the cool Lisa outfit for 250 coins. Hope you didn't spend all your money getting the bus. One mission ago, you get the evidence, all is well, and Wiggum tells you to check the docks and ask the sea captain, who will, you guessed it, only help you if you help him first. Now you gotta collect a bunch of fish for him. Then he says he saw Bart in a black limo that you now have to destroy. Hope you like doing the same destroying mission again. You do this. Turns out he wasn't in the limo. He tells you he jumped out of the car and got in a boat. You drive onto the boat, and finally, after all this time, Bart is found. That was tedious just for me to explain. It's mostly just a bunch of fetch quests, and it constantly seems like the goalpost is being moved. It doesn't make you feel like you're getting rewarded for accomplishing each mission, and these definitely get more and more infuriating as the game goes on. Some missions are really hard. Almost every task has a really tight time limit, and while it's good that it constantly keeps you on your toes, it's more stressful than anything. As you know, if you fail any one of these, you're sent all the way back to the beginning of the mission. This is definitely at its worst in the last stage. I get the last stage should be hard and all, but the ending here just feels so rushed, like they were out of mission ideas, and so it makes you do the exact same task 3 times in a row. You have to get a nuclear waste tank from the power plant, then travel all the way to the schoolyard to take it to the alien's tractor beam. Sounds simple enough. Well, each time you do this, it takes more and more time off your limit, until you only have 1 measly minute to travel across the entire town. Not to mention the waste is extremely fragile, so if you knock into anything it will break and you have a time limit to travel back to the power plant for another, and while driving, it will start up more tasks within the tasks where you need to avoid and race cars until you finally defeat the aliens, the show is over, and Homer is now famous all across the galaxy. The end. Not the end for me though, I couldn't beat the final mission. Like 5 years ago I was able to do it no problem, but I guess that was just a fluke because for the life of me I cannot do this mission again. As a kid I may have had the time to retry a mission over and over again for hours, but I just do not have the patience for it anymore. Probably the most dated aspect of this game, the visuals. Translating The Simpsons into 3D is not an easy task. It was up until the recent Treehouse of Horror where I thought they finally managed to make them look halfway decent. I wouldn't mind seeing another Simpsons game in this style, but Hit and Run looks incredibly dated, even for a PS2 game. The models look ugly, for some reason Lisa goes up to Homer's neck, and while Springfield looks fine, it is very boring and blocky. That's not even to mention how glitchy it is. Characters will clip through cars, the AI vehicles will screw you over a lot of the time, but I can almost forgive these as they're pretty funny to see happen. Like how sometimes you can kick a character and they fly off into orbit, or Milhouse showing off his incredible hiking abilities. Whoa, what's he doing? Whoa! Stand over there so I could do a mission, but like...
Ryan, look out!
What the fuck did you see the car hit us? So in the end, after revisiting The Simpsons Hit and Run, would I call it overrated? Well, I guess it sort of depends on how you see the word overrated. Whether or not you personally enjoy something, I don't really think it's fair to call it overrated, as it sort of implies that it's not deserving of its success or that there's something wrong with people liking it. Though I think Hit and Run is worthy of being considered one of the best games of its generation, personally, no. But that's not to undermine how people view the game. If some think this game is amazing and love it to no end, then I can't really act like they're wrong for thinking so, or that I don't even see where they're coming from. But me not thinking it's amazing isn't to say it's bad. That's far from the truth. Overall, I think this game is pretty good. It's fun to control for the most part, it's full of references to a show I absolutely love. You can tell the writers had a great time making it as funny as they could, and simply driving around and exploring Springfield is a ton of fun. It's just too bad that I think it can be a tad tedious at times with its repetitive mission structure. I think this is the sort of game that could heavily benefit from a remake. It's got the perfect groundwork for an amazing game. I could have been given a lot more room to breathe in a sequel, but I'd take a remake too. They could fix up the graphics, make it less buggy, and if they want to go all out, they could switch up the mission structure a bit to make it less repetitive. Or hey, they could just go for the Battle for Bikini Bottom approach and make it a one-for-one remake with no changes. People would still be satisfied with that. Who knows? With SpongeBob's success, maybe we'll get a resurgence in licensed games. I'm sure the current owners will be down to make one if given the chance.
Wanna feel old? My first ever ranking video where I went over every episode of The Simpsons is almost 6 years old. Okay, that's a lie, but it's still been a while. Now, when I'm discussing every episode of a series that's still releasing new episodes, things are going to get outdated quick. I'm pretty sure The Simpsons aired a new episode like the week after I released that video, immediately rendering it out of date. And with that, I oftentimes find people reaching out and asking me, Mark, why do you suck so much? Do you ever keep up with shows after you're done watching them? And the answer to that is a resounding no. I think most of you can understand that when I subject myself to a month or two of watching one show on loop, I'm not that keen on revisiting it. Ever since my Family Guy, SpongeBob, and Simpsons videos, I've only really gone out of my way to check out a small handful of episodes since. I like South Park though. An issue with this is that most of these ongoing series reached a point of seasonal rot by the time I was done with them. However, in certain cases, I've seen some folks come out and praise some of the newest episodes of SpongeBob, Simpsons. Not Family Guy though. And so it got me wondering, is The Simpsons really that good now? I find myself actually enjoying a couple of the brand new SpongeBobs when I briefly revisited it for that video last month. So could I have a similar response by watching the 3 extra seasons of The Simpsons that's released since my video? Like, I've seen some folks out there say that the show right now is the best it's been in like 20 years, and that is a baffling concept to me. When I last caught up, it seemed as if the series had just gotten into a pattern of complacency, doing episodes that were just boring and soulless, filling out their seasons with sequel episodes trying to remind you of when the show was in its prime. So with that, let's talk about modern Simpsons. And by modern, I mean modern Simpsons. I'm not going to be ranking anything or going over every single episode as I'm saving my sanity for an upcoming ranking video. By the way, give me suggestions on what you'd like to see me do next. But I will be talking about each season individually and highlighting standout episodes that I either think are really good or really bad, who knows. Also just ways the show's changed in general. I know they got a new teacher now. Back when I finished that ranking video, The Simpsons was about halfway through its 32nd season, so I figured I'd probably go over what I just missed out on last time. That whole video is a goddamn blur to me now, so I honestly don't even remember what came before, other than a couple episodes here and there, but even then, I think that more than anything speaks volumes as to how forgettable I thought the season was at that point. So did that pull through in the second half? It's about the same level of quality from what I remember. With a few episodes I enjoyed a lot, but also a few I really didn't. With the rest, just like, I watched them a couple hours ago and I couldn't even tell you what happened in them if I tried. They showed movie Sonic the Hedgehog, that's all I retained. Interesting enough, the very next episode that came after my video focused on the death of Edna Krabappel, Bart's teacher. If you weren't aware, her voice actress passed away by this point, and the fact that at this point in the show, Edna was literally living next door to The Simpsons, I think an episode like this was necessary and a really great send-off to the character. Way better than to just act like she was never there at all, I guess. The Simpsons is a very cynical series, but some of my favorite moments from it often show the sweeter, more emotional sides to the characters, and this episode is no exception. The stuff with Bart reading her diary and thinking she believed he had potential, and so he starts doing all this good stuff only to find out she was actually talking about her cat, I think dragged on too long. You could immediately tell what direction it was going to go in, and felt a little contrived as to why this diary would impact his life so much, but he apparently didn't even bother reading very far into it to get the reveal. But that ending where Bart talks with Flanders followed by his ending scene really tied it all together well. This latter half of the season has a big focus on characters supposedly having some big secret life outside of The Simpsons. Which I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, probably just a result of there being such little to do with these guys at this point. But most notably, we get an episode where we find out that Moe is part of a secret bartender society where they share their patrons' secrets. Grandpa is tracked down by a British spy because he thinks he's also a spy, and most bizarre of all, an episode starring Sarah Wiggum. You know, that classic character. I like how much they acknowledge that this character has done literally nothing substantial throughout the entirety of the show, but at the same time, it feels like their only idea for making her interesting was to make her an entirely different character altogether. Even in how she talks, they replaced her voice actors from this point on, I think, which is strange because her previous one is also the voice of Milhouse, so it's not like she went anywhere. They reveal that she actually had this cool, epic past where she was a criminal. Her old partners in crime coming back to have her pull off one more heist with them. Not gonna act like I'm some massive Mrs. Wiggum stan, who's so appalled that they would severely change her character like this. If anything, I completely understand the approach of taking a character who hasn't done anything before and actually trying to make them interesting, but this to me just came off as a super lame attempt at making you care about a once innocuous character. Like, you thought Mrs. Wiggum was boring? Well, guess what? She's actually a cool, seductive stealth action hero.
Just look at that long ponytail. Now we're talking.
I don't know, it probably could have worked well, but I think it's mainly brought down by how fast the pacing is. These episodes feel like they're going at a mile a minute, which was hard to adjust back to since I've only really watched a handful of classic era episodes in the past few years, so the change in tone was really jarring. Episodes like this more often than not feel like they never get the chance to explore the new concepts they're opening up because they're stuck between juggling 2 to 3 plotlines at once. And because of that, none of them are allowed to breathe. Like, Marge has no real reaction to finding out Miss Wiggum has been living a lie after the initial reveal, and suddenly it's all cool with her and she's along for the ride. And they make a big deal about her husband Clancy, you know, him being a cop and all. Him and Homer going through their own storyline of learning to appreciate their wives more for the 100th time. And then you think this is gonna build up to some big reveal, where Clancy either finds out he's married to a criminal, or she finds some way to cover it up, reverting back to her boring background NPC self. But no, we get neither. This pacing issue plagued the entirety of the season. The series has started focusing a lot more on fast-paced gags, usually disconnected from the plot. And while they've always done this, I can't help but feel like they used to focus on building off one joke over and over again, until it naturally unravels into this way bigger moment. But at times here, it can be in the level of Family Guy.
There's a bee in here! How the crud should we get through that thing?
I've seen my dad do this.
It's the meme! They know about the meme! Again! And again. And again.
But it turns out you hate everything!
This different approach to comedy certainly isn't a bad thing, but I can't help but wish that even if they were gonna keep up this quicker pace, they would at least give their episodes the room to just end in a satisfying way. They had one that I thought really could have been great about Homer's obsession with these Chuck E. Cheese knockoff animatronics from his childhood. I remember when this episode came out, and I think it was like Al Jean or someone made a joke tweet about the fact that with the show's moving timeline, Homer is now a teenager in the 90s, and all these people who didn't know he worked on the show just came flooding and shitting all over it. Poor guy. Dude, they had an episode where it took place 6 years in the past, and it still featured the characters using Uber. That was a fucking moment for me right there. Okay, a last timeline thing, but I really like how they had the balls to call out animation studios for hiring celebrities that become outdated by the time of release, and then later in this season have a future episode where Bart plays Fruit Ninja. Just keep throwing those stones, Simpsons. Okay, ironically with all these tangents, I'm talking about pacing, so let's get back to it. The Pizza Bot episode sees Homer rediscover these robots from his childhood and feels a loss of innocence in them no longer being in his life. And so the family try to gather them all up. This is then completely sidetracked when J.J. Abrams enters the picture because he wants to make a movie about them. This then greatly upsets Homer as his reimagining isn't anything like how he remembered them being. And so the episode now focuses on Homer being some fat neckbeard crying about how his childhood is ruined. Just the fact that the show's gone on so long that we now have Homer into the stuff Bart would have been into at the start of the series, just so weird to think about. I can see where they're going with this, and that's not a bad idea. But in execution, the whole thing goes by so fast that you can't help but start thinking about all the ways this plot wasn't thought through enough. Like, they're making a big point about how just because something is important for your childhood doesn't mean somebody can't come in and remake it in their vision. That now a whole new generation can grow up with something, even if it's not exactly how you remembered. That would be fine, but J.J. Abrams' character is approached so cynically that you can't help but be on Homer's side. Like, this isn't presented as Homer realizing Mr. Abrams also had a fascination with these characters when he was a kid, and simply giving his interpretation of them. It's presented as a business venture for him that just suck his dick the whole time, talking about how perfect he is at storytelling. There's no real passion there. And so in that case, I think Homer is pretty reasonably upset when he and his trolling group are meant to be seen as the unreasonable ones. They also try to make a point that anyone upset about these sort of reboots are only projecting their crappy childhoods onto this thing. You know, Homer's real issues came from his dad. But Grandpa has about 30 seconds of screen time before this moment at the end of the episode. It feels like a lazy approach to commenting on the topic of fandoms that's been done a million times. Which especially sucks when you know this same premise could have been handled way better if given the time to actually flesh this out. You know, focus on Homer, not fandoms as a whole. This started off as his personal story. But there's not even any payoff to the episode because it just ends. They've pretty much cut the intro out of the show entirely. I don't know why they run out of time so much. My favorite episode of the season would probably have to be Panic on the Streets of Springfield, which is shocking considering it's a Lisa episode. It features her becoming obsessed with this British singer who has an extremely sardonic attitude towards everything, to where she starts to adopt that same personality. She even personifies this growing part of her with an imaginary version of the singer following her around and influencing her. There's like this whole dumb side plot of Homer buying a giant truck to fix his testosterone and arguing with Marge the whole time, which I assure you is hilarious. And I wasn't really a fan of how simple the ending was. See, I really like them showing a version of Lisa that's leaning more into her know-it-all personality, starting to get joy from putting others down. But the ending just shows her meeting the real musician and finding out that he's racist. Well, of course she can't like him now. It just feels too easy. Like, I don't know, what if she met the guy, ready to have someone embrace her newfound attitude, only for the guy to be nice now and regret how he's acted in the past? They make a big deal to point out that the version following Lisa around is one from years and years ago. So what if we have him be the one to tell Lisa that in the long run, this kind of attitude isn't gonna get you anywhere? It's not a huge deal still, I liked the episode, but, you know. My least favorite, however, without a doubt would have to be Yokel Hero, where Homer becomes Cletus's music agent and he hits it big in Hollywood.
Done. We got 2 more acts.
He abandons his family and eventually fires Homer as his agent for a bigger, more successful one, until he's reminded of what he's pushed away with his newfound fame. It's like AI wrote it. I literally think that The Simpsons already did an episode where Lisa tried to get Cletus's kids famous. It's not that different. It's so by the books, too. Literally, just the sight of his kids is enough to snap him out of his fame-hungry mindset. And then it's over. Cool. Overall, Season 32 definitely didn't have any episodes in its latter half that I would deem bad. Okay, maybe the Cletus one. But it certainly doesn't change my mind on what I've seen before. It was just kinda more of the same. So I'm really curious what these brand new seasons are gonna hold for us. Let's find out if we've got a Simpsons renaissance on our hands. Season 33 begins in possibly the most bizarre way it could, with a musical episode of all things. A musical episode all about Marge. So as you could probably guess, they immediately change her voice actress anytime she sings.
The cast said yes, we're putting on a musical.
Poor Julie Kavner, everyone acts like she's got a gun to her head when doing the Marge voice, forced to do it against her will. It's a good episode and all, I like a lot of the songs, but I couldn't help but wonder if this thing was intended to be a musical parody or not. They have a lot of songs where the lyrics are extremely overt and mocking the kind of tropes present there, but I can't tell if that's because this is a parody or if it's just the Simpsons' usual writing style coming through, because there are just as many songs that seem pretty sincere. Either way, it was a solid opener. You know what I miss though since we're talking about music? I miss when The Simpsons had a really good score. Now this isn't exclusive to this season, it's been the case for decades now. But something that really elevated many of the best Simpsons episodes to me would have to have been the soundtrack. Even stuff like the movie, which I don't like very much, I think has an excellent score that increases the impact of their scenes tenfold. I know an orchestra soundtrack isn't possible for every episode unless you're Family Guy, but I don't know, I guess I miss how much the soundtrack added to the show. Oh yeah, I also gotta talk about the new Treehouse of Horror, which I'll admit were never my favorite episodes from any season, but I don't know, it's just to the point of being direct movie parodies. I liked when these things at least pretended like they were trying to be scary.
Lousy Treehouse. Every year, 3 scary stories. 2 of them good and a lame one in the middle.
The first is a parody of the movie Parasite, where they don't really do much other than simply retell the events of the movie in a fraction of the time before falling apart by the end. The second was clearly just done because of the title. Now it's a literal Treehouse of Horror, because trees take over the earth. And finally we have The Ring, but with TikTok. Would have much preferred they extended out that short segment with the way more interesting art style, but oh well. They make an effort in this season to actually find a permanent replacement for Edna, and so we get a whole episode dedicated to the fact that Bart may like her and is super awkward around her. This one was hard to get through, I gotta be honest.
Alert! Alert! Shutting down! Self-destruct!
I can understand the approach of trying to make her as different from Edna as possible. Probably opens more story opportunities for Bart to have a new dynamic with his teacher. But they went so far with it that I can't help but wish that she were more of a character. She's just kind of presented as being perfect, which is strange because literally every single other teacher in the school is consistently shown to be miserable and depressed. Whereas she comes into the picture as this super teacher who literally everybody loves. Doesn't make me not like her, but I think with Edna's character, what made her so much more interesting was that you couldn't envision her being outside of a school setting. Sure, she was the teacher, and that's how a majority of her roles in episodes were filled. But when they did focus more on her life outside of the school, it was just as entertaining as with any other character in Springfield. She was a person before She is Bart's teacher. But I know it took a couple seasons for Edna to be more fleshed out, so who knows, maybe I'll come around to her eventually. Something I definitely did start coming around on were actually the two-parter episodes of all things. They had begun doing these around the time my ranking video was ending, and I don't think I was ever really a fan of any of them. I remember they had one about the town getting a new priest and a Great Gatsby parody, neither of which felt like they needed to last 45 minutes. So thankfully Season 33's attempt at Serious Flanders is good. If not feeling a little pointless as it is yet another parody, this time being a non-canon Netflix version of the show. And they accomplished that aspect pretty well. You could make out all the standard beats of one of those serialized Netflix dramas that were hitting right on target, and the storyboarding was especially fantastic. That's something in general worth highlighting. I'd begun to see a lot of Prias online for the animation of certain scenes in newer Simpsons, and I tended to believe these were just seldom done, like it wasn't the norm or anything. But I'm not sure if anything changed in their approach or something, because just about every episode now has really great animation, especially with character acting. Their movements are so fluid. It can be a little jarring at times because The Simpsons has been so stiff and rigid for so long, and I wish they had played with the characters way more like the musical episode animated Homer unnaturally fluidly at times. Like early on when they would do that, it would generally be to emphasize his expressions or his body language, but here they're still afraid to play around with the models too much, which can create a bit of disconnect with their movements. But still, generally all around, massive improvement. Serious shout out to the animation team behind these. I guess my only issue with a Serious Flanders isn't even really the fault of the episode, and more so, just like, it doesn't feel like The Simpsons. That's by design, I know, but I would like to see them try and tell a two-parter again someday that actually feels like the show I'm coming for. The musical episode had that similar issue where it was stuck between being a parody and genuine. It doesn't help that Marge is voiced by some celebrity, it really doesn't feel like an episode of the show. But still, I will take what I can get. There are a load of good episodes in here. Season 33 also marks the return of the return of the return of Mona Simpson, Homer's mother who died like 20 years ago, yet they keep trying to do more with her. I can never get invested in these retreads. Not only because with his mother being missing ever since he was a kid, it results in them having to jump through all these hoops to find ways for him to actually have seen her at points in his life. To me, it also kind of dampens the impact of the previous episodes like Mother Simpson, which showed Homer to be someone who went his whole life believing his mother was dead, only to finally reunite with her, only to lose her once again. It's sad. But here they establish that, no, Homer knew that his mother wasn't dead the whole time, and actually briefly met her when he was 16. But it was so brief that it makes me wonder what the point in any of this was. It causes the moment where it's shown she was actually present for the birth of Bart feel phony. Like they were trying to recapture that same magic that was Mother Simpson's finale. Because this episode has had nothing to do with the birth of Bart or even Homer at that age. Maybe if it did, this would have been all the more satisfying. Maybe have it revolve around the period in Homer and Marge's life right before Bart was born. Focus on Homer worrying that maybe he isn't fit to raise a kid because of how messed up his own childhood was. I don't like doing that, you know, oh, if they'd just done it this way, my version is better. And again, this isn't a bad episode, just comes off pointless to me. Speaking of pointless character returns, they've surprisingly brought back Maya. Remember Maya? That one episode where Mo got a girlfriend, but he screwed it up and then she left him? Now she's back and in love with him again. Then they get married. It's such a weird continuity addition to have Mo suddenly be married, especially when this episode doesn't do a thing to show you why Maya needs to be his permanent wife. She barely even acts like how she did back in season 20, she's just mindlessly in love with him now. This season has a lot more good episodes compared to the last, which I was glad to see. Even some that have more interesting ways of retreading older stuff, like having Lisa meet the son of Bleeding Gums Murphy, that one was alright. But my favorite episode of the season would probably have to be Pixelated and Afraid, which was so good it was nominated for an Emmy. Didn't win, but how many Emmys have you been nominated for? Homer and Marge's relationship had definitely gotten stale for a little while in those middle seasons, going through the same song and dance again and again where he messes up and has to learn how to be a better husband. But oftentimes it fell into the trap that a lot of adult sitcoms fall into where it goes too far at times, like that episode where Homer pins Marge for a DUI. So it's refreshing to see a much more wholesome side to their marriage, them getting lost in the wilderness and having to learn to fend for themselves, growing closer because of it. Not the funniest episode in the world, but the characters more than make up for it. Also, shout out to Lisa's bet. You know what? I'm not gonna say that title. It's horrible out of context. I really liked the episode Lisa's Belly, which shows the internal struggle she faces after Marge makes a small comment about her weight. I thought it was a solid way of conveying how little comments like that can really affect a kid's psyche, and how oftentimes it stems from poor upbringing. Although I wish they didn't wait so long to introduce Marge's own relationship with her mother, really just leaving it to the last scene with them. Sadly, this season also continues the trend of episodes just kinda forcing a conclusion, which is weird because they so frequently have time for these 30-second long ending gags completely disconnected from the plot. Use that time to finish your dang story. My least favorite episode, though, would either have to be Pretty Little Liar or Meat is Murder. Oh boy, another Cletus episode, who could have guessed that would have sucked? It reveals that his wife has actually been living a lie. She's not a hillbilly at all. She's smart. Combines the phenomenal Spuckler episodes with the classic, now they have to stay at the Simpsons house despite not really knowing them that well. They're literally cousins. You cannot expect me 33 seasons in to start caring about their relationship genuinely. Meat is Murder at least started interesting, showing how Grandpa and his business associate were the original creators of what later became Krusty Burger after the clown stole their ideas. And so now they have to team up again to take him down. But it literally just turns into a Succession parody, although these literally are just the characters from Succession, so I'm not really sure where the parody lies. Either way, it got so focused on that I just stopped caring. Turns out it was never even about Krusty, he just wanted Grandpa to vote for him so his kids don't kick him out of his company. Because Succession. Still though, I find myself at the very least somewhat enjoying a majority of what Season 33 had to offer. It's not the drastic improvement I've seen folks claim, but I am starting to adapt to the new, faster style of comedy they're starting to go for. Still doesn't hold a candle to even some of the worst episodes of the early seasons in my opinion, but I can't really expect that from it. Maybe I've just begun accepting modern Simpsons for what it is. So let's just hope Season 34 is able to continue improving upon this.
Marge, fan out those cocktail napkins! Or did you not watch the TikTok I sent you?
Season 34 begins in a pretty mediocre way with Homer trying to find people who appreciate him, which turns out to be this group of local conspiracy nuts made up of yet another random hodgepodge of characters.
I've heard there's a cartoon show that can predict the future. Maybe we can watch it and find out what's going to happen.
It's a shame that this doesn't have the best first impression, because as it continues, I think this is actually the season I've enjoyed the most in a long time. Which is shocking considering we have such inspired concepts as Bart becomes a Roblox grifter, and The Simpsons become internet family vloggers. But no, I actually liked these episodes. The Roblox one just sounds horrible. I will give props for the CG though. But it focuses a lot more on Bart teaming up with Skinner, who wants to put the kids to work selling stuff in the game store to pay for school upgrades. A dynamic we rarely see with the two anymore. I ended up liking it quite a bit. Even if iPads are great, we should allow our babies to be glued to online games is a strange note to end on. The vlogger one I had no hope for. The Simpsons parodying internet trends has rarely gone over well, but this one was so creative in how its story is presented that I couldn't help but like it. We're basically just seeing someone's POV as they get intrigued by the Simpsons family YouTube antics, only to quickly fall down a rabbit hole that reveals the family's many controversies and dark secrets. It was like me trying to look at a Daddy-O-5. They parody so many different video genres that you can't help but see this as some kind of Simpsons writer showcasing a scenario they've definitely gone through before. I love the detail of Lenny and Carl's podcast having each mic be of a slightly worse quality than normal, with mic tapping galore. I feel personally called out. Gotta say, I also liked the Treehouse of Horror as well, which is rare. The first Babadook parody was whatever, but I actually think the latter two are pretty great. The Death Note one purely for the art style shift, this would not have been nearly as entertaining if they just went with their usual, give 'em big eyes, now they're anime look. But the final was definitely the highlight, being this big self-aware Westworld parody where a Homer realizes he's merely a prop in a Simpsons theme park, where fans can come and relive the show's glory days.
Name! I'm so sick of that stupid hat!
Alright Simpsons, you've acknowledged it's gotten old, but I'll believe it when I see it. The start also does this fucking perfect recreation of the West Season 10's era looked. Gonna ignore that the episode they're replicating isn't from said era because it just looks so accurate. This season also marks another time in which they've done 2 Halloween episodes, the other being an entire 22-minute parody of the new It movies. Alright, the visuals are good and there's a couple select scenes here that are animated incredibly well, but overall I just don't really see what the point was. Were the new It movies even relevant by this point? Gonna save you the effort of looking that up? No, they weren't. I can see someone liking this, but just repeating the events of a movie, but neither Simpsons characters, never really did it for me. They do yet another experimental episode that did manage to win me over too, and that was Lisa the Boy Scout, which starts off leading you to believe it's gonna be your regular-ass episode about Bart and Lisa going to Scouts, but instead gets hijacked by two hackers who want to show you all the clips you were never meant to see. Dude, I saw this one all over Twitter for a while. The episode was trying to evoke how angry fans would get at twists like the one in Principal and the Pauper. And it worked. I like how they're willing to make fun of their own questionable episodes in the past, like the fucking jockey elf shit from like season 10. Something this season is not shy from doing more frequently.
Springfield's darkest chapters be taught. The monorail. Lady Gaga's visit.
This season by far has some of the most outlandish episode concepts in the entire series, but at this point, I don't really care. By the end of my ranking video, I recall just wishing that the show would do something, anything new, even if it detracted from the series' status quo. And these What If episodes are probably the best of both worlds in that regard. I usually don't like non-canon stuff like this, but as long as the show generally still feels like The Simpsons at its core, I don't care, go wild. And it seems season 34 has that same mindset for a lot of these episodes. That still doesn't mean there aren't any that are gonna fall back on their tried and true formulas, with yet another Lisa Future episode. Really didn't need another one of those. This one focuses entirely on her relationship with Nelson, showing how much they lost track of and eventually reconnected with each other throughout the years, always on the verge of getting together. It's definitely better than the college one from last season, but I don't know. It's kind of missing the payoff needed for me to get anything out of this constant will they, won't they. Again, this issue has plagued most of these episodes of Modern Simpsons, but there's never any room for a conclusion at the end that isn't just one or two lines. They're both at their friend's wedding, Nelson gets overwhelmed seeing Lisa again and runs outside, and without any real convincing, she realizes she should be with Nelson. She tells him that, and then it's over. Likely never to be revisited again. Or who knows, maybe they'll come back to it in season 64 if the episode Pin Gal is anything to go by, which gives us the return of one-off character from all the way back in season 1, Jacques, who, if you don't remember, tried to seduce Marge while being her bowling instructor. This time he's back to try and seduce her while being her bowling instructor. Truly a grand return. They don't really give Marge any reason to want to leave Homer here. He's arguably as supportive as ever. She's better than him at bowling, but he doesn't even care. He's proud of her. Yet we still need to have that scene of Homer exclaiming how he needs to appreciate his wife more, even though that's all he's been doing here. There's no winning for the poor guy. My favorite episode of the season would have to be Bartless. Yet another What If episode. And it's not just my favorite because of the gorgeously animated Itchy and Scratchy segment. With Bart yet again getting in trouble, Homer and Marge start to feel guilty and concerned over the idea that if Bart weren't their own kid, they wouldn't like him. And so we see a world in which they never had him. And what do you know, they're rich and successful. Could have been really easy to make this one super mean-spirited, like that one Fairly Odd Parents episode where Timmy realizes everybody's life would be better without him. But no, instead Marge and Homer run into an orphan Bart who has nowhere else to go. And we see them bring him in, and while initially bothered by his antics, the family comes to start liking having him around and eventually want to make him a part of their family. Him bonding with them, especially Homer and Lisa, were really sweet, and it results in a heartfelt episode that reminds you of why these guys work so well as a family, how they all bring something in their own way, and without one, the rest would feel incomplete. My least favorite, however, Hostile Kirk Place, no doubt. Kirk Van Houten finds out that Springfield has been teaching the kids about how badly his ancestor fucked up as mayor, making his whole family look bad. And it just turns into this big social commentary about him riling people up to overlook the negative parts of history, and to pretend they never happened. It's so on the nose with what they're going for that Kirk literally becomes ruler of Springfield, turning the place into Germany. I thought this was a dream sequence or something at first, but no, this really happened, and it's just lame. Ends on this big message about how if you ignore history, then it's bound to repeat itself, like, thanks, Simpsons, I'm not for. This obvious message completely overrides the episode that Kirk doesn't even get any kind of conclusion or reprimanding. He just screws up the same way his ancestor did. Homer says, history repeats itself. Then it just ends. Kirk wasn't even the one to give this dang speech. Still, though, this was a bad episode in what's otherwise an incredibly solid bunch. I liked the majority of what Season 34 had to offer. Shoutouts to Carl Carlson Rides Again for finally doing something with Carl that actually focuses on his character. Also, I figured I should just throw it in here, but the show recently aired the first episode of its 35th season, and meh. Felt like a more directionless version of Homer's Odyssey, which already wasn't great. Homer wants to find more purpose in his life, and so becomes a crossing guard, only to let this power go to his head and the whole thing completely loses that simple beginning. Like his power trip isn't even something he puts on himself. Other characters just start telling him to act that way and he goes along with it. Only to become this big thing about him versus the police versus the mayor versus all these other groups, and I just stopped caring. But don't let that negative ending note confuse my thoughts on Modern Simpsons, because for once, I am really hopeful for the future of the series. Will it ever reach the heights it once had in its prime? Probably not. But I think now, I'm okay with that. Because as long as they're consistently pumping out solid episodes like the ones I've seen in season 34, then I'd say the series is in pretty good hands right now. And who knows? Maybe I'll actually go back to keeping up with it. Don't want to get too ahead of myself here. But point being, if you were like me and had gotten seriously drained to The Simpsons, maybe check out some of the episodes I've highlighted. Because they're pretty good and I couldn't be happier.